The general public do not care about sensitivity. They do not care about. They care what he says. They don't care that they won't.
That rather kind of confused me there, Mark. They don't care about sensitivity, but then when he says one word that's slightly out of sync with what people want to hear,
it wasn't one word, Alexandra. He did a 2-hour interview.
Then they're being sensitive.
He did a 2-hour interview and he talked about his dad with his gun. It didn't mean to mention his dad and his pistol. I don't know what he was talking about.
But he was having a chat.
He didn't.
He was having a conversation. It wasn't a political broadcast. It was literally having a conversation with Josh Rogan.
But Alexandra, it's a huge opportunity for him to push Restore.
I think he did.
But it didn't come across that way.
But I think he did. Everybody knows that Rupert Lowe is Restore Britain, for God's sake, and so did Josh Rogan.
But I know, but Alexandra, we have to get out of this kind of politics where we're putting a person on this person in your back. You have to see his vulnerabilities as well, Alexandra. You have to hold him. You have to hold him accountable. Every politician needs to be held accountable. Every single one, and that includes him.
I tell you what, Mark. If he ever went or U-turned on what his policy says, then I would hold him to accountability. I really would. I would be the first to say so, in fact. But up until now, he's done nothing. The policy is there. What he had a conversation about, a chit-chat with Joe Rogan, was a chit-chat to me. And he said one thing that several people took as being insulting and took it the wrong way. I could write you a text, Mark, and you could be in a bad mood and read it as kind of completely the way you're feeling on the day. People are sensitive. Yes, he probably put it in the wrong way, but he was saying that was the thing that stopped us from being armed.
Yeah, I have to agree on one thing, Alexandra. Scotland is very sensitive about Dunblane, and quite rightly so. And quite rightly so.
Rightly so.
That's why,
just like Hillsborough, just like every other terrible thing.
But that's why he didn't need to mention Dunblane.
But he did. But that's what I'm saying, Mark. He did. It's done. Move on. We've got a country to save. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, Alexandra, but I'm going to hold him accountable, like I do with every other politician, from now to the next general election, and he will get my vote if he shows me that they are professional, they are bringing the right people on board, and they are doing the right things. Then they will get. But I will not blindly follow somebody.
No, and I don't expect anybody to do so.
I do like him, Alexandra. I think he comes up. He's got a lot of. He says a lot of good things, and he's got a lot of good policies. I just want the party to be a lot more professional than what it is right now.
Well, I think give it time because it's building.
Well, I will give it as long as it up till the next general election, Alexandra, to see how they go.
Yeah,
that's how that's we do
fair.
agree on that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
and that and I don't blame you, Mark. It's like I said to Kev that time. He's kind of like the same, and I said, flipping hell. After all of the governments that we had, I do not blame people at all to stand back and think, right, I'm watching, and if you make one mistake, one U-turn, I'm out. So I do understand it. I don't blame people whatsoever.
And do you know what I would have done as well, Alexandra, if I was advising him? I would have turned around and said, correct what you said, apologise, and let's move on. Because I know a lot of people are saying he's not even apologised for it. He's blind to our sense, the people of Scotland.
Yeah,
That's the thing. That's the little, and it's only little details. But I think them little details make a difference, Alexandra.
Yeah.
If you'd have turned around the next day and said, "Look, I did a 2-hour interview. I was doing. I wasn't. I'll correct on what I was talking about, Dunblane, and I apologise if I hurt anyone in Scotland. It wasn't my intention. If it had done that, then great. It moves on very quickly.
Do you not think that shows a sign of weakness, though, as a leader?
No, I think it shows a sign of strength.
I think it shows a sign of weakness. If you're going to
So
apologise
I
for
don't want to.
every single word that you get wrong.
Well, I don't want to. I do not want a prime minister that cannot admit that he's wrong.
Yeah.
I
No,
need a
it's just
prime
a
minister
thought. You know, I
that.
just think to myself, for something, it's not little. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's little. In that it was a terrible, terrible tragedy and everything like that. But I'm saying, I think that people are putting him under a real microscope at the moment and expect absolutely 100% perfection
Because he
for a
wants to be
human
prime
being that
minister.
isn't perfect. No human
Unfortunately,
being is.
Alexandra, he wants to be prime minister, so he's going to be under that
None of
microscope.
them are perfect,
He's,
though, Mark. They're still
no, of
human
course
beings.
not. But I'm going to criticise them when I feel like they've not done the right thing. I'll
Yeah.
criticise them for it,
But what?
and I don't think there's anything wrong with that
No.
personally.
But what I'm saying is by the same rule, always look and think to yourself, well, actually, he did mean it in this kind of way. He just got the
I
wording
did
wrong.
see that, but I'm looking at from a political standpoint. I'm looking at from a political standpoint. He's got to get across his message to the whole of the country. Now, whether you like it or not, or whether anyone likes it or not, that was a big mistake in Scotland, and it could lose him votes and it could lose him seats in Scotland.
Well,
Especially if that was next to a general election. It certainly would, Alexandra, because of that situation is very, very sensitive to Scotland. Now,
yeah.
if he'd have come out, in my view, and I know you think it's a weakness, but I think it's a strength. If he'd have come out and said, "Look, this is what I meant," and if I offended anybody about Dunblane, it was not my intention, but this is what I meant when I said that. People of Scotland would turn around and say, "Okay, then that's fair enough. That's we understand that. No problem."
Well, I mean,
That's
you never
just my
know.
opinion, though. That's
You
my
never know.
opinion.
Next interview, he might.
Well,
I don't know. I know
yeah.
the man's incredibly busy at the moment, so
Who knows? Who knows,
you know, who
Alexandra?
knows? Yeah.
Mark, I've just got to jump in, mate. I've got to go, mate. But thank you for the space.
Cheers, mate.
I'm gonna go and watch the Rupert Lowe and the Rogan Josh interview. Okay, fella, and I'll catch up with you
Cheers,
later.
mate.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye now.
All right, I'll let other people speak anyway.
Cheers,
Mark. Thanks for the
Alexandra.
chat.
No, it's a good discussion. It really is.
Thanks.
Primrose. Do you want to come in, Primrose?
I think it was me, that's Mark.
No, you had your turn. It was Primrose, then it was back
Well,
to you.
I had the list down. I was after Alexandra. It don't matter. Let Primrose.
You were
let
just
Primrose.
before Alexandra, were you not?
Eh?
Did you not speak just before Alexandra?
No.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I beg your
I'll come
pardon.
back to you. Don't worry,
You
I
know
will
what? I
come
said
back
I'd
to you.
keep an eye on the hands, and I keep getting them all wrong.
No, another fucking domestic between husband and wife.
Oh,
Fuck.
don't you
Yeah.
start.
Well, we'll come back to you. Prim. I do want to bring in, and I think he's gone now. He's been waiting for a long time as well. Feel a little bit bad, but anyway, I'll move on. Hanky.
Hello, thank you for the mic.
No problem.
It meant a lot in Wales as well, I will say that. Joe Rogan is the #1 podcaster at the moment and has been for quite a while, I think. He regularly runs a format similar to the one that he interviewed similar to the one he interviewed Rupert Lowe in. You know, he goes into in-depth conversations, and they routinely last between 2 to 4 hours. And they do take breaks during that time, quite often, you know, and an interview will be paused and resumed. But of course, us as viewers aren't aware of that. He has interviewed absolutely massively well-known people. He's interviewed Elon Musk, for example. He interviewed J.D. Vance last week. The list is too long, you know, but if you look him up, you'll soon find out that he has a massive reach. With respect to Rupert Lowe's comments himself, I must admit I was heartbroken when I heard it. You know, I was crestfallen because to minimise such a massive event as it was, and I'm of a certain age where I remember that quite clearly, and to minimise that was I found it, as a viewer, I found it quite insulting, you know, although I think that he has a huge American audience who would not be familiar with the situation. So they may not have been affected by it so much. I think that not having a script is not an excuse to make such a massive mistake such as that. You know, I mean, it's equivalent to saying that Southport was, you know, just a little fuss at a dance party. You know, it's minimising it to that effect, because a number of lives were lost on that occasion, and I'm sure families still haven't recovered to this day. You know, so to say something like that is that's a wound that will never heal fully. And to say something like that it was too far. It was beyond too far. I mean, he knew at the time what he said, you know, to describe it as one murder. If he'd said one occurrence, you know, one tragedy, then that would be one thing. But just to say, oh, you know, it's just one murder, that's the reason why they got rid of our guns, just one murder, then you know, that was, number one, it was misleading, and number two, it was heartbreaking and insulting to everyone who is listening, who is aware of Dunblane, never mind anyone that's in close proximity by it and was affected by it personally. The fact that I'm with you, Mark, in fact, you stole my thunder a little bit. I think that if he'd come out the following day and he'd said, you know, look, the train was trundling down the tracks at the time, and I described it as one murder, and it was not. I was wrong on that occasion, and I knew I was wrong. It was just a misphrasing. Then that would have helped a lot. That would have undone the damage. That would have shown him as a human. He's not infallible. He's embarking on one hell of a journey, and it's not an easy journey. And as Alexandra said, you know, he's got critics just waiting. The sharks are circling, you know, waiting to jump out of the water and bite. But nevertheless, that shows that he shouldn't go throwing meat into the water for them, you know. He should, I mean, he made a mistake, he misphrased it, he described it as wrong. He downplayed the terrible occurrence. But what happened afterwards, by him not coming out and saying that he regretted his actions, I think that amplified the damage more than anything, because he could have fixed that. But whereas now, as time's gone on, you know, okay, it's Rupert Lowe, you know, he stands for this, I agree with him. He stands for that, I agree with him. But to lie like that and just walk away and, you know, dust his hands off and walk away, I don't know if that's forgivable. Perhaps forgivable is the word I'm looking for. And he made a mistake in not just coming out and saying, no, okay, hands up, I was wrong.
Thank
People
you.
can be wrong.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think where it got confused in the with the mainstream media, especially, is he was talking about one incident, not one murder. He was talking about one incident, but it did come across as he was talking about one murder. But he did say it was one incident, Dunblane, but it did come across very insensitive to it came across as, well, my dad lost his gun because of because of one incident, which happened to be 16 kids that lost their lives. That's the insensitive part that I objected to, because I listened to the interview. I didn't bother with the mainstream media with their attacks on it, because I know what their attack was. But he did give them ammunition to do it. But my issue was it came across as pretty and it came across as someone, and I know it wasn't meant this way, but to me it came across as someone who with entitlement. How dare they take my dad's gun off him?
Can I, sorry to interrupt, can I please just say something that I think is really relevant to this, that I think is
Very
really
quickly, and
important?
then I'm going to need to go to Hans, Tommy.
I think that what we should all remember is that the point that Rupert was making is that the dangers and the future that we are going to face will be far, far, far worse than 100 Dunblanes 10 times over. So us giving up our guns for that is a huge knock to us being able
Yeah,
to
well,
defend
I think
ourselves going forward.
I think, Tommy, I think that's a different conversation.
But
That's a different
the
conversation
important
altogether.
part to remember.
Because I personally, if he's going down the road of allowing us to all have guns and that, then sorry, that's a big no for me, because I don't.
Have you
I don't want
not
to.
seen the castle?
I don't care, mate. I
The
don't want
castle
people. I
doctrine.
don't want people walking around with guns in this country. I don't. We don't need.
They
We
already
don't
are,
need that.
Mark.
No, we're not.
They
No,
already
there's not.
are.
Gun crime is
Yeah,
very
they
small
do.
in this country. Knife crime is a lot more of a danger than gun crime. And if you want to,
Do you not think guns are coming over on the boats as well?
well, we're not seeing gun crime as at any kind of huge level. We're seeing knife crime, yes. And if we're going to get gun crime, then we need to deal with that. We don't need to deal with that by arming
What if
every
it'll be
issue, because
too late
it hasn't
by that
worked with
point?
America. Where it hasn't worked.
That it has though.
No, it
They
hasn't.
are
Not in my view,
able to
anyway.
protect themselves.
Yeah, I understand what you're
But I
saying.
think, but also I just want to say about I think that the comment that Rupert made is being twisted and used to attack him for partisan reasons, rather than thinking, oh, he made an honest mistake, but he has good intentions, and what he is looking to do will help our country.
I agree with that, Tommy. I think you're right. He may have said it in good intentions. He may have, and he definitely is being attacked by his opposition and the media. But he opened himself up to them attacks, in my view. But I'm not part of the media. I'm not part of the opposition. I'm not party. I'm not against him, and I'm criticising him for it. So and I think other
I
people
think the
are.
picture's much bigger than a tiny little hiccup on a
Well, it's not to
podcast.
Scotland. It's not to Scotland. And if he wants to win an election, he's going to need places like he's going to need Scotland, and he's going to need
But
other places to win an election.
so, what would Scotland rather have, like a balkanized Islamic state,
Well, we'd
Britain,
rather
or
he didn't mention
an
Dunblane in
apology
an
from?
interview the way he did and be so insensitive about it. That's
Sorry,
what we'd rather he did. He did.
sorry, guys.
Anyway, we're going to go to Anne's now.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it,
Analytica, you were next, then
Thank you
Charlie,
for
and
letting me
then
speak.
so,
AJ.
By the
I'm
way,
Cheers,
sorry,
Tommy.
Tommy, but you did sort of jump in there,
It's
and
okay. He made a valid point, and I do understand it. But yeah, we'll go to Hans.
no,
Analytica.
I get his point, and to some extent, I do agree with him. I think context is an extremely important point, but we have to accept the fact that people will make mistakes, and yeah, he's not perfect. But when we make a mistake, I do think we need to address it. Now, I'm gonna say a couple of things. Like, first of all, Rupert Lowe at the moment has no choice. If he's going to win this election, he's got to win over the electorate, all of us, as many as possible anyway. First past the post, whatever it is, right? So, and the answer's down to us, the voters. We are the ones that have the power to vote him in. Now, he has to jump through the hoops. He has no choice. He has to jump through the hoops. He has to get it right, and he has to do it right. And yes, the hounds are going to be there on waiting for any tiny little mistake he makes in order to attack him, and we expect that. On the right, I think we ought to have a little bit more patience, in the sense that, yeah, it's a new party. In time, I think all that's going to improve. I think what's actually missing, in my personal opinion is going back to what Mark was saying earlier about the lack of communication and various other. He needs some sort of PR guy or team that can monitor the public's response to any of his interviews that he does. Certainly the ones like Rogan Josh that is high profile. And monitor it, and and if there is a sense of people being a bit offended by something, he needs to be told about it straight away. Now, if he hasn't got time to go and monitor everybody's views and feedback on it, so he needs to delegate some of these jobs. And I know to some extent Charlie Downs is doing that and sort of being a PR man, but I think he needs a proper team, and I think they need to make sure that they are the ones getting out the correct information. It's only that team, like you said, Mark, before that the information goes through, and make sure that everybody is clued up, everybody's up to date, nobody is, if they're over overindulged with requests for leaflets and they've not got enough, it can come through them and let us know. At least we're not all left hanging and not knowing what's going on. Anything like that can come through, any kind of communication like that. But people have had enough, and that's why he's got to jump through hoops, because they've just had enough. And we don't want another fucking shit government in, quite frankly. But on the other hand, right, playing a bit of devil's advocate, who else, Mark, are you going to vote for if it's not Restore? Because there ain't another party that's going to do what we need them to do.
That's quite an easy answer. To be honest, I'm political homeless at the moment. Everyone knows I was a Conservative voter. I readily state that in spaces.
Yeah,
I voted Conservative for quite a long time now. I'm now politically homeless because the last 14 years of the Conservative, they didn't do what they said on the tin, and I hold them accountable for that. So I'm watching Restore. Like I said, I like Rupert. I like what is a lot of his policies. But I think as a society now, and all of us, we need to stop this defending sometimes the indefensible because of this idea of, well, if you don't back this person, you're against saving the country from Islam or from anything like that. That's not the right attitude, I think.
That's not what I was saying.
No, I'm not talking about you, Analytica. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what I hear a lot of times in spaces.
All right, okay. I just didn't want you to have misunderstood.
The number of times I said during the general election, Nigel Farage is not the man. He's not the one for this country. He's not the one that's going to save this country. I said it all the way through the general election. And the number of people attacked me in spaces saying, well, you're part of the problem. You're a Conservative. You're part of the problem. You need to step aside. You're part of the problem. You don't want to save this country from Islam. Nigel's going to do it, but you're part of the problem because of it. That's not the right kind of thing. We all want the same thing. We all want to save this country. We all want to sort out the immigration and the Islam issue. We all want to do that. It doesn't mean I can't criticise Rupert Lowe. It doesn't mean that I won't back him, but it doesn't mean I can't criticise him. Everyone needs to be open to criticism as a politician, because we don't want to go down that route
that's
of
what accountability is.
no, but that's what you see with the likes of Nigel Farage fans, supporters, and we're seeing it. I'm sorry to say this, but I am starting to see it with a lot of reform supporters. The same thing. If you criticise him for something, you are the problem. You need to shut up and allow us to save the country, because you're not going to save it because you're criticising Rupert Lowe. That's not the country I want to be in. I want to be in a country where I can criticise him, hold him accountable, and maybe you can come back on me and say, yeah, well, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. We can argue about it, we can debate it, but at the end of the day, we do want the same thing. It's just that I think politicians are there, and we need to hold all of them accountable for what they do and what they say. I'll go to Charlie. You were next.
Hello.
Hello.
I might be having a bit of background noise because I'm just walking to work. Right, here's my thing. So I'm just across the road. One second.
Don't get knocked over.
If you're gonna, right, for me, right, if you look at all the other parties and what they do, you know, like you go for like Kemi Badenoch, who, you know, says, oh, she wants to sit down with Andy Burnham, see what his plans are. She doesn't even acknowledge Nigerian heritage, where there's something to say about Nigerians getting slaughtered. And then you go through the Green Party, we've got fucking Allah Akbar on one side, you've got a bloke that's lied about being in the Red Cross, and there's council tax, and manipulating women for hypnotising them for money and stuff. And you're going to focus, your whole focus is on one dramatised fucking thing on Rupert, where they cannot get nothing on him in his history and skeletons. They can't get nothing, so he's going to be analysed and scrutinised for everything. And this little thing, to me, you're succumbing to what the media gotchas are. And if that's your focus, then, like Rupert says, he's not a classic politician. Maybe he's not asking you to vote for him. If you're not 100% on board, maybe it's not for you. And I know you're politically homeless and you can criticise whatever, but in comparison and contrast to all the other leaders of the parties, right, that's all you can fucking get, is that little thing. If you've got no history, then I don't think that party's for you. You need to be on a... You're not going to get a bespoke, tailored party that's going to be absolutely perfect to your every need. It doesn't happen. There's going to be little mistakes on the way.
Does that mean we can't criticise them, Charlie? We should just shut up?
That's your focus on that. You're succumbing to the media, to me. That's what they're trying to do, is get a gotcha on him. And
No, I'm not trying to get a gotcha on him. I'm explaining my position. But are you then saying I shouldn't criticise him then? I should just stand in line with everyone else and just support him, no matter what?
Do you think that's a major thing?
To me, it was an issue. Yeah, it was an issue to me. And it's an issue to a
not
lot of
going to
people
harm
in
Scottish
Scotland.
votes. There's no way it's going to harm Scottish votes. People want to know what's going on in the future, not little kind of things where someone's misquoted or misspoken about something.
Can't hear you properly, mate.
That thing that he said about that is not going to affect the policies to formulate our country going forward. That's not going to affect it. I'm sorry.
But so we shouldn't criticise him for it then. We should just let that go.
Criticise him, but I wouldn't over dramatise it to the point that you're not criticising the other leaders on massive issues.
Exactly that, I think.
No, well, who says I'm not criticising other leaders, Charlie?
Why don't you say anything about the others?
I hold everybody accountable. I hold Burnham especially accountable. I hold Badenoch accountable. I hold the Conservatives accountable for the last 14 years. They've lost my vote, and I criticise them now. I criticise every politician.
Yeah.
I don't just criticise one. I'm criticising them all. I hold them all accountable.
That's it, right? This man is fucking non-stop. Whether he's in Great Yarmouth doing what he did, or Makerfield, or he's now canvassing for the Manchester Mayor, which he was yesterday, or he's doing gangs, or he's doing whatever non-stop. He's got his own companies and everything, and he got quoted on one thing on a Joe Rogan interview, and that's it. There's nothing else you got on him. That's it. And there's a massive dramatising. Oh, he's going to lose votes because of that. Wow. If that's where you're at, the thought-wise, then to me, maybe it's not the party for you.
Well, because of one interview. That's not the way I act, Charlie. I hold him accountable. I'm not going to not vote for him because of one interview, but I'm bloody well going to criticise him when I think he's done something wrong or said something wrong, because that's politics and that's my right. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to back him. I've stated in this space today. I've stated I like a lot of his policies. I like what he's doing with immigration. I like what he's doing with education. I like a lot of his policies. All I've asked for in this space, and I don't know if you were in at the time, Charlie, but what I asked was the party become more professional. They get their act together, they could become more professional, they get the right people into good positions. They need a director of communications, and I think they needed one months ago. I said that 2 months ago, I was saying that in the space. He needs a director of communications, and he needs to get his act together when communicating. That's all I've asked for.
But he is taking his time. He did say he's not a classic politician, by the way, but he's taking his time, particularly with the people who's getting. I think Henry Barnes is a great addition, and he's not going to do what Reform done, where they've got like 160 people suspended or had to resign or fucking got kicked out from fraudulent things. He's going to take his time, and he has to, because otherwise it comes back on him.
Joe, something. That statement, and I heard it so many times during the general election from Reform saying the same thing. I'm not a politician. So does that? They're trying to.
He didn't say he's not a politician. He said no. There's a difference. There's a difference. Classic politician. He said he's not a classic politician. He didn't say he wasn't a politician.
Right. Well,
wording is important.
But that doesn't excuse, and that doesn't make it all right. It doesn't make him unaccountable. He needs to be held accountable.
I didn't say we're not accountable, but that's going forward. Him saying that, misquoting, maybe he said it wrong about Dunblane. That's not going to affect our country going forward, is it?
No, but it was a talking point, and especially in Scotland.
Well, that's where I think you succumb to the media gotcha thing.
No, it wasn't the media gotcha thing. I didn't even listen to the mainstream media. I listened to the interview, and I criticised him on what I heard, not what I read or what I watched on TV.
Anyway, I'll give way to there's loads of hands, and I've said my piece. We just have to sort of agree to disagree.
Yeah, no, it's a great conversation.
Yeah, I know, but there's so many. I know it's like waiting. I've said when you're waiting, it does your head in. I had to come out of another room a minute ago, so wait 40 minutes, and I thought, fuck this. But I know people are waiting, so I said my piece. It's a great conversation, Mark.
That's great conversation. AG, do you want to come in? AG, are you there?
I am here. I'm
here. Good afternoon.
Listening. Good afternoon, folks. Listening intently. Goldfinger, when did you become Charlie?
Well,
he got muted.
Got suspended again.
He got suspended.
Oh my goodness gracious! His account. You seem to live your life in the doghouse. That makes you a hero.
Yeah. But I won't bow down. I'll just keep coming again.
Jolly good. I'm glad to hear it. Yes, I've been listening. I did tune into the space because it said immigration is the biggest issue, but is there an easy fix? And for the last 35 to 40 minutes, I've been listening to a debate concerning Rupert Lowe.
Well, we always change. It always moves on sometimes. But if you want to go back to that, it's a great topic, AG.
Well, I have a little bit of both, really. I think it's time for a reality check, and I'm afraid I do apply intellect when I say what I'm about to say. If you don't like what I've got to say, gosh, the sun will come up tomorrow and I will survive. If you agree with me, then albeit that's good. Rupert Lowe could be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and in the current climate we live in, there would always be somebody to vilify him. I have seen the interview. There were parts of it I disliked. However, that is my personal opinion. I judge a party and a leader of a party on their policies and their manifesto. With respect, Mark, and to anyone else, I am not belittling your feelings or emotions regarding some of his throwaway statements. What I am merely clearly stating is I'm far more interested in the vision of the man, the long-term vision. He is a lone person at the moment. The party is just over 4 months old. I do not expect him to have the same established circle around him as, say, the Labour Party or the Tories. It would be foolish to do so. That would just be plain ignorant and silly. He is going to say things that we all disagree with. I dare say there is a brand of single malt whiskey that he sups that I would disagree with. However, this will not deter me from following somebody who has policies and a manifesto I wish to not only support but invest in. I'm not belittling everybody's feelings, and I'm not belittling the argument, but it is rather more important to focus on the goal. There is something else that does bug me every time I hear these conversations. The country does not need saving. It never did. What What needs saving is democracy and the way it is enacted before us in Parliament. That is what we should be concentrating on. Yes, there are lots of things to save, such as education, culture, and other stuff. You've heard me drone on enough. I'm doing it again. But no, you must be focused on the end goal. He could grow horns, produce a tail, and dye his hair green, and I would still follow him. I may find it offensive. He may suddenly cover himself in tattoos. I don't give a damn. He is focused on the one end game that I politically believe in. That is why I will continue to support Rupert Lowe. That's my four pennies. I shall say very little else, except to blatantly state that guns are not a problem in Britain. I'm sorry. I think it's time you all had a little wake-up call. Just have a chat to the anti-terrorist police, have a chat to GCHQ, have a chat to MI5 and MI6. You will find that guns are readily available across Britain, in all major cities particularly. How else do you think people get hold of them? Yes, they are freely available. One of the worst places, I can assure you, I have a colleague who still does police security and other assorted stuff in Birmingham. Believe me, guns are available on street corners for the right price. If you think I'm wrong, look into it. So I'm sorry, but there are plenty of guns. And who can forget that all-time famous video where the police asked a certain demographic to leave their weapons in their place of worship? They are available. They are very common. Now, I agree his statement was ill-worded. However, he is making a bloody point. Do you think they're going to come out and throw custard pies at you if it kicks off? No, they're going to use bloody weaponry. Can we all grow up there?
Well, AG, so your solution to the gun problem is everybody else has guns as well?
No, I did not say that, Mark. I am very particular about the way I enunciate. No.
Well, I don't understand what you mean then.
What I agree with Rupert Lowe is that there should not be a complete blanket ban on the carrying of firearms in this country. Great Britain has had a long history of carrying firearms, and to put it bluntly, there have been atrocities. But if you weigh up the facts and figures, look how many weapons were available after the First World War. Look how many weapons were available after the Second World War. It may come as a shock to many of you that the Brits did not go around slaughtering each other en masse. This has been blown up again by certain parties within government. Britons have carried guns for what, 200, 300, 400, 500 years, since Henry VIII first fired a firearm. So I'm sorry, but I have faith in Britain. I have faith with the correct gun laws and the correct government in place. So I'm sorry, but I have to say that he is stating a fact. And if you can't deal with that fact and you want everybody in Britain to surrender their firearms, does that also encompass certain demographics? Seriously.
32 firearm homicides in the UK last year.
Yes, and most 32. Of those were available in the underground network. You can't monitor that. When the professionals can't monitor it, how do you expect the public to? What I'm trying to say is living in a fantasy world where guns won't be freely available from people who wish to do you harm.
I never said that.
No reason to
I never stated that.
You did say that we don't have a gun problem in Great Britain.
No, I said we don't.
We have
no, I said problem. We have more of a knife problem than we do have a gun problem. 32 deaths in 1 year with guns. 32 deaths. That's not the biggest issue we have in this country, is guns.
No, I know it's not, Mark, but I was talking about the fact that guns are freely available. It would be living in a fantasy world to think that they are not, particularly to people who may wish to do the entire country harm. That is the reality of the situation.
I know the reality. I know full well.
I'm not going to spend my time talking about Rupert Lowe. I've stated my case. I know how I feel.
And that's your prerogative, but I am allowed to have an opinion as well.
I didn't say you weren't.
No, I'm not saying you did, AG, but it's coming across as very defensive of Rupert Lowe when somebody criticises him. I saw it during the general election.
I am not defending Rupert Lowe. I said his words were badly chosen. What I am saying is I'm willing to see past occasional mistakes and focus on the future goal.
Well, if you'd listened to what I've been saying during the space, I've also said that I do like what Rupert Lowe has been saying. I do like a lot of his policies. I am looking very closely at seeing how this party develops. But my opinion, and I've said it a number of times in spaces, I've said it over 2 months ago, that he needs to sort his messaging out. The first thing I would, if I was advising him, the first thing I would say is get a proper professional communications director. That's not the case at the moment. The messaging is all over the place. There's so many people saying they speak for Restore and they speak for Rupert. He doesn't do his own media Twitter, and I wouldn't expect him to. But the messaging on there is very mixed as well. I would like to see a little bit more professionalism in that area. That's all I'm asking for, and that's the first thing. As if he wants to win a general election, and the general election is only 3 years away. That's not a long time for a party to grow and become the party that we want it to be. So he needs to start now, and he needs to get his messaging correct now. That's the only thing I was trying to get across, AG.
Fair enough. The party's been in existence just over 4 months. It took the Labour Party 21 years to get to where Restore are now. I'd say that was pretty much an achievement. Also, I agree with you, there does need to be a more professional team. But how do you get a professional team? You need funding, you need input. These things don't happen magically, and he does have some highly intelligent people around him. It is a fallacy if you think they are not there. There was a Restore movement before there was a party.
I didn't
Now,
say they
I
weren't
agree.
there. I said his messaging, his director of communications. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying there's not professional people within the party.
Have you suggested that directly to him?
I don't know him. I have no idea. I
You
don't
could
know him.
message him on the Restore website.
And well, I do know for a fact that other people have mentioned his communications, and
Have
they
they
have
messaged Rupert Lowe
yes,
personally?
yes, they have messaged him on that visit, on that point, exactly that point that I was trying to get across. I just
I
think
feel
it's
like
important, AG. I think it's for him to get across.
It is important, and I feel like we're talking ourselves around in circles. We will have to agree to disagree. I shall defer to the next hand. Regarding immigration is the biggest issue. It is the biggest issue, and there isn't an easy fix. It depends on a government with the will to do the correct things, which we have all discussed before, and it depends on a government from a party that has the correct policies and the correct manifesto. We will have to agree to disagree. I will defer to the next hand.
There's no issue with that, AG. No issue with that at all. That's what debate is about. We have different opinions, and we thrash it out and discuss it. That's what debating is. But again, it seems to be this thing is, if you criticise somebody at the moment, we had it with Nigel Farage. I saw it so many times in spaces with Nigel Farage. If you criticise somebody that you support, God help you. God help you, because you get so much stick for doing it. It really does, and I don't understand why people get so so defensive about one criticism that I've had about Rupert Lowe.
Mark, with respect, sir, I am not criticising your ability to criticise Rupert Lowe. My point is precise and simple. I am willing to walk past the mistakes, the verbal truth bombs, if you like, the verbal balls ups, but I look forward to the future. You are perfectly entitled to criticise what he has said. I support your right. I support democracy. I support free speech, which we do not enjoy in this country at the moment. However, that I am trying to politely suggest to me has to be something uncomfortable. You push it to one side, rather like the bill you don't want to pay. You do not lose it, you do not forget about it, but you move on forward in the same direction. That is all I am gently trying to suggest.
And I understand that, AG, and it will move forward, and it will be something in the past. But right now, it is a debate, and it is something that especially where I live in Scotland. It's something that is not, and I'm not trying to say, don't think I'm saying that you're trivializing it for 1 minute. I know you're not, but that's what it's coming across. Not from you, but from to say just move on from it. It's a very, very delicate, sensitive thing, issue in Scotland when Dunblane is mentioned, and the criticism I think was justified. I would have loved if he'd have come out, or his team come out, and this is where I'm talking about the professionalism. I would have liked him or one of his team to have come out and corrected what he said, and apologize, just apologize and correct his message, and explain what he was trying to get across. That, to me, would have ended it there and then, and I wouldn't even be speaking about it in the space if he'd have done that. But he hasn't, and it is a debate, and it is something that. But that will move on, and we will go back on to another policy of his, and on something else that he's doing, and that's all great. That's brilliant. But if he wants to win a general election, them mistakes do matter, and they do count, and they do. Those little mistakes, if he keeps making them little mistakes, I'm afraid he will not be the next Prime Minister in 3 years' time. That's my view. He's got to up his game in that respect, because that's politics. That is politics. I criticise Nigel Farage often for things he's done or things he's said. I do it with Andy Burnham. I did it with Starmer. I do it with John Sweeney in Scotland. I did it with Nicola Sturgeon. When they say something, I hold them accountable. And that's just the way things are. I think AJ's gone. Is she? Yeah, she's gone. I'm sorry, but I just cannot understand this protection. This thing. If you're criticising him, that's it. You're part of the enemy. You're part of the problem, and it's something. I think every politician needs to be held accountable for the words. What they say matters. It really does. What they say matters. We listen to what they say. That's politics, and not being able to criticize or have an opinion and then get all heated up about it because you've criticized. Just move on. I'm telling you
Do you
now,
not do you not think
Scotland will
actions
not
matter
just
more
move
than
on
words,
from
though?
that incident. They will not move on. They haven't moved on from the day that happened. And when somebody speaks about it, when they don't even need to mention Dunblane, they're going to be fucking held accountable in Scotland. I'm telling you that now. And telling us just to move on from that, it's trivial. It's not, doesn't matter. I'm sorry, but it does matter. It matters in Scotland. It matters a lot in Scotland. Anyway, Alexandra,
Hello. After all that,
hello. I'm
I
getting.
just thought,
I'm just getting on my high horse now.
I know you were, weren't you?
I
God,
was.
flipping hell. Down, down, boy, down. No, I was just going to say, I just looked up the gun deaths because actually a friend of mine lives in Texas. When this was brought up, actually, he kind of turned around and said it actually isn't as bad when you calculate kind of the percentages, and it's true. A lot of suicides are made up of firearm deaths, so it's people that actually kill themselves. That's about 62% of the total year. And then homicides are about 35 to 40% of gun deaths in the country. So I think it's not as, gun ho over there as you'd think. And I think there's a lot more kind of like rules as well. They have tight gun control, and obviously buying a firearm isn't as simple as walking in and saying, yeah, I'll have that one. So I think it's a bit of a fallacy that kind of it's, you're walking down the street and everybody's shooting at each other. But yeah, I mean, with the gun thing, yes, the guns are here. I mean, they're definitely here. I mean, I don't know whether anybody saw it, but there was a guy who was running a B&B or something like that, who'd actually kind of turned around and said crates were delivered, and he did go and look. He had all of these foreign visitors come into the hotel as a HMO or whatever you call it, and these crates were full of AK-47s, and he'd whistleblown on that. So yes, guns are very much here. It's what we are going to use or have the right to protect ourselves with, because at the moment we can't even carry a pepper spray or anything like that. It's like a boiling pot waiting to explode, and that's what worries me, the lack of kind of like people that are aware that it is going to kick off at some point. Something is in the pipeline. The government isn't well, I think that they're actively kind of like pushing for it personally, because they haven't done anything about anything so far, so obviously they're turning a blind eye to it. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention the gun thing. I think it's kind of one of those things that's a little bit, and I have spoken, as I said, to my friend in Texas, and he explained.
Yeah, I think America have the same issue with guns that we've got with knives, in my opinion. And the
No, I
big
don't
issue,
think so.
but
By the way he
yeah,
was speaking, it's not as bad as that.
well, I know, but we see often these schools that have with the guns get shootings in schools. We America do have a gun issue, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The problem with a gun, Alexandra, is in a matter of minutes, you can see 20, 30, 40 people shot within a matter of minutes. It's so quick, and it's so there's not much you can do about it. That's why I don't want guns in this country. I
Yeah.
really don't. I don't want guns. I don't want people to be able to have guns the way they're walking around with knives, and
See,
I don't want the kind of issues with. And I do know the shootings in this country. I lived in Manchester most of my life. I lived outside of Moss Side, and there was a shooting every single weekend in the 1980s in Moss Side.
yeah.
It was a no-go area. It was an absolute no-go area. So I understand the guns and the gun law, and I understand how many guns are underground, and I understand that. I've seen it. I know it. I've lived in the same in an area that had a big issue. But you look at Moss Side now; it's been cleaned out. There's nowhere near as many gun shootings in Moss Side as there used to be.
I
It's
think
not a
though
no-go area anymore.
it's up and coming though. I really do think that we are going to see a lot more of it. I really do.
But
But I
we're not
think
seeing it. But right now, but that's my issue, Alexandra. At this moment, knife crime is a million times more prevalent in this country than gun crime. So let's sort the knife crime out, and let's not make the gun crime any worse than what it is right now.
But again, they're not doing it, are they? They seem to be kind of like
Well,
letting it go. They could be doing stop and searches, but they won't, because it's evidently racist to do so.
exactly,
So.
but it doesn't mean we can make it worse by
But
introducing
I would prefer. Do you know
guns.
what though? I've got to the point though, Mark, whether it's me or a person waving a gun or a knife at me, I'd shoot him. I'd
And
shoot him.
that's
I
yeah,
would
but
rather
then,
have a
well,
gun
Alexandra,
and
you
save
may
my own life than be
yeah. All right
killed.
then, Alexandra, you may shoot him.
Let me ask
No,
you something.
Grayson, we do a hands up, mate. You put your hands up, and I'll come to you. It's no good people talking. Three people in the conversation doesn't kind of work with spaces. So if you put your hand up, I'll come to you. But Alexandra, what if you go to shoot that guy and you miss, and you hit an innocent person behind him?
Well, that's where
What
some
then?
training comes in, isn't it? That's what
What
That's what
you
I
can
would prefer, is
all
to
due
have like
respect,
America,
Alexandra.
where
You
you
can,
have to be trained. You
yeah,
can't
but
just go into a shop
I
and
know,
buy a
but
gun.
Alexandra, with all due respect,
You
no
don't
matter
need
how
training to
much,
shoot a gun.
Well, that as well.
Grayson, I've asked you to put your hand up, please. That's the only way
Put
spaces
your
work.
fucking hand up, man. I already
Thank
did
you.
put my hand up. You don't see
Yes,
it?
but I'll come to when I come to you. then you can speak. At the moment, it's no good if everybody speaks at once. It doesn't work. Alexandra, with all due respect, with all the training in the world, in that situation that you're being attacked by a knife, that training really, it doesn't give you any kind of sense of how you're going to react to it.
Well,
And my opinion is, innocent people, if the gun laws were relaxed in this country, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, innocent people are going to die.
well, innocent people are
Innocent,
dying, though, Mark, aren't they?
yeah, but
That
we
haven't
don't
got
need
the
more
right to
though.
protect themselves, even.
We don't need more. And what happens if what happens if someone, if you're, and I'm not talking about you, but anybody walking down the street and someone comes up to you and they look threatening, but really they're only going to ask you where a directions, and you just go out and shoot them. I'll guarantee that will happen,
Well,
because mistakes happen.
People
And
get away with stuff because they're using something that doesn't make sound. You
Grayson,
understand? The gun makes sound. You can't get away from that. You're missing so many points.
Isn't it weird how the fucking Americans ain't got no manners to let other people speak
exactly. I've
first?
just removed him because I did ask him
Charlie,
3
you
times.
sound awfully familiar, my friend.
Right, we'll go to Hans because I have removed him because I did ask him about 3 times if he'd just have a little bit of
Quickly, Mark,
patience.
I just got to tell Brandon I got suspended, Brandon, again.
What, on both accounts?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, girls.
Right, who's next? But I
I
do
think it
understand
might
your
have been
point.
me.
Oh, was it you, Matthew? Come in.
I think so. The app doesn't work for me, so I can't always see everyone else's hands. But
Yeah,
as
no
far as I
problem.
can tell, it was me. Yeah, I'll go back to the Rupert Lowe thing with the Dunblane thing. The thing
Shut
is,
up. Tell me, how is your God not a bastard? Tell me, prove to me Jesus was not a bastard. Come.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, I've removed him, and he's another one that can get to fuck. He can, fuck off. He doesn't. Jesus Christ! I'm trying to fucking have a serious conversation here, and we get dickheads coming in like that. Right then,
Yeah,
I thought for a minute I thought it was Britain that was talking then, but it wasn't.
no, it's Vagabond who's stuffed the
Yeah, I thought it was Britain.
section.
I was about to remove him, but it wasn't him.
Yeah, he's got he's put stuff in the chat which is showing up. I don't think it's anything particularly offensive, but he's obviously spamming. But never mind. So going back to Rupert Lowe, Dunblane. What I'd say is, I know you're suggesting he apologizes, Mark, and I just think as a general rule of thumb, that doesn't seem to be a very good tactic, and it hasn't been for a very long time, like at least 15 years. It seems like any time you apologize, even sincerely, it's just more fuel for the fire. There seems to be no, I forgot what the word is, there's no forgiveness, people used to apologize and then you'd be forgiven, but we don't get the forgiveness anymore. So I don't think there's any strategy in apologizing. What I would say is you probably could divert the conversation a little bit to say, well, I know obviously, Dunblane is upsetting. And if you don't want something like that to happen again, because we obviously have had terrorist instances, I think some bigger, in fact, haven't we? If you look at the numbers, I could be wrong about that, but we've had other instances where lots of people have died, and I think Rupert Lowe and Restore, with their policies, particularly on the border stuff and the immigration stuff, would reduce the chances of things like Dunblane happening. Although, yes, I know it was a white man who did Dunblane. So that's what I would say on that. With the gun crime thing, if you only take white men killing people in America with guns, the rate of that happening in America is lower than the rate of that happening in Finland. So you drew a link between, like an association between knives and guns. I'm afraid the connecting thing there is people who aren't white. That's the connection. You just have to look at the stats. In fact, black people in this country, Britain, they're 50% more murderous on average than black people in America. That's a stat from, I think, just under 2 months ago that came out. So So when it comes to guns, I'm in two minds. One, I think we should have the right to defend ourselves. If there was a way to say, native Brits could have guns, but no one else, I'd be up for that. But obviously, there's loads of red tape and equality acts and all this stuff where that would never happen. And I certainly wouldn't want foreigners and people who aren't native to this country having more guns. So I don't personally know what the answer to that is. Although it doesn't even have to be handguns, if you had the right to just carry a shotgun, I think that would be all right, because I think the thing you were saying earlier, Mark, was that it's the element of surprise, so like with a hidden pistol, you could just pull it out and very quickly there's a lot of casualties. If you're walking around with the shotgun or something, there's less bullets at a time. I think that would be a better solution, because you still got the self-defense element, but you haven't got the rampage element that you might have, more with a pistol.
There's nothing. I'm sorry, mate, and I do understand what your point and that, but there's nothing that would put me off more than if I was walking around with people walking around with shotguns. Sorry, I just don't think it's necessary in this country. We'll be adding to a lot more deaths than what we're seeing on the streets right now. I think we need to concentrate. Personally, I think we need to concentrate on sorting the knife crime out. Do that before any kind of gun law revisited. Guns revisited in this country. We need to sort out the knife crime, and that's kitchen knives, and that's utilities that we're going to. You add guns to that. You're
Mark,
talking about fucking chaos.
To the question that's at the top of the space, immigration. The quickest way to solve knife crime is just to deport everyone who doesn't belong here. People who aren't native to this country. I know people don't like to say it. It just is that simple. It really is. Why do you think they keep hiding the stats? Because we all know what they are. They had the police vans. Do you remember? What was that? Maybe a month ago, where they just kept catching bad black people, and so that wasn't good enough. So they had to stop that, because apparently that's not a good thing. They weren't catching enough bad white people.
I'm all for sorting out immigration. I'm all for deporting people, but for this just to be natives in the country, I think that's we're not going to get to that point. We're never going to get to that point. I think personally we need
Can you
to
just clarify what you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, I think we need to get rid of the illegals. We need to get rid of people that are not integrated within the country. We need to get rid of the criminals. We need to get to that point. But I think when we're talking about getting rid of people that have lived here for 30, 40, 50, 60 years and are contributing to the society, contributed to the communities, contributed to the country, I don't see why we need to be removing everybody. And it's just my opinion. I know people have different opinions, but we're not even anywhere close to having that kind of conversation in this country. I think we need to we need to stop the bleeding. That's what we need to do. We need to stop the bleeding first before we can have that conversation. We need to cut immigration down to the bare minimum before we can have that kind of conversation. And we're not anywhere close to that at this moment. Debbie,
sorry,
go on, Matthew, go on.
Yeah. I was just trying to link the fact that we're talking about immigration and knife crime. I'm just saying there is a link.
I know what you mean.
Quickly, like when you say you're not interested in deporting people who've been here X amount of time. Yeah, obviously that's it's a different category than people who've arrived here. No heritage here, whatever. I know they're not the same thing, but at the same time, even that Digwa guy who killed Henry Novak, he was born here, wasn't he? And he killed one of our people with a knife, with a weapon.
He's in prison for life for doing it. Doesn't mean we move that. But it was horrific what happened. Absolutely horrific. And the police made so many mistakes. The poor kid in his family, my heart goes out for him. But that incident doesn't mean we kick out every Sikh that's in the country.
Oh no, but we should kick out those ones. I mean, if they're not in prison, they should be deported. The
Well,
brother,
he
the mother,
needs
all that, right?
he needs for the sake of Henry's family, he needs to be in prison, not in a hospital or wherever he ends up. He needs to be in a prison, and he needs to be. They need justice. I don't, and this is another thing that's my view, and I think people might have disagree on that. But my view with kicking out the foreigners or the people in prisons or the prisoners they are, I personally would want the victims of these horrific crimes to have the biggest say. If they say kick them out, then fine, I'm with that. If they say no, I want them in our jails doing time for what for what they did to my family, and I want them in a UK jail, suffering in a jail for life. So I would go off what victims want, not what we want, in my view, because I think it's victims are the ones that matter the most. Because if we kick them out and they end up being released in 5-6 years, is that justice for Henry's family? I don't think so. I don't think they will see it as justice. But again, I would be victim led by any kind of kicking out foreigners from our prisons. Personally, I think it's they have the right.
I
First.
agree with that. Yep, thank you.
Cheers, mate.
I'll go then. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers for your input, mate. Debbie.
Oh yeah, okay. Thanks a lot for the mic. I was just came on the tail end of Alexandra's discussion with reference to self-defense.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're joined to a gun club. So with regards to training, I actually think training is a bit important because it's not always easy to hit someone from 25 yards. Also, the problem is with, okay, knife crime. Yeah, absolutely. Should get hold of that. Should sort that out. But you've got to have the police force to do that, let alone the will to do that. Now, wasn't there a chap on here a little while ago when he first all started up who said that somewhere, was it Hereford or something? There's 1,500 coppers in the county. So what we're looking at here is there's not a huge police presence, is there? So that's a bit of an issue. Now I'm just sitting there and I cast your mind back, God bless her, because I had a lot of time for her, Anne Widdecombe. Now imagine if she had a gun. She's an old dear by herself. I mean, let's face it, she could have been 55, 60. A lot of women live by themselves these days. Now, if she'd have had a gun, I think there could have been a different answer to all of this. I don't know for sure. Who knows whether or not she would have pulled the trigger? Who knows? We don't know. We don't know the answer to this. But what I am saying, because remember there was that farmer as well. He shot a bloke in the chest at the front, and he got let off, didn't he? Because it was a proof of defence, as opposed to that guy, 100 years ago, who shot someone in the back. So that was someone fleeing, as opposed to a self-defense situation. Now, all I'm saying is, as a woman, I am weaker than the majority of men. Personally, I would feel a lot more comfortable if I had access to firearms. Now, I absolutely get when you say, oh, if you make firearms available, every Tom, Dick and Harry's going to get one. Well, basically, every Tom, Dick and Harry criminal can put their hands on one anytime they like. To think that they can't, you're just being a bit daft, really.
No, I'm not saying that, Debbie. I'm not saying that. I understand. Like I said, I lived in Manchester.
They can get guns. We honest, law-abiding people can't.
I understand.
We can get a firearms license, of course, for a shotgun or whatever, but we generally do not have the wherewithal, or you know, we don't want to break the law either. So these people that do want guns and are perfectly happy to use them for nefarious reasons, they can get guns.
They can, Debbie, but the statistics don't bear out that we have a serious gun crime issue in this country at this moment. The statistics don't bear it out, Debbie. So I don't want...
At this moment in time, they don't need to, because they carry knives, and knives are cheaper.
And hammers.
More accessible, let alone the dreadful thing, yeah. But all I'm saying is, if I was a little old lady, which I'm nearly a little old lady, but if I was a little old lady living out in the middle of nowhere, I'd like a gun.
Yeah,
and I'd be quite happy with that.
I get the sentiment, Debbie. I really do.
Yeah.
But the issue I have is, if we introduce guns, even on license, so as you say, everyone will need a license, need to be trained on all this. If we introduce guns into this country, I will guarantee innocent people, and I know you're going to come back with, well, innocent people are dying right now. That doesn't mean we have to introduce guns and more innocent people will get killed. And with guns, with a knife, you stab one person or two people, and then normally, you know, they can get them under control.
Or 20 odd with axe or rudabaga.
Well, yeah. But with a gun, you can kill a couple of 100 people very quickly. Very quickly.
No, you can't.
With some of the guns, you can. With some of the guns, yes, you certainly can. We've seen it in America.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have those guns, Mark. You wouldn't be allowed those guns.
No, you're not allowed really AK-47 cartridges.
No, I know that. But I'm telling you, Debbie, with guns, we will see more deaths, more innocent people dying with guns if we introduce guns. Why would we want to introduce something where, as it stands right now, and it's not naive to say it, the facts absolutely proves it right, as it stands right now today, and if it changes, I may change my mind, but as it stands right now, we do not have a significant gun issue in this country. We're not seeing it. We're seeing more and more, a lot more knife problems in this country, and we need to get.
Yeah, but that doesn't Mark. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't still have the option to have a gun.
Why should
because we? Just let me finish, Mark, and then you can come back with your answer, mate. What I'm saying is, if you're a little old lady and you've got a knife and you've got a hammer, and someone comes in with a knife or a hammer, you're going to get murdered. If you're a little old lady and you've got a gun, then you're probably not going to get murdered. That's the issue. It's a different set of rules for different people.
How many times will a little old woman with a gun get scared, turn around and shoot the wrong person? How many?
Well, if they're in her house,
that's not going to happen, then that is very naive. Because it will happen.
Well. I mean, you keep calling us naive, Mark. But
I've only used that word once, mate.
Oh, have you? Oh, I must apologise.
Yeah, I've only used that word once.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that if there is a little old lady and it's someone that I know or someone that you know, she has that chance. I want to give her that chance. But what I'm saying is, it's still controlled, mate. We're still controlled. We're not going to let any idiot have it or someone that's a bit extreme. What we need to do is we need to control everything that's to do with violence. And if someone wants to have a gun, they need to be able to prove that they're going to use a gun properly.
Yeah, but
there won't be anybody killing 20, 30, 40, 50 people because they won't be allowed those guns. But if someone wants a gun that's going to be able to shoot 3 or 4 shots or 5 or 6 shots, I don't think that's beyond the realms of self-defense. But I'm not saying give it to anybody. But if it's a little old lady, she's probably not going to go out looking to kill somebody. Now, if it's an 18-year-old immigrant that wants one, or an 18-year-old aggressive British person that wants one, we need to be looking at it. that's probably not going to be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe,
so it's just balance.
Maybe I'm coming from a position where I lived next to Moss Side in the 1980s, and I saw the gun violence that was going on in Moss Side, and I just do not want that kind of situation going on again.
How many of those guns were legal, Mark?
None of them were legal.
Right, and that's the
That's
point.
the point.
Yeah, but you look at
That
Moss
is
Side.
exactly
Yes, that's the
point.
point, Debbie. But you look at Moss Side now, and there's no gun crime. There's very little gun
But they're all
crime.
knifing each other, are they?
Well, that's the thing, Debbie. That's what I'm talking about. The knife crime is the issue we need to sort out.
Because it's cheaper to obtain, etc. What I am talking about is, I mean, you've got to remember, if you look over the gun laws and how they have taken the guns off us over the last, 150 years, 120 years, they've done it step by step in increments. Basically, we should never have given up our guns.
Well, after Dunblane, I would disagree with that, Debbie.
So the reason I disagree with you on this, Mark, is for self-defense, I would actually, do you know what? If I had a daughter, I would be training my daughter and my son up with a gun if I had the opportunity, so they can defend themselves.
Yeah, but Debbie,
and it's the same as when you train somebody up with karate or some sort of martial art. With that training comes a responsibility.
Yeah, but
and I would
go on, Debbie.
I would ensure that they are of reasonable sound mind as well, or otherwise it's like all kids. Not all kids are equal.
How many people, Debbie, in this country that have passed these tests to be of sound mind, and then been allowed, and then gone on to do atrocities within the country? How many people has that happened to?
Nobody normal does a test to see if they are of sound mind.
But they can pass these tests and they can get a license for a gun, and then they can go on the gun spree. That's happened.
It rarely
or they could pass that test and protect themselves from being murdered with a hammer,
which I think would be rather a good idea. But all I'm saying here is, if you do your tests, and it's not just a one-off test, you make sure that they take it in increments according to their ability, their ages, etc.
Yeah,
and I think we should be able to carry guns. I'd feel a lot comfier instead of going on. And also, you've got to consider a lot of elderly live in bungalows. Now, just think about this. So they're living in bungalows. It's been bloody hot. You talk to most of them, they go, "Oh, we can't have the windows open, though. Can't have the windows open at night. We can't be doing any of that." A lot of people are really scared. So I think giving them the ability to self-defend.
Yes, I
think
it's something we're going to have to slightly disagree on, Debbie, because I personally do not want to see a scared pensioner with a gun, because that is a recipe for disaster, in my opinion, Debbie. I know you have a very different opinion, and that's great. And I do understand your sentiment about it, but it's just something that.
I mean, I know that when these attacks happen, in rapes or anything at all like this, they don't come in ones. You hear about the unfortunate gang rapes. Unfortunate, Christ, that's an understatement. But they come in 5s and 6s. Someone comes around the corner and they attack a couple of lads. They're in 5s and 6s. Now, I, as a woman, have got no bloody chance, none whatsoever. But I tell you what, if I had a gun, I'm a bit more. I've levelled the field.
Yeah,
a bit
I will have to disagree. We'll have to agree to disagree on this one, Debbie. But
right,
I do understand it, and I think I'm up against it on this issue, because it does seem to be my opinion.
However, I will point out that crossbows are not illegal. Sorry, I didn't say that. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Mark.
Debbie. Yeah, I think I'm fighting against the space on this one, but I will stick to my opinion. But I do respect what I do understand what you're saying. JJJ, Mister.
Hello for the third
It
time,
is.
Mark. Okay, the reason I've put my hand up here is for the issue that we've just been discussing. Now, a firearm issue in the UK is a very, very emotive issue. There's obviously numerous people within the listeners who are probably pro-gun, they'd feel a lot safer carrying it, and I fully understand that. It does give you, if you're carrying any form of pistol in your pocket or open carry or even thingy carry that they have in America, a little bit of, how can I put it? You'd feel a little bit more protected. I get that. However, what I am going to temper this with is quick show of hands or even just a thumbs up. How many here have actually fired a proper pistol in anger? And I'm not talking on a range. I'm talking at another human being. Matthew G, you raised your thumb. You have. You haven't.
No, sorry, I not at a person. I fired at a range.
So I can fucking assure you that if you had done that, you probably wouldn't want to do it again. I see Scott, you're down there, fella, mate. You're probably with me there 100%. Thank you, my friend. Not just to back me up, but you and me, we've both served in some absolutely fucking shit pits. It does give you a sense of security, but it also gives you a massive sense of responsibility. And should they relax the laws in the United Kingdom and we're all allowed to carry, I don't know, a concealed carry pistol, maximum of say 16, 17 rounds, and that's probably 16 or 17 people that you could probably kill. Now, you could be the best trained pistol shot in the world. And I've seen trained soldiers that have done 15, 20 years have incidents and accidents on the range, right? And live firing with pistols. And they've either gone off in the holster, gone off for any incident can happen. So I'm not pro-gun in the UK. And I know it's going to raise some issues here. But I'm just trying to sort of temper the argument with, until you've held one, used one in real life properly, you won't want to use it again. And I'm not against it. I understand the demographics and the political side. Sorry, I'll scratch that last couple of seconds there. I believe that how the UK is currently going, there is an undercurrent here for protection. We want this, we want that, and this, that, and the other. But what I'm saying is if you do get an opportunity to go to a properly licensed gun range, which doesn't just do 177 or .22 rifling, but it actually uses a 9mm pistol, go there, feel it, feel the power in your hand. Okay, it does give you an adrenaline rush, and it does give you an absolute sort of thrill of everything. But remember, that paper target that you're aiming at 25 meters or even 15 meters or even in a CQB, which is close combat situation, could be a human being. It may be someone completely innocent who's been invaded or something like that. I know there's a lot of whataboutisms there, but I'm just trying to sort of temper the argument with the pros and the cons here. Mark, I'm with you 100% on that. We don't need guns in the UK. We've got the trained professionals. We don't have enough of them in the UK. We do not have enough trained police in the UK that are willing to utilise their training correctly. We saw it with Lee Rigby. They realistically, British soldiers are trained to shoot at centre of mass. Whereas I don't know what the police were actually shooting at because those two people were still alive. They should have been killed straight away. But that's just my personal opinion. I mean, only DD. I don't see the rest of your name. If you want to come back to me on that, please do. But let's just keep it reasoned.
Not yet, Jay.
It...
Only DD. I'm going to have to come back to you. I will come back to you. You can have your say to Mr. J, but I do need to go to Hans. But
fair play, pal.
Cheers, Jay. I'm pleased to come up because I thought I was a lone wolf for a minute then. So personally, Mr. J, I have never ever fired a weapon. I do not know what that's like. I can imagine, but I don't know. And I'm 100% against changing the gun laws in this country. I can only imagine what the likes of you and Scott have done, I can only imagine, but I can imagine the reality of it is something that I've no idea about. But I definitely 100%. I am definitely 100% against guns in this country. I don't think we need to introduce it. I don't see, as the statistics show, that there is an issue. But I think you did raise an absolute massive, brilliant point, Jay. And it is a brilliant point. We don't have enough armed response police in this country at the moment. That's something that we need to up our game on and get people in to do that. I think I don't know. Maybe you and Scott may have more expertise in this area. I do. I personally think it's because the police are being put off with the legislation that's in place, that the criticism and the attacks they receive when they have to use their weapons, they don't get backed enough by politicians. They don't get backed enough. I don't think they get backed enough by the general public. They're criticised too often for it. They can lose not just their job but their livelihood and their life. They can be put into prison for using their weapon. And I think we need to back our armed officers a lot more. And I think that, especially from politicians who cowardly, in my opinion, cowardly go with this narrative of whoa, the general public are up in arms. Let's hang the officer out to dry that's shot the gun, and criticise far too much about something they don't know anything about, because they've never been in the position where they've had a terrorist come at them and they've had to make a split decision within a second. Do I shoot? Do I not? And that can be the matter of life and death, a split second. And that's all they have to make a judgment on whether they should shoot or not. Just imagine that, split second. You know what that's like, Jay. You'll know what that's like, Scott. I've no idea. I can only just get my head around how quickly you have to make that judgment call. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Scott in, then I'll come to you, Alexandra, then Mr. Reed, and then Matthew. Scotty.
Hopefully my app stays working. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah, sure.
You're back.
Yeah,
Your app's back.
I know. It's for temporary. It's shocking. But yeah, it's an interesting subject, and I thought Jay articulated it very well, to be honest. I think it's difficult because there's many points raised from within the debate on this subject, because you've got people of sound mind. How do you define someone that's of sound mind after they've been given training? So it's got something can happen in their life that then can change their mindset, if that makes sense. How do you go about training a population? So say if you created a law and allowed guns within society to have self-defense, for example, for the I thought the interesting one was when someone done the homeowner as well. That was quite a good point, to be honest. But how do you train people up? How do you if you haven't got enough police officers, for example, that can make those in the moment decisions because they no longer feel protected? And again, you've got a counterpoint to that as well. Is, are the police officers corrupt where they'll do it out of do you know what I mean, in a negative way instead of a positive way? Because you get what I'm saying. So it's difficult, isn't it? Because you can't define someone's. You've then got to go into the motive, obviously, how they've done it. Now, there's police officers in the moment where you'd want, obviously, if they acted and you had politicians backing them up. But again, if they did it in a negative way, then it kind of tarnishes for every other police officer as well that's doing it. So you could have 99 positive cases and then have one negative case. And we have seen, not necessarily with the gun stuff, but we have seen these incidences where there is corruption in every force. And then you've got, obviously, from a domestic side, if you've got a population that can carry guns, concealed weapons, how do you know that, like Jay made the point, how do you know that those people are going to work them well without hurting themselves or potentially family members or neighbours or anything like that, because they haven't been trained. They haven't actually. This is what I was saying. How do you train them up? Because it's all good going to a once that licensed person, as you go to a gun shop and you get it and they give you a bit of training for that day, then you buy your weapon, you take it home. Are you going to then get mandatory training every couple of months? Because, you know, like it is, we all need resets on certain subjects. You're not an expert instantly. Do you have refresher training and that kind of stuff? And just give it a context as well. I think domestically in the US per year, self-defense, I think it's between like 300 to 400 instances of homicides where they're, I don't know if that's the right word, but where basically people have died through self-defense. So, but again, it's context, isn't it? So, how do you define instances of self-defense? Because each and every case is different. So,
just use logic, mate. Only logic, that'll work.
Well, there's logic, and we've also seen on past cases where if you use logic, people get about in terms of their own mindset to say, this is what I was thinking, this is how I was feeling, this is what this person did beforehand. And if you take any clip, like we see on the internet sometimes, you might see a 1 minute clip of an instance, and then if you've seen the 10-minute clip, it changes the whole scenario of what you're seeing. So again, it defines, you might be right 99.9% of the time, but what I'm saying is there's things that need to be discussed along the way if you was to introduce these. And I'm kind of with Mark and Jay. If you see the power that obviously a firearm exists, and then if you get someone angry in the moment over a particular, say they cut them up in traffic or something like that, are we of reasonable mind in this country where we've not grown up with weapons, where we can actually define that person not getting out of traffic and then going shooting somebody and losing their life because of a simple? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this would exist, but these are the scenarios, and that's just one shitty scenario. But that's the level that we're at the moment in terms of teetering on Britain on the brink sometimes, because people are actually they don't know how to control the emotions a lot of the time, and that's why you.
That's why you hammer an old lady to death with a hammer.
1 second only.
Well, that's just one instance, exactly. But again, yeah, you can't define the whole of society to one particular instance.
Or with the guns either. Why only one way?
I'm trying to be balanced on it. But again, like I said, if you can answer all the questions in regards to train, all the other things, then happy days.
What interests me, and it may be just the way my mind works, but what interests me is putting my view aside, because I'm obviously, and have said it quite clearly, that I'm against changing the gun laws in this country. But it is quite interesting to me that, and maybe if someone can correct me on this, they can. But the two guys that have served, that have used guns and that have know what they're talking about with guns, are the two people that are against changing the UK gun law in this country. Everyone else that's spoken hasn't been in that position, and that's what I was trying to say earlier as well, has not been in that position where they've had to use their gun on another human being. You have a split second to decide: do I shoot? Do I not? Is it, is this person attacking me? Are they just asking for directions? Does he look at? Is he angry at me? Why is he angry at me? And shoot him, and it might just be something completely different. That's the split seconds you have to make a decision to use that gun. Split seconds. And the two people that have served are against changing the gun laws in this country. Everyone else
I think Jay made a good point in regards to go to your local gun club, and there's 500,000 in this country. I think there's over nearly 3 million gun license, 3 million weapons in this country as well through 500,000 gun licenses. So we have got weapons in this country,
though, Scott, isn't it? Than being
Absolutely.
in your house or on the street. If you're in a gun club, you'll know you're safe. You know you're calm. You know you're safe. You're hitting a target. You know there's people and there's no kind of issue whatsoever. Then you put yourself in the middle of a street, and it's dark, and someone's approaching you, and you're scared, and you've got a gun in your hold all or whatever, whatever it is, carrying, and you put yourself in that position. It's very different, isn't it?
Absolutely, but again, there's an element of like people will say, and it's like there's increased risk on people actually going out nowadays because you see an increase in knife crime and everything else. So people are finding the weapons to actually to hurt people or to murder people or injure. So there is that element of it, and you need some sort of protection. And if there's distrust in the political ways and means, there's the police, and if not enough people to protect you. You stop engaging with society by actually say if you're a woman, if you're a girl, if you're people that don't trust, not just women and girls, but if you're men that don't trust going out into your society anymore. So therefore you're losing out as an individual. But at the same time, it's one of them counteracting methods where you've got to have the confidence to go out. So more like they don't have the opportunity, if you know what I'm saying, because it's more. I'm not saying it will stop it, but more and more people about, the less likely to do these types of acts. And it's not one of those things where you can easily just say, how do you stop evilness? Because like you said, to give the point of someone driving 400 and get a toolbox hammer. Do you know what I mean? It's completely it's how do you stop evilness in the world? Do you know what I mean? But is it by countering with self-defense, by getting an automatic? Well, not an automatic. Do you know what I mean? A weapon that can fire, like you said, and within that split second, you've got to make that decision to go, is this, because it potentially will end that person's life, it'll affect your life for the rest of your life, it'll affect your family's life, and it'll affect their family's life.
It doesn't need to end
those
the life.
Moments.
It doesn't need to end the life. You can just shoot them in the leg.
Yeah, but that's having the split second moment to find the leg as well. Because if you're in fear,
you hit the wrong vein, mate. You still die if you shoot. It's not like
the
movies.
Policy.
It's not like the movies,
No, I know it's not
shoot
like the
somebody
movies,
in the leg,
but it should be the policy to shoot somebody in the leg if you're feeling fear of your life, not to kill them, but to disarm them.
Hold on a minute. You said in fear of your life. Now,
yes, in fear of your life.
You can turn around, and somebody could be approaching you, and they might look the right kind of person. They may be approaching you quickly, and and that person could be in fear of their life. So you shoot them.
Yeah, in the leg. If you're in fear of your life,
they may be completely innocent. They may be asking for directions.
Obviously, somebody that is carrying a gun would also be vetted before they do it. And if they're a complete fruitcake that's going to shoot somebody because they're asking for directions, then you probably shouldn't give them a gun.
Well,
that goes back to my counterpoint of saying, how do you stop from someone, say, for example, if they're like close one died suddenly and then they've completely ejected from life and they're like, how do you know, like in those moments? I'm not saying it's going to be, it might just be one example out of 16 million, but
yeah, I'm talking about the majority. The majority of people are sane, normal and in good health. And they make the decisions. But
people change with instances as well, don't they?
They do, but the majority don't change.
Yes, I know.
The majority, that's why it's called majority, because it's a mathematical calculation.
Only you said somebody who's in fear of their life. Now, that's a sweeping statement that can be used by somebody very innocently approaching you. You still could be scared for your life.
But I'm talking about the majority, mate. I'm talking about the majority. Yeah, okay. Then you've got it covered, mate. If you think the majority are scared of the life when somebody comes and asks them for directions, then you're living in the wrong part of the city.
I've lived in some of the rough. I know some of the roughest places in Manchester, mate, and I've been round them. So
I rest my case, Your Honour. You're living in the wrong part of the city.
No, you got me wrong. I said I lived near some of the roughest parts in Manchester. Where I live wasn't rough, and where I live now is certainly not rough. I live in a village in Scotland, for God's sake.
Okay, so if you don't live somewhere rough, Mark, then I take you as an average person. So you're not going to shoot somebody that asks you for directions. What I'm saying is, if somebody enters your house and you're 80 years old and he's got a hammer in his hand, shoot the fucker.
Yeah, I think we're on the wrong. I think just for clarity, mate, have you used a gun in your life? Have you shot even at a range or anything? Yeah.
What I don't understand that logic. The
No,
logic is if
I'm just asking for clarity. If you've
well, I'm saying it's irrelevant, because if someone attacks me and I believe I'm in fear of my life and I've got a gun, I'm going to shoot them. If I am attacked and I'm in fear of my life and I can't defend myself, I'm going to die.
No, yeah, I think you're missing the point completely, mate. I really do.
No, I think you are. Mark. You're a lovely lad. I've listened to you speak. You're a great lad. But on this one, you're totally wrong. I need to be able to defend myself, and so do other people.
Well, I was starting to wonder whether I might have been wrong with the amount of people that were saying the opposite. But when I listened to the likes of Scott and Jay, who have actually shot a gun and have actually shot at people, I can safely say, they've served their country. They've gone to war zones. I would rather take their what they say above someone like even me.
Yeah, but that's not logic, Mark.
No, it is
just
logic,
because you've done it is logic, because it is, because if you've never shot anybody, or you have shot somebody, then whenever you shoot somebody, you need a good reason for it, buddy. It's not just something that can be, he knows what he's doing because he's done it.
We know life's not perfect. I'm
not saying it is. It wasn't for Anne Widdecombe.
But my point is, anybody, not me, not you, anybody can be walking down the street. Somebody may walk behind them or in front of them, and you feel a little bit threatened by that person. And they may be very innocent indeed. It may be very innocent indeed. That is not a risk I'm willing to take with somebody's life.
Mark, just listen to what I've got to say here, mate. Just this one sentence, and then I'll stop, and you can do what you think is best. But listen, mate, I'm not talking about people who are unhinged, who cannot justify what they're doing, who cannot think. I'm talking about somebody that knows their life is in danger, and there will be other ones, but the majority will know their life is in danger. And if their life is in danger, they should be permitted to defend themselves. I would recommend shooting somebody in the leg. But there will be a minority that are losing it, and they just shoot somebody because they're scared for no reason. But that's not the general logic. The logic is to look after yourself if you're threatened with somebody taking your life.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to...
I just want to come back on the point there that was made there about shooting someone in the leg. So even if you was to go to a registered gun club in the United Kingdom, those targets are not of arms and legs. They are of the centre of mass of a human form. So for you to pick out at whatever meterage with a handgun in the dark or whatever the scenario happens to be to shoot someone in the leg, mate, that's Clint Eastwood stuff. And I'm not taking the mickey out of it. I just think wow. So any gun club that's reputable will have obviously the targets, and they will 99% of the time, not necessarily be the circular ones, probably in the civilian world, the circular ones, but in the military world, they're obviously of a human form. And you're taught to aim centre of mass, because guess what? That is the largest target area that you can hit with a 9mm or even a 5.56 or heavens above a 7.62mm round.
You don't have to, Jay. Can I ask you a question, mate? And you don't have to answer if you don't want, because it's.
No, I'm not going to answer because I know what you're going to say. So
no. My question is, when you served.
Yes, I did.
When you first.
I don't know why he's laughing, because I did serve for 22 years, Mr. ODD.
When you served and you first shot at somebody, what was that like?
At first, it was euphoric, because you got that. It's quite a hard thing to go through. But the thing is at the same time you are quite excited. The adrenaline's thrown through you, but your training. It sounds really cliche, but your training kicks in. You do what you have to do, because not only are you protecting yourself, and that's a good point, you're protecting your friends around you. Scott will testify to that, because he served in the same climates I've served in. And the fact of the matter is it's only afterwards, when that adrenaline leaves your fucking body, you sit there and you're wondering, did I do this? Did I do that? Was this correct? Was that correct? And because you're in various scenarios in whatever theatre of operations, has to be with Iraq, Afghanistan, or for my case, back out in Bosnia and Kosovo, as well as those two other theatres of operations, you're constantly thinking, did I do this? Did I do that? Did I? Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. You question yourself. But the worst thing is you're living with it afterwards. If you've known what you've done, you've got to live with it afterwards, and that is something that I have to thumbs down, mate. Obviously, you completely disagree, but I'm not going to get upset by it because evidently the only thing you've ever done, and I'm going to be really rude here, so please excuse me, is you've probably played a few games or watched a few films. And that is the difference between somebody who's done something and served and somebody who wants to do that. And I'm going to land my plane there because
I'll just come
I don't
back
want to
on
get
you,
upset by
Jay. I
it. But
just want
thanks, Mark.
to state, because I asked that question for a reason, because what Jay's just said, with his experience of shooting at somebody, you then put that into a scenario of somebody who's done a little bit of training in a gun club or got a license to be able to carry, done a little bit of training, and you put that person on the street with a gun against what Jay has just said with his experience and the kind of training Scott and Jay would have had, which would have been a hell of a lot more extensive to what and more professional to what a gun club can do to an individual that wants to carry a gun. So you put that kind of scenario, you put the two different scenarios together, and I'll guarantee you, innocent people, at the end of the day, if you put a gun in people's hands that have had some training but have never shot at a live person before, and you put that gun into their hands and they're going out and feeling all great and cocky and things like that, I'll guarantee you, the best intentions, with the very best intentions, people are going to die. Innocent people will die. And not just that, you're going to destroy your own life and you're going to destroy your family's life, especially if you make a mistake. That will haunt not just you, but your family for the rest of their lives. That's a risk I'm not willing to take. I would prefer what Jay was talking about, having better, more. Sorry, my dog's playing with his toy. I would prefer a lot more. My dog's disagreeing with me. Bloody hell. I would prefer a lot more control. This is common. Never work with animals. Never ever work with animals. This is the this is the kind of control. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. It's pick the one squeaky toy you'll pick and bloody pick. It's found, a little shit. Anyway, that yeah, the point is that's not a risk I'm willing to take, and I don't think we are at that point in this country, anywhere near that point. Like I say, better trained. Well, the officers are very, very well trained, but we need more. We need more investment into it, and we need more officers, and we need. I would prefer that than become a wild, wild west of the UK. Right then, after the dogs upset me like that, I think it was Alexandra and then Nikki. And I'm just
Hello.
about to go and kill my dog, Alexandra.
Oh, I love dogs, I really do, and their squeakies. It is a difficult one. I've heard what you said, Scott. I've heard what you said, Jay. I would rather be alive than stand there thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get stabbed. I'd rather kill that person before they kill me personally. But I will say that I would rather have an immense load of training to be able to do so, and have a license and be checked every couple of months or so. Who's that? Oh, is that Mr. Reed? Ugh.
What?
It's Mr. Reed. He's a complete idiot. Yeah.
Is it?
Anyway, yeah. So if kind of like say Mr. Reed was coming after me shouting Alan snack bar, I would rather have the chance of saying, not today, Mr. Reed. You know, I've personally been attacked, very violently attacked. Not many people know because I don't advertise it. I thought I was going to die. If I'd have had the chance to protect myself, I would have done it.
I'll come up with another compromise, Alexandra.
Hold on.
Go on, finish off. Go on.
I've been left kind of like with an alert button on the whole time. Okay, that's what I'm left with. Now, if I had kind of like been able to defend myself, I'd have felt a whole lot better, at least. Now, police officers, you say about having a load of police officers armed. Yeah, it'd be great. But they haven't got the experience either of shooting a person. The army have. The ones that have been, you know, on the
They have
line.
extensive training, Alexandra.
They've had extensive training, and they've experienced shooting people. So I would prefer a load of people from the army to be the police personally, because I think that a gun-ho policeman that's had training.
They're not gun-ho, Alexandra. I know.
Hold on. What I'm
but I
saying
have to.
is at the moment we haven't got a police force, have we? I mean, we have got some that are kind of like the proper police, as I would call them, but the ones that are walking around the streets, they aren't there to protect us at all, and we've seen it time after time after time. I wouldn't want one of those having a gun, because I know that out of Mr. whoever that's just floated over here on a boat, me being attacked, I'll probably be the one that's shot for being racist. So no, I wouldn't want them having guns.
I'm not suggesting they have guns. We have special units that
Yeah.
armed response.
I would like an armed police force personally, because this country has got so dangerous. In, you know, you're lucky if you kind of like in your town, or I've had a murder across from me, believe it or not. A murder.
Well, I'll compromise again, Alexandra, with you. I'll change my mind if part of the training is you do national service.
Have to be.
You do national service.
You would
and
have to be absolutely trained and not given that training certificate unless you've proved yourself worthy.
You do national service and you get trained up by the army, and to the point where they decide whether you're sufficient enough to use a gun.
You say, Mark, national service, but I mean, poor old Anne Widdecombe. I mean, could you imagine her doing army training? I don't think so. So what I'm saying is,
then that's the point. Then you've just made me point for me.
Common sense.
You just made me point for me.
Common sense in training people properly to be able to keep bringing them back to make sure that they are absolutely, you know, intelligent. You know, they have to take a test to see that they are.
Test. You can't test somebody on shooting at a human being. How can you have that kind of a test?
But you're saying you're going to put police when they haven't shot anybody either. What I'm saying, Mark, is tell the young women that are going out now and being harassed, raped, punched in the face and being knocked out just because they don't want these foreigners' advances.
I can flip that, Alexandra, and say, you go and tell an innocent person's family that's just been shot in the street by another person.
Well, I think it's getting that dangerous.
You go and speak to that family and explain why it's okay for that to happen.
I think that you're kind of like missing the point. If somebody was absolutely trained to the hilt and had a gun license and had to attend retraining and be assessed, that's what I'd be up for.
But you've just heard two people that served in the army, that have used weapons and shot weapons.
Yeah.
You cannot test. You cannot do that enough.
But look at it this way, Mark. If somebody is coming at you shouting Allah Akbar with a bloody great knife, are you going to stand there and say, "Oh, let's talk about this"?
Of course not.
Just hold on a minute, because obviously you're a bit stressed.
Yeah, but that kind of argument doesn't really work.
But it does.
It doesn't, Alexandra.
That's the country we're living in at the moment.
No, it's not. It doesn't work, Alexandra.
I should have the right to defend myself.
But you couldn't answer my question of because I can flip that and say, you explain to a family of a kid or a person that's been shot innocently in the street because
But does that mean
they
everybody
looked as
that's
if you were
armed is going to
harassing
do
them.
that? I think that you're kind of like missing the point that people.
He only chooses the extremes. He chooses the extremes to make his points.
Only,
We're
hold on a
talking
minute,
about
hold on a minute. You've just accused me of using the extremes, except apparently. But Alexandra said a person running at me, shouting "Allah Akbar" with a knife. I've never experienced that in my life. I don't know anyone else in my sphere that's experienced that either. So that's the
Well, you
extreme.
pretty much see it every day on X that something or another or somebody or another has been stabbed to death when they're perfectly innocent. We need to be able to arm ourselves, or we need to have the right to protect ourselves in some way. And I'm telling you that doing kung fu in front of somebody that's just about to stab you, and I agree with Debbie that they don't come as one, they come as packs like hyenas. We do know that. You don't have a chance. So why are we going to say to ourselves, oh, gosh, we're British. Let's just let him stab me. I'm sorry.
That's I think that's kind of a pretty it's a poor example, to be honest with you, Alexander,
But
because
yours is a poor
you might as
example
well
for
just
me.
say but you might as well just say uh, just forget about law and order and let's just shoot everybody if you feel threatened.
You're putting words into my
no,
mouth because
no.
I in
That
no
would
way
be the
said
That's
that.
law.
that's
We're
where
not
you're
saying
going with
forget
it.
about the law. We're saying that is the law. If someone comes to kill you, you can defend yourself, and I'm saying that should be the law logically. Of course.
With proper
Mark,
training
I could
and
answer your question.
gun licenses.
I'll answer
Matthew,
your question about having to
I've
see
got
the
to go to
family.
Hans. We've got if you put your hand up and then you can come back in. I'll bring Nikki in.
Hi, Mark. Good to see you doing spaces again. I agree with Jay and Scott, Mr. Jay and Scott, to be fair. Absolutely 100% agree with them. Guns, I've been handling guns since I was, well, in single digit ages because I grew up on a farm. I knew how to use a gun. So I've used anything from a rifle to an air rifle. But what I have a problem with putting guns into society because we have at the moment children ending the lives of children with machetes. Can you imagine what would happen if we actually put guns in their hands? You can outrun a knife, you can't outrun a gun.
Yeah,
It would just be horrific.
there's
But the
already a
So
children
lot
I
of
with
guns
guns are
out
absolutely
there.
doing it illegal.
There's a
no,
lot of guns
but
on the
even
street.
so they're doing it illegally. Why make it legal?
I'm not
That's
saying
just
make it
putting the
legal
guns
for
into more
children.
people.
I'm saying make it legal for especially for
But
females.
But no, absolutely. I
Yes,
am a
yes,
woman.
absolutely.
I am an adult human female. So I was born a girl. I am a woman. So we can just remove that part of the conversation out.
Most of the
But I
female,
don't even
Why
agree
do you
with,
speak for all women?
hang on.
Can
No,
you
I
let
speak for
Nikki
myself.
speak, please, and not
But
interrupt?
I don't know who's answering me, but that's really
Just
rude.
let her speak.
But I don't even agree with pepper spray because if I can illegally carry pepper spray, so can my attacker. My attacker could actually disable me with pepper spray, which means that I could be attacked. We need to look at this properly. What we need to do is instead of looking at the weapon we use, we need to look at our judiciary system. We need to look at law enforcement. We need to make sure that crimes like this are actually completely alienated from our streets. But I don't. If guns were, I'm with Mark on this 100%. If we allow guns on our streets, it will turn into the wild, wild west, and we will be a worse country. Because if somebody has a disagreement with somebody, I mean, I'm of the age now where disagreements just mean, do you know what? Worst case, you shouted at each other across the pub, and you may have had a little bit of fisticuffs, but you just dusted that off and you started again the following day. If you are hit with a gun, the chances are that is it. It's game over. That is wrong. I don't want pepper spray. I don't want guns. I do want, though, a police force. I don't want a police service. I want a police force. I want a police force that will actually look after me and protect me. but I do not want weapons like guns put into the street, because I think that will be Lord of the Flies. I'm sorry, but it will just be Lord of the Flies if anybody's read that, and it will be the lunatics taking over the asylum. That would
The
just be
thing is
wrong.
as well, Nikki,
So I know I see laughing emojis, and I'm used to that now, and I don't care. But sorry,
I
Mark.
just wanted to come in for a second. It's as if we're talking as if we have a huge gun crisis in this country.
Absolutely.
We don't. We don't. We have a knife crisis. We have a knife crisis. So we need to get the police equipped to sort that out. And the way to sort that out is not by introducing guns so you shoot a knife, someone with a knife. What you introduce is, if you carry a knife on our streets, just carry a knife, and you're going to prison for 10 to 20 years. No ifs or buts, just for carrying a knife. And I guarantee you that'll cut knife crime. And
But
then if
Mark,
you
they aren't
introduce, if
No,
you
even.
stab
absolutely.
somebody, with a knife, you're going to prison for life.
But Mark, they
And
aren't even doing stop and searches because of DEI
well,
anymore.
yeah,
They
but we need to
used
But
to
they
get that
need
be stop
introduced
to.
and
then,
They need to
searches.
sort that
Alexandra.
out. They need to sort that out. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
looking at I'm hearing people on this space. Sorry, I was just going to come in as listener, but I came up to speak because I'm hearing people in this space say, "Well, do you know what? You need to be psychologically assured that you're okay to carry a gun. To carry a gun." Well, look at Axel Ruder Cabana. He wasn't psychologically put into some kind of prevent, even though he was reported to prevent. When we're looking at Digwall, who killed Henry Novak, he was actually referred to prevent, but they did nothing about it. So I don't actually trust that any authority will have the okay, or will have the wherewithal to turn around and say, do you know what? You're not capable of carrying a gun. So I don't want a gun in society. I
But
want.
Nikki, may I ask you where you're kind of like, you've got obviously gun experience and everything like that. I don't know. Don't tell me if you've got a gun in the house with a license, because I don't want to know. But
No, I know. I'm absolutely fine with that. I grew up on a farm, so
yeah,
my dad, one of his roles was gamekeeper,
yeah.
basically.
So yeah, obviously like Rupert Lowe with his guns. But if you were at home with your family and everything like that, and you had that gun in the house, and a load of foreigners barged in and started threatening you, would you shoot them?
Okay, right. I've got a two-part answer to this, Alex. You know me. I'm kind of
So,
always
Nikki,
kind
can
of.
I just for 1 second, because and I'm going to bring you straight back in. I'm sorry, but there's 2 requests to speak. I can't bring you up. I can't get a co-host because it won't let me. So I do apologise. I'm not ignoring you. It's just spaces at the moment. I can't do it.
Mark,
So
I'll drop mate to listener if that's okay to let someone come up.
cheers, mate. If yeah, come back as well if you like, Jay. Go on, Nikki.
Thanks. I'll drop down in a minute as well, so you can let others up, Mark. But thank you for letting me speak.
I've got everyone now.
But no, in response to Alex, as far as my house is concerned, if somebody breaks through my locked door to come in, I assume that they will be wishing my family harm. And I will take the absolute most, how can we say, protective sort of responses to that. I of course I will. If somebody, like I say, I have locked doors for a reason. I don't want people in unless I've invited them, and I think I should be able to protect my family. And in which case, I can, through act of self-defense. The law protects me if at any moment in time I feel that my life is threatened, I can protect myself. Or if the family if the lives of somebody I love is threatened, I can protect myself and them. What I am saying is, I do not want guns on the street, because there are kids at the moment that we're not educating our kids to actually respect human life. Everybody is taught that its feelings matter and it's how they feel that's important. They're not talking about the person that stands next to them. And I really worry about that because we're teaching our families to be, or we're teaching our kids to be so individualistic. Nobody else matters. And that's wrong. But no, Alex, as far as my own home is concerned, I will protect it to the absolute maximum. But when it comes to out on the streets, I do not want guns on our street. I don't want knives on our streets. I want stop and search to be increased, not reduced. I don't care whether if it's more. And sorry, I mean I know this space is recorded. Thank God for that, to be fair. But if it's more of a certain particular demographic that is carrying these knives, I want more of that certain demographic to be searched for knives. I want that sorted
I
because
agree
knives
with
should
that.
be off our streets. But I don't want guns in our streets because as a society, we are not grown up enough for guns. We're shown that we're not grown up enough because of the way that knives are handled. And as far as pepper spray is concerned, I don't want to be walking my dogs one day and for my attacker to get me with pepper spray because it's legal. Because if it's legal for me, it has to be legal for anybody else. There is no way that I would actually back somebody saying, do you know what? It's okay for a woman to carry a gun, or it's okay for a woman to carry knives, because it's not only women and children that are being hurt, it's boys too.
Do you know
So
something?
Can I just come back on that, Mark, though?
Go on,
Sorry.
yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, though, Nikki, I'm afraid that these people that are coming here with doing knife crime, and we do know a high percentage of them are the rapists and the stabbers, the blah, 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 because we never used to have crime rates like this going off in our country before.
But they're not just newcomers, Alex. It's second or third
Yes, yeah,
generation.
you're
It's
absolutely
actually
right.
education that's the problem.
They've
It's
got it
not.
in the moss as well, which is another problem because they should be
It's
raided, closed down, bulldozed down, in fact.
but it's not just the
But what
mosques.
I'm
This
saying,
is what my problem is.
what I'm saying is that they're not going to exactly play fair. They're not going to say, well, now I'm legally allowed to have pepper spray. They have these things anyway. They have them without the government saying yes you can or you can't. So again, we are left helpless. And I just think that we should have, in this day and age where we're in so much danger, the right to protect ourselves.
Absolutely agree with that. I do believe we should have the right to protect ourselves. But when it comes to the likes of weapons, pepper spray is classed as a firearm. Whether I think it's right or wrong is beside the point, but it's actually classed as a firearm. What we need is our police, police and our judiciary to actually turn around and enforce the law, so that people that do commit crimes using things like these firearms in its broadest sense are really sent to the cleaners. We don't have enough prison places. That's one thing. We need to build more prisons. We need to send more people away. And we need to tell people that what they're doing, if they do use a firearm to either threaten or hurt somebody, they need to be going down for a long time. But I don't think when it comes to with education, teaching kids that they are the best. It's only their feelings that matter. They are everything themselves individually. I think it's a bad thing to bring guns into society, because all it would take is somebody picking on somebody and somebody else, and that person brings in a gun to take out the person that's picking on them. That's not how you deal with bullies. We're
I
a
also think.
society that's.
Sorry, Nikki. Finish off. Go on.
No, I'm just saying, I just worry because I do think it will become the wild, wild west
Yeah.
if we do introduce guns. I respect whatever Mr. J and Scott, I mean, I know Scott's blocked me, but I do respect what they say
I've blocked you now.
thank you, as military personnel. I come from a military family. They would have gone through absolute hell if they'd have served in combat. But in any kind of conflict. And I think their words need to be heard, because we don't know, as people on the street, and I'm including myself that has known firearms for pretty much the entirety of my long life, we don't know what is involved with actually taking out of another human life. Kids that are being taught today are not taught the value of human life, so they are not going to see when they end. When we look at Rudy Cabana, when we look at Calcadone, Rudy Cabana from Southport, as everybody knows, Calcadone. If I've pronounced his name wrongly, I'm not even apologising for that. I actually don't care. But from Nottingham, they were classed as mentally ill. I want that changed too. They're not mentally ill, they're psychopaths. We need to start differentiating between anxiety and depression and the need to inflict hurt or pain or death on somebody. We need to start really changing the narrative on this, changing the rhetoric. But with lethal weapons, our society has regressed so much that I think it would actually do us harm, because there would be very few people I know that would want to hurt an innocent person. But that very few people is way too many. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm preaching now. I'll step down now,
It's
Mark.
fine,
Sorry.
Nikki. I totally agree with you. I think I'm going to go to Sandy next, but I'll just say this point. I think we need our police force sorted out. We need the judiciary sorted out. We need the politicians to do a lot more. I don't want to give them an easy way out of doing the hard work to save the country by just saying, well, let everyone have guns and they can sort themselves out, because that's what it'll end up like. So I don't want that. I want to give them the chance and the opportunity to sort the country out by doing the hard work of sorting the judiciary out, sorting the police out, the sentencing laws
But
being far too soft, letting them out early release.
in the
There's a
meantime,
lots
we're
of
sitting
things we
ducks.
can do. There's things we can do. But Alexandra, that can be done very, very quickly. It just needs an act of parliament. It just needs parliament to do the job that they get paid to do.
Mark,
That's
it
all that
doesn't even
needs.
need an act of parliament.
No,
It
it needs
really doesn't. It needs
the
the College
government.
of Policing. It
Yeah.
needs the College of Policing to actually send through guidance that enough is enough. The College of Policing at the moment is the most woke nonsense that I have ever heard. They need to start saying, do you know what? We have a police force to protect our citizens. They
Fuck the
need to
police.
start enforcing the laws. The laws are already in place. They are
Yeah.
just deciding
Um,
that DEI is trumping the laws that are needing to be
and
enforced.
I need to go to Sandy, Nikki, because I think she's
Sorry, Mark. I'll shut up now. I'll
no,
drop
it's
down to
fine.
listener.
No, I completely 100% agree with you. I'm going to bring Sandy in, but first, only, please, we're trying to have a really serious, intelligent conversation about a lot of serious issues here. Continuously sending the laughing emoji about whenever someone's speaking, it just it
Mate,
you
when they're
don't need to be
talking on
you don't
nonsense,
need to be
you're not.
that person, mate. You really don't.
A top tip is don't look at the screen when you're speaking, because then you don't see the rude people.
It doesn't do anything for me. I think we're better than that. Sandy, do you want to come in?
Mark, just really quickly, I'm just making sure you can see my hand because I think I was after Alexandra, but I dropped down
I'll
and came
bring you
back
in
up.
after. I'll bring you in. I
Yeah,
can't see hand. I can't
no,
see
that's
hand
no
raised.
worries, mate. Don't worry about it. I
Yeah,
was just making sure.
And
my
I also.
screen is completely blank of hands. But I'll bring Sandy in first, then I'll come to you, then, Mr. Reid.
Spot on,
Sandy,
mate. Thank you.
Oh,
no
I'm
problem.
still waiting as well, please,
Yeah,
Mark.
I'll bring you after Mr. Reid. You all get a say. Don't worry, no problem. Sandy.
Hello,
Good
hello, darling.
evening.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me up. And
Always.
I'm gonna be a little bit contrary here. And hold on, let me say my piece, please, if you wouldn't mind, and please don't interrupt, because that way it gets over much quicker. There's a couple of things. 50 Cent, I think, was shot about 8 times, and he's still, a mega pop star or whatever he is, rapper. So it means that, just because you shoot someone, they don't necessarily die. Unfortunately or fortunately, whichever way you look at it. There's a country, I think it's either Switzerland or Sweden, that is compulsory to carry guns. There's not a gun-toting maniac country as far as I know. And we used to own guns, and I can't remember there being many history lessons where we were all running around rootin' tootin' and shooting each other. So there's that. But that horse has bolted. The gate, unfortunately, our society now, where we've relied on the people that should have been looking after us, have dropped the ball, to say the least. And what I would say is the fog of war and the theatre of war, whichever way you want to look at it, my heart breaks because it's a horrible, horrible situation for everyone involved. But I would also say, why don't we, this would be my idea, because there's been hypotheticals bandied about left and right. And I would say, if we could have like a home guard of people that were trained in communities that were these sort of, like on the spot people to protect their own communities, because unfortunately we've got to a point where they're not safe. I come from London. I know you said about Moss Side, and I would like you to all imagine for 1 second, and then I'll land my plane, that you're in a park with your loving child, or your niece or nephew if you don't have any children, and they're riding around on their bicycle, their beloved bicycle that they've just, every penny, £700, lovely bicycle. They're only 13. They're wearing braces. They're really enjoying themselves. They're with their two little friends, and they cycle out of eyesight. And next thing you see is your child running towards you crying with a mouth bleeding, finger marks around their neck. And their friends tell you that somebody, a hooded character, has just attacked them and stolen their bike. And you see, because it's a very, very individual bike with white tyres, which is very rare, you see the hooded character cycling off into the distance. Now, if you had a gun and that was your child or your niece or nephew, would you be tempted to aim at that individual because you can prove that he's just done that crime? But before I land my plane, Mark, just 1 second.
No, it's fine, go on.
Because at the end of the day, the reason why my son, because that happened to my son in London, in broad daylight, by the way, that he didn't identify when he was given the opportunity, he only told me years later, was that he was then threatened by friends of this individual on a bus and said, we can get to you. He just told me to give you a message, don't identify him because he can get to you at any time. Like, this is a message from him. So we have already reached the point where, unfortunately, the criminals are running the show, and we're at a loss where it's kind of an narco-tyranny, to be honest. And I think we can do innocent people hypotheticals till we're blue in the face, but unfortunately we're becoming in the minority. So with that being said, I'll land my plane.
No, thank you, Sandy. And first of all, I say that's horrendous what happened, and I do feel for you completely. It's just not acceptable whatsoever. But you did say they cycled out of sight. So you having, or your partner or someone with you having a gun would not, unfortunately, would not be, you wouldn't be able to shoot that person, would you? Because they'd cycled out of sight. So it's
Well, kind of. It was the length of there was a
yeah,
lovely meandering path, which is where it was behind tall reeds, which was where he stole the bicycle. And then where I was standing, where I had full eyesight of the whole field, there's like a field, and then there was the kiddie park, with the swings and slides and all that, probably about 50 meters away. And from one side to the other, it's probably about 250 meters, the length of the park. And I saw him cycle from one side to the other. So if you were a sharpshooter, I guess, and you had gun skills, but that was just my hypothetical, because at the end of the day, I'll tell you what, if I had someone who was ex-services living in my community that was licensed a firearm, and that, it was, I would feel a lot safer. And if my partner had I'm just being honest with you now, if he was firearm trained and we had one, because when I bought this house, I had a gun. I used to call it the gimp cupboard because it was locked. I wondered why we had a locked wardrobe. It was very heavily oak doored, and but it was because the previous owner was a gun owner and had a gun license. But I would feel more safe, because unfortunately, we're getting to the stage where very uncivilized, very criminally minded people are running amok. So that was just my hypothetical. Thank you.
yeah, I get that, and I completely understand that. But I'm sorry, my position's not. I'm not going to change my mind on this position, because I don't want more deaths on our street than we have already. Politicians are responsible for this because they've relaxed the laws, they've relaxed the sentencing, they've relaxed, they've took their eye off the ball, and we're because of immigration as well. But it can be fixed. We don't need to introduce another element into our society that's going to make things, in my opinion, worse. What we do need is we need more police, better trained police, none of this DAI crap that we've got. We need sentencing. They need proper deterrence on sentencing for knife crime, for rape, for all these heinous crimes that are occurring. And I would prefer they did that than introduce another element that, in my opinion, and I'm completely and it is very interesting. I'm not saying in a derogatory way to anybody, but it is very interesting that the two people that have served and fought and used a weapon and used a weapon against another human being are both of the agreement that we should not relax our gun laws in this country. That's very, I just find that quite interesting, because, and I think it is very relevant as well, because they've experienced it. They know what it's like to shoot at another person. And I'll say again,
sorry, Mark.
but I'll say again, Sandy, it's a split second decision you make, because even with gun laws, even with guns, there's going to be tight legislation around it. You cannot just bring out a gun and shoot a person because you think you're threatened, or there might be burgling or pinching or something like that. You can't do it. You can't do that. You have to be extremely careful on who, on when you use a gun. And if you just make one tiny split second mistake, you and your family and everybody are going to pay a heavy price. Listen to what Jay said.
I was
When
just going
you
to
shoot
say,
somebody, even when it was the enemy, that plays a heavy toll on you for the rest of your life.
I was just going to
Taking a
say,
life is not a straightforward and not a decision that that anyone should take lightly.
Mark,
Yeah.
tell that to the family of the guy that was walking his dog, and I'd forgotten his name.
Oh, Alexandra, you can bring out every single example as you want to prove your point, or to prove a point of having guns. I can do the same, Alexander.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's the same for both sides. I mean, the gun control argument is it's a back and forth. It's one of them where you're going to find pros and cons for both sides of the argument.
And I could come up with an example. Alexander could come up with an example, and everybody, Sandy, we could all come up with examples. But at the end of the day, in my opinion, and it is just my opinion, and I respect the other side to this. In my opinion, because I see your frustration, I understand it. Believe me, I understand it. Because I when I lived in Manchester, and it's not a story I often tell, I was mugged taking the takings from work. I used to take the takings to the bank every week, and I was mugged by three men. You can see it was in Manchester. There was reports on it. It was on the TV and all sorts. They've never caught the three men. I was beaten. I was kicked. I was I was sprayed in the eyes with some sort of substance that I had to go to the hospital with. That happened when I was 24, 25 years old. That happened to me, and I still remember it to this day as vivid as anything. And trust me, if I'd have had a gun, I would probably have used it, without a doubt. And I get that argument, but I am still against it. I'm still against more weapons on our streets, Muggins,
Matt, just very quickly before you get to your hands, just a question for the whole room, really, to ponder on. Whether you're for or against this, bringing back guns. If the law did get passed, would you apply for one yourself? Now, you've got a lot of hands up, so let them come back
personally,
on that.
mate, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. No, I certainly wouldn't. But then again, I'm living in the countryside, and it's quite a peaceful place where I live. So I suppose it's down to your circumstances, where you live, the area you're in, the crime rates of that area. I think a lot comes into to that question. A lot comes into people's thoughts and answers, I suppose. Who was next again? Can anyone remember? Because I keep
Can I just
forgetting.
butt in a second
No, you
and
took
say,
too
if we
long,
do
Matt.
have,
You took too long.
can I just say, from a gun law perspective, if you're looking at the American gun laws, for example, you have to keep your weapon unloaded in one safe, in a locked safe. You have to keep your ammunition in another safe with a combination lock. So by the time somebody comes into your
It's
house,
pretty difficult, isn't it?
absolutely. So if somebody breaks into my house through my locked door, I would have to find one safe with my revolver in, my Glock or whatever it is. I mean, I quite fancy having a Glock, to be fair, but that's another story. We'll go into another day. But I would then have to go into a second safe with a combination lock to get the ammunition. I would then need to load that gun. By the time I'd done that, my invaders, shall we say, into my house, I'm not using that in any racist term. It's just if they've come into my house through a locked door, they are invaders. They would already be there and they would be prepared. So I don't see what help it would be. I really don't. I just think it would be. So I'm just saying we need to consider that as well. It's okay saying yes, we'll have gun laws for the home, but the thing is, if you've got the gun and the ammunition in two separate lockable safes through a combination lock, the chances are if somebody breaks in, you're not going to be able to get to it anyway in time.
Yeah,
Have tasers
agreed.
then.
Well, that's another issue. Yeah, that's another issue, Alexandra. It's something that I think we could discuss all night. I think I'm going to go to the hands, and I think it was, and I'm guessing here. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm going to go with Mr. Reed.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, a lot of interesting discussion. The few points I want to make. The first one is I don't necessarily appreciate being used as an example as an attacker, Alexandra. So if you could refrain from doing that, again, that would be appreciated. I think when we talk about
Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry, I wasn't
gun
listening.
laws, I was saying I don't appreciate being used as an example as an attacker.
Can we stick to the?
Of course, yeah.
rather than...
I think when we're talking about gun laws, we need to remember the UK culturally, at least recent culture especially, new generations have grown up never touching a gun, myself included, never handling a gun, never shooting a gun. So, when you compare it into America, which, by the way, is also a shit show for guns, how can we expect? I think that if we had guns, it would be worse than America, and we see what happens in America. I think as well, my concern with guns is in a party that's quite prominent on the relaxation of gun laws, which is Restore, who's led by Rupert Lowe, who recently said on a podcast that Dunblane was one murder and used it not to say that we need guns for defence, but used it as a complaint because his father got his guns taken off of him. So what is it? Is it he wants guns just because his father got his guns taken off of him, or does he want guns for self-defence? He's not made that extremely clear, especially on a podcast in a country where there is a huge problem with gun violence.
Can I jump in as that, as not a Restore supporter? I'm absolutely not a Restore supporter, and Alexandra will say that. So I think he misspoke on the one murder. I don't think he meant it as. I don't think he was dismissing it as one murder. I'm going to say that. And even though I don't like the party particularly, I'm going to say that. But also on a farm is a bit different from in cities. On a farm, you need guns. You're going to have things. I mean, whether it be foxes, which everybody is going up in arms because of trail baiting and things like that. There are pests that need to be handled. They need to be culled. Otherwise, you lose your livelihood, whether it be from sheep being killed by predators or whether it be your crops being destroyed. So you need to have guns on farms. I think we need to stop conflating farm usage of guns with urban usage of guns. Sorry, that's just from my perspective. Sorry, I just needed to say that.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, if you're finishing up, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I've got lots of words. Sorry, people need to shut me up occasionally. My husband just laughed then when I said I got hundreds of words as well. So apologies there.
Yeah, I mean, like the point about the comment from Rupert Lowe, he may have misspoke, which I hope he did. I've not seen an apology. There may be an apology, but I've not seen it. So if there is an apology, if someone could link that would be appreciated. But if not, I'm going to take that as face value of what he said. I think a lot of people sort of forget the collateral damage that would happen if guns were to be reintroduced into the UK. And we see that it's not just about defence, it's about, you know, if the good people get guns, the bad people are also going to have more of a chance to get guns. So if someone's coming behind you with a knife, it won't be the case they're coming behind you with a knife anymore. It'll be a case they're coming behind you with a gun. And a gun can kill you from a fair amount of range compared to a knife. So there'll be higher deaths in guns from perpetrators that would originally be wielding a knife. And I think there's a lot of talk about sort of protecting our children, which absolutely we should. But with gun laws being sort of less restrictive, you've then got to factor in the safety of public areas and schools. And it's not the whole topic of guns, but it's not been touched on, I don't believe, since I've been in. So I'm going to touch on it a little bit. The UK's had one school shooting since Dunblane. 17 children and a teacher was killed. One. Since that, the US has had countless hundreds of school shootings and shooting events on school campus since then. So by bringing guns back in, and I'm just going to quickly counter, because there's a few arguments that can be made against that as to why did we not have a school shooting before Dunblane. A big issue with in terms of crime nowadays, especially, is copycat. Since Columbine in 1999 in America, school shootings have surged, and it's all through a lot of it's sort of mental illness and generally just horrific people that see that as something viable to do and copycat. But I'm a firm believer that if we kept gun laws the way they were before introducing further strict gun laws, we would have a fair few more incidents on school campuses and public places with guns, because that's the culture that's been brought up now, especially in a time that's rife with mental illness and conflict between different people in the country. The country's on its arse, pretty much. I do not accept the fact that there won't be countless innocent people, innocent women, innocent men, innocent children's lives being taken from them at the hands of a gun. We have a knife crime epidemic in the UK, so why should we introduce a gun crime epidemic as well? Because the argument could be made that guns can counter knives, and that's fine, but people forget that as soon as you arm people with guns, the black market to getting guns illegally becomes larger. Because there's more guns being distributed and the circulation of guns is much more vast. And, then you've got to look at how do you vet people? Because Scott made a very good point. You can vet someone, to the bone. You can vet them for years. and all it takes is one event or one thing to change in their life, and they go absolutely apeshit. But they're licensed to have these guns. So, I just think it's something that I understand why there's an argument for it, because it's horrific what's happening in the UK. Understand that. But it's just something that I don't see as viable and worth bringing guns into the UK fully, because there are guns in the UK and there are gun homicides in the UK and they're all horrific, but a lot of them are gang violence or in-house homicides. So that's your sort of domestic disputes. There's not been a mass shooting in the UK, I believe, since Dunblane. So or at least a level of 17 people killed. So I just do not see a world where we can accept that to be a potential. That shouldn't be even a thing that could happen. You could make the argument, oh, well, it might not happen, but there shouldn't be a chance of that happening. That shouldn't be a thing that we need to, that children should be sent to school with the obvious risk of an absolute lunatic coming in their school with a gun. Knife crime's bad enough. We don't need gun crime on the streets as well.
Cheers, mate. Yeah. Nirvana, you've got your hand up. Bring you in. Oh, no, sorry. It was Matthew, then Nirvana. Do apologise.
Thank you very much.
I'll bring Nirvana. Nirvana, I'll bring you up next.
Great.
No problem.
So, where was I going to go with this? I've totally lost my train of thought there because I was listening to Mr. Reed. I just had a quick check. It does depend on what kind of incident you classify as a school shooting in America, because there's different ones. But generally speaking, it doesn't look like to me, although it is debatable, it doesn't look like to me that school shootings have actually increased since Columbine versus before. In fact, in the 90s, it looks like there was 182 incidents, and in the noughties, 183 incidents. It's gotten higher, but literally only since the COVID lockdowns. So maybe that's something to do with COVID. I know a lot of kids, didn't socialize or whatever, and they're just
mental illness. That's that's what it's saying.
Could well be. Yeah. So I just thought I'd mention that. Obviously, none of it's acceptable, but the reason I bring it up is I'm not convinced the whole copycat thing is as prevalent as people think. I think it's more to do with media attention, because it's happened once and it makes a big splash, and you sell newspapers because of it, and everyone's glued to this TV screen. They go, oh, well, that was great, our ratings went up, and then the next one they go looking for it. I think it's probably more to do with that. But all of that aside, fundamentally, what is it we're really talking about? Because it sounds like we're talking about guns, but I'm not sure we really are, because I think fundamentally the problem is we see that it's more dangerous to be out in the streets in Britain. A lot of it is clearly because of people who aren't British. We see that there isn't enough deterrence. We see that people aren't being punished correctly, and we see that the laws benefit people that aren't from here. So to answer your question earlier, Mark, about how would you feel, the one you posed to Alexandra, how would you feel if you had to explain to a family, of someone who was wrongly killed because we've made weapons more available? I mean, isn't that sort of what happened for Henry Novak's family? Because his murder was allowed to carry weapons, but Henry Novak wasn't. So the situation you're talking about, which you don't want, you did say that, and you don't want it to increase, it's already happening. And I think that the problem we have is that it sort of feels unfair, right? Because even though you could be right, there could be more innocent people injured in the future. At the moment, it just looks like the only innocent people who are going to get killed is us, and everyone else is protected more than us. And so I think fundamentally, partly down to unfairness, and so, people are getting a little bit more desperate and think, well, maybe we should have firearms. And so it's not even about the guns. It's about, I can't expect the police to protect me. I can't expect people to be deterred by the law and long criminal sentences to prevent them from doing what they want to do. If they want to go around killing people, they might go, oh, I don't really want to go to prison, though. Well, lots of those people won't care now because, hey, they can go like Axel, whatever the fuck his name is, and go, chill out in some place that looks like a university student hall. Was it 300 grand a year we're paying for that? Something like that? So I'm just putting it back, basically. I'm saying fundamentally what we're talking about is...
I understand what you're saying, Matthew, but there's an easier fix than bringing guns into it. with regarding the Henry horrific murder is you ban all knives. Don't matter about religious knives. You don't allow it. You don't allow it. That's an easier fix than saying, well, let's just bring guns in because it is allowed. We have to demand that this is not allowed. This should not be happening. This needs to stop, and to be able to stop it, you then bring a judicial law in, or whatever you have to do. You get the government to turn around and say, well, all knives, religious or not, are banned from the British streets. And if you and then you go further, mate. You say if you carry a knife, you go into prison for 5 to 10 years just for carrying a knife. If you use your knife, no matter if you injure someone or not, you pull that knife out to use, or you use the knife, you're going to prison for a very, very long time, if not for life.
So
if you make you make it a deterrent to stop it, you don't introduce. You don't just say, as the government, for instance, because you need the government to agree to this. The government, I can't really
well,
get my head around
you're
this
not.
kind of debate.
You're kind of arguing against the point I'm not making, if you don't mind me saying, because I did concede the point that if we did loosen weapons laws, or allowed for more weapons, there would be more innocent people dead. I did say that. My point, the reason I bring up Henry Novak is to say the point I was making, that it feels unfair. It feels like we're left behind. We're feeling more vulnerable than before, and we're feeling more like that there's less we're allowed to do about it. So we're all very frustrated about
100%.
it.
Yeah,
And so that's the
I
point I was bringing up.
100% agree. And mate, don't get me wrong. I understand the because I've been a victim of crime myself, a violent crime. So I understand where you're coming from. Trust me, I really do. I completely understand it, and I'm not. I agree with you on that sentiment, but I still, even after my personal experience, even after everything I've gone through that, I would not want guns on these streets. I know I went through, and by the way, I lived in Manchester, and a nice part of Manchester, but I lived there for 27, 28 years. And I think I went through Moss Side
Hold
once.
on, there's a nice part.
Yeah, there was back in the 80s, mate. Yeah, there was back in the 80s. I lived in a nice part, Shubburn, for about 28 years. But I went through Moss Side once, just once, because it was a no-go area. And you did hear of shootings, seemed to be every single week in Moss Side. It was a lawless place, trust me. I don't want that replicated throughout the whole of the UK. And I think introducing guns, that is what you will see. You will have Moss Side replicated throughout the UK. And from back in the 80s. And I do not want that. I want better policing, better judiciary, better jail sentences, all this. And that will make a more of an impact and a better solution than just saying, well, let's bring guns back. And I can't really imagine the debate in Parliament of the pros and cons of guns. I think it would be, if it's the same as the arguments we're having here now, I just don't think it would. I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't, and I'm pretty thankful. But I do understand the frustration, and I do think we need to up a game policing with the policing and that, without a doubt.
Can I just say,
I'm going to go to Hans, mate.
Oh, I was
Go
going
on then quickly.
Well, I was going to say, because
I'm
here's the thing:
starving.
when we're talking about guns, we're not really talking about we should all have the right to just kill anyone. What we're saying is we need sufficient ways to protect
I know,
ourselves.
but mate, if you introduce guns into the UK, even licensed guns, what you're going to get is you're going to get a whole load of people with guns. It's
I'm
inevitable.
sorry. I'm literally making the opposite point. I'm saying maybe we don't. Maybe the guns isn't the answer. We need some other way to protect ourselves. And I was actually going to ask. I think it's Scott or one of the other military men. I mean, is there some way you can think of that we can have something that is a defensive mechanism that doesn't require a huge amount of skill, right? But isn't necessarily able to kill, right? Because if someone's attacking you and your goal is to stop them from attacking you, not necessarily kill them, then there must be something available that isn't a literal gun. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Cheers. Maybe Scott can come up and answer, but I need to go to Hans. I'm going to go to Nirvana. You were next.
Hi there, and thank you so much, Mark, for allowing me to speak.
No problem.
I heard both argument and both argument highlighting quite clearly the loss of trust in the state at the moment. People are scared. People are feeling that the criminals get away with their murders, with their crimes, and everybody look for solution. And now we arguing what's a solution we can do as citizen. I thought about those myself. The murder of Anne Widdecombe have really unhinged me. And I asked myself a question. If Anne had a gun in her house, would she be able to save herself? And I think the answer is no. Yes, I acknowledge that we don't know all the details, but from what is published, that she was hit on the head 21 times. That in alone highlighting two things. Number one is if someone want to kill someone, they will find a way to kill because they are determined to harm someone. And number two, they always target the one who is more vulnerable than them. If they think that Anne Whitcomb is like the world championship in boxing, he will probably think twice before targeting her. But because he know, probably, again, I'm making a speculation here, but it's evident from what is published that she is 70 plus, vulnerable lady living on her own. So clearly the chance of herself defending herself, if the gun is available, and as Nikki mentioned, she have to keep it like every loyal citizen, every law-abiding citizen will follow the rule, i.e. keeping the gun in one safe and keeping the ammunition in one safe. But the criminal are there because they do commit crimes because they don't abide by the law and they don't care about the law and they think they can get away from the punishment. So they will think in 100 ways about how to do the crime and how to target the one they want to harm. And that is the problem. The gun might protect the more powerful, the youngest, the one who have better skills, better responses, better reflexes, but it will not protect the vulnerable. And that is why, for me, the gun solution is not a solution. We have to work. This country is not has to revolt again. It's not to revolt. I'm not encouraging a revolution, but I'm encouraging to press the politician to get their act together. I am angry to hear that someone like this Southport murderer, which I don't want to even mention his name, should getting a high tech or a high gym facility, state of an art facility. If we are rewarding criminals with streets, there will be more crimes and there will be more ways and more tools to harm. And I will tell you, and I will tell you something. If there is gun, there will be always, as Mark said, illegal guns. Statistically, in South Africa, there are thousands of crimes committed by illegal guns. I know a South African who said he loved Britain because he finally he doesn't see a news about a gun crime anyway in the news anymore. And now we are trying to ruin our society, which is supposed to be better and more civilized, more caring, because there is no will in the politician of handling crimes. No, I would rather push our politician to handle crime, to be tough on criminals, to put those who committing crimes on dungeon, to put those who are claiming or hiding under religion to say, sorry, mate, you cannot have a knife just because this is your religious belief. This is what we should force for. A, B, C, D, F, and Z. Gun is Z. We are missing the A in and how to tackle and bring in peace and bring security to our society. I'm sorry for my passion and thank you.
Thank you. I'm just, I know I'm going a little bit off topic, but just read somebody who's, I quite like actually, Stuart, who's hasn't spoken in the space, hasn't got involved.
Where's the speech?
Yeah, talk for it in a
Where's
minute.
the speech?
Well, shut up a minute, Brian. I'm a little bit shut up. I'm a little bit annoyed about this because you don't see it that often, but he's left a big long comment in the Purple Pill about the space and about the way I've hosted the space and the way I'm droning on and others are droning on. Not once did he come up and speak. Not once did he put his hand up and get involved. But he feels the need to put a big long message in the Purple Pill on
Oh,
how
it's Stuart Williams. Yeah, that was 2 hours ago. That.
I don't care how long ago it was. I've only just seen it, and I'm pretty disappointed actually. We host these spaces. I've given up my whole afternoon. It is now 7:20, and I've still not had my tea because I was quite interested in what people have got to say. And now I could have gone hours ago. I could have said, right, I'm off now, but I've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed listening to everybody, no matter whether I've agreed with them or not. I enjoyed listening to people. Give us a fucking break. We're trying our best to host spaces. We're trying our best to get discussions going. Now, I'm not a professional speaker. I'm not a professional politician or anything like that. I'm just a guy who thought I'll hold a space on something that I'm pretty passionate about. And if you don't like that, then piss off and do your own space. But don't criticise from the back or from the rat's nest or in the Purple Pill and feel the need that you have to leave a big long fucking worded script about how badly I'm doing as a host and how bad the space is. You don't need to do
Mark,
that.
there
You're
are
doing
some
a
people
great
that
job.
can't help themselves.
You
That
don't
Mark,
need
there
to,
are some
yeah,
people.
but they don't need to do that. They can,
No, I know, but they just think
yeah.
they get to be hosts. They get to be guest speaker on a couple of spaces, and they think that they're God's
I'm
gift to the
disappointed.
human
I
race.
quite like
Yeah,
listening
I
to it.
know. Just ignore them, love.
But I quite like listening to the guy. You know, something. If you don't like it, you don't need to leave a comment. You can just leave. You can just go and do your space somewhere. But don't leave. Don't get personal just because you don't like the space. There's no need for it. There really isn't. You know what I mean? Every host that I know. That that hosts spaces. Scott's one of them. He puts in a hell of a lot of effort every night to do his spaces. Puts a hell of a lot of effort to do news at 10. He doesn't need to do it. He's given up time to do it. He's given up his time with his family because he feels it's necessary and it's a good thing to do. And that's all I'm trying to do. So instead of and if you and I don't mind if people think I'm a shit host, that's fine. That's your opinion. But don't need to leave it in the Purple Pill. Come up and tell me. Come up and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Come up and speak. But don't.
Oh, there's a critic everywhere, Mark.
Yeah,
Just ignore them.
I'm naughty because I'm fucking starving now.
Can we?
I've had now to eat since what time did I start the space? I said I was starting this space. I think it was about 2 o'clock. round about 2 o'clock.
You need to change your name to Hangry Zegfeld.
Yeah, well, I was doing this space at 2 o'clock, and I thought I'll do it for a couple of hours. And it's now 7:30. I'm starving. I've had nothing to eat since like 2 o'clock. I'm getting hoarse now through getting shouting. Now I'm getting angry, and I'm gonna have to calm down because I'm being told
I'll calm you down, Mark. No problem. Because
Right.
you spent 5 minutes talking about this guy, which you didn't really need to be honest
Well,
with you.
it's my space, mate.
Take the
So I'm
notice.
quite
Exactly.
yeah, but it's my space. It's my it's
Take the notice of these people, Mark. That's what I'm saying. Just take the
yeah.
notice.
I just get angry about things like that, mate. Sometimes when I'm hungry. Right then, who's next? Who's next?
I think I'm next, if that's okay. I think I've got my hand up first. Don't lose hope. I think you're doing a great job. You've got a great audience. I'll be brief so the conversation can keep flowing. So it was in regard to a comment made earlier that the victim, Henry Nowak, wasn't able to defend himself, wasn't able to carry a knife, but the attacker was. So I just wanted to remark that the weapon he used wasn't a Kirpan, so he didn't have a legal right to be carrying that. So banning the Kirpan wouldn't have affected that. And the other point I wanted to make is because I've got friends who are Sikhs, and I'm concerned about the community being, all of them being targeted, all of them being tarred with the same brush because of that horrendous individual case about Sikh attackers. So statistically, Sikhs commit fewer crimes in the UK than in like any other religious, any other ethnic denomination. So taking away their Kirpans, I mean, it might reduce, but there's not Sikhs running around the country like stabbing people. We would either see much higher rates of crime if that was the case from that community. If those statistics are in doubt, you could look at the home ownership. So if somebody wants to play, I'll give way.
Yeah, one's too many. And he was in possession of a Kirpan. He didn't use the Kirpan to kill him, no, but he did have a Kirpan. In fact, he had a cache of Kirpans that he robbed from a Sikh temple a few months ago.
Yeah, that's not okay, but he still would have stabbed the guy using a non-Kirpan. It wasn't that he was legally allowed to carry the weapon, but he was carrying that he stabbed the guy with, and that the guy would still be alive if they banned the Kirpan.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but the argument's irrelevant. At the end of the day, no religion should have an exemption to carry a blade. I mean, he shouldn't even be here in the first place, right? He shouldn't even be in the country in the first place to stab Henry.
I mean, I'd lean more towards that side, because just because they're committing low rates of crime, if it's even lower, that's still better. But I'm concerned about facts and the truth, and just some of the things they said earlier weren't objectively true.
I wasn't here when they said that it was a Kirpan used. Like I say, it wasn't a Kirpan used. I mean, that's just
no,
fact.
it was on the grounds that
him.
He was able to defend himself and the attacker wasn't. But I agree with all the things you said about guns. I mean, the other factor in this is I don't think there's any support from the wider public. None of the political parties have even mooted the idea of legalising guns. And I mean, I was walking through my town centre today. I mean, I went to a church pay to get a few of the community events. I go to the local council meeting, etc. And there's some political activists in town, and they were pro-EU people. I mean, I'm strongly on the Brexit side, but they had stickers on boards and they were taking polls, and somebody could do that for legalising guns. They could move the idea around, they could do a petition and try and get support. There's nobody doing that, and I don't think it would generate any support in the UK. So while it's an interesting thing to discuss, I just don't see anybody actually calling for that or that happening. So I share your thoughts about, the problems of legalising guns might be a bad idea in the UK. I think almost all, like parents, families, people who are concerned about knife crime, they wouldn't want loads of guns around. It's quite boring reasons, but I agree with you. But somebody else wants to speak. I don't want to hog the microphone. I'm quite aware of these.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'll agree. I don't think there's enough support in the country to bring guns back. I think there was a referendum. I think it'd landslide towards no. And that's just my opinion.
Personally, I don't even know why we're even talking about the guns because it's never going to happen. So it's a waste of
I'm more of a pragmatist. I mean, I'm Alex Bram. I'm quite open with who I am. I've been very involved in gender critical activism to national activism. I'm focusing on the issue of the conversion therapy ban, but I don't want to derail the space, but that's where my name comes from. So if anybody's interested in that, follow me, DM me. But I'm much more interested with all topics about actual in-person meetings and activism, campaigning and conferences than just stuff online. But I think you're doing a great job of hosting these spaces, and I'm glad you called out Scott because he's in a brilliant job as well. So full encouragement from me, but I will pass to somebody else because loads of hands
Cheers,
up.
mate. I've calmed down a little bit now. I'm ready to have something to eat. I'm bloody starving, but I'm going to keep the space going because there's 90 odd people in it, so it's
Mark,
going.
I know what you can have, mate. You can have some chips, gravy, and tomato sauce.
Oh,
That'll suit you.
that sounds lovely. That I would be in heaven. I'd come back a very
Oh, seriously, Mark, gravy and tomato
oh
Yes,
sauce.
it's disgusting.
I'd come
It's
back a very
disgusting.
happy man with that. Can I have sausages as well? Because sausages, chips, gravy, and tomato sauce would do me the world of good. I would feel on cloud nine if I had that. Right now, I can see everyone frowning at me. There's 90 odd people
Oh,
in the
you're not the man
space.
I thought you were.
There's
Seriously.
90 odd in the space, and they're all looking at me as if to say, "Seriously." I think that Stuart may be correct. Right, well, I'm going to I'm going to go to very quickly. I'm going to go to Alexandra because you've got your hand up.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, after listening to all of the fors and against, I would still like the right to actually kind of save my own life instead of just standing there. That was it.
Short and sweet.
That's what I am.
If only everybody else were, Alexandra.
Listen to me being all
Alexandra,
confident.
you've just let me down. I was getting up thinking, well, Alexandra's going to speak. She'll speak for at least 5 to 10 minutes. That gives me time to put my tea on and start having my tea. I'm just walking into the kitchen, and you stop and say, "That's it, short and sweet." Thank you,
No,
Alexandra.
no,
Thank
you know what I
you.
mean. I thought I'd just leave it like that because I have spoken a lot anyway.
No, listen. I've actually, despite the comments in some of the comments in the Purple Pill, which I am going to ignore. I've actually really enjoyed this. It's been,
I thought it's been good. It's been
yeah,
a multitude of
it's
different
been
subjects.
interesting, and you know something, and it may come across differently. I don't know, but I absolutely love it when people come up with different opinions to each other. I do not like echo chambers. I detest space. I fall asleep when I'm in a space and everybody's going, "Yep, yep, I agree with that. Yep, yep, that's fantastic."
I
Honestly,
agree. I agree.
yeah, and I completely love it when Britain comes into a space because he just tries desperately to wind me up. He tries desperately.
I don't have to do that, mate. You wind yourself up.
Well, no, yeah. I only got, mind you, don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but since you come into the space, my blood pressure has risen quite significantly. So I'm
Hey,
not
whoa.
sure if it was just a
Hey, now. Hey,
coincidence. Hey, hey,
hey.
hey, hey, hey.
Your blood pressure is going up because you are hungry. So
I,
you better go and get something to
I'm
eat.
starving.
I think also the people that are waiting to speak, their blood pressure's going
Well,
up. So
what I'm going
top
to
Mark,
do,
be a good
what
host.
I'm going to do, because I'm such a shit host, I'm going to hand it over to Britain, even though he's not the co-host, but I'm going to give him control of the space and the hands. So if you don't mind, Britain, if you could take over, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's all
Can
right,
I
mate.
just have 60 seconds and I'll swerve?
It's up to the new co-host.
Yeah, go on, Wes.
All I was
Go
going to
on, then we'll
say,
open your
quite
case.
simply, is that I don't know why we spent so much time talking about guns, because that's not going to happen anytime soon. We're not going to live long enough to see that ever happen. We don't even have pepper spray yet, so we're not going to go from nothing to guns. So the best argument to have at the moment is pepper spray. And the reason why I would be in favour of pepper spray would be for the very simple fact that, for example, half of our population are much more vulnerable than they've ever been before because of what we know is happening. People arriving unvetted, coming from third world cultures with a third world mentality, and women are at greater risk than they've ever been before. And all I would say is this: if these people are coming over to this country and they are attacking black people, it will be a national emergency. The boats will be stopped immediately. But because they're only attacking mainly white women, no one gives a shit. and it just carries on, and we just have stat after stat after stat after stat after stat. And when people say stuff like, oh, maybe we should allow women to have pepper spray, it's such a radical idea. There's many countries, even in Europe, that have pepper spray. Now, all you need to do is basically say, only women can carry pepper spray. You have to register to carry pepper spray, which they do in many other jurisdictions. And if a man is caught with pepper spray, he is basically, I think the current penalty is 5 years imprisonment, the same as carrying a knife, I believe. So we have laws here to say a man can't carry pepper spray. And this idea that a man can use it on a woman, well, I think a man can more or less overpower a woman as it is. So I don't think there's going to be a rush of men carrying pepper spray to overpower a woman, because when men can overpower women right now. So if you can point me to evidence where pepper spray has been used to overpower women, I love to see it. But I would think it would give women, it's not a massive thing, but I think it would just give women a little bit more chance. If they had pepper spray, they could ward off an assailant. I don't think that's something which shouldn't be worth considering. So
That
I
would
hand
have
it back
to
to the
be.
host.
That would have to go for no trans as well, no blokes in dresses though, Wes,
Oh,
because you know
absolutely. Yeah,
they'll come in and
you
say,
know my stance on
"Ugh."
that, Alex. You know
Yeah,
my stance
"Ugh,
on
I'm
that.
a woman too with my dangly bits. I need pepper spray as well."
Yeah, anyone who's been born without a penis can carry pepper spray. How about that?
Yeah,
Sounds
but
good.
the thing is to come in on that though, pepper spray is classed as a firearm.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the thing is instead of using pepper spray, Alex, I'm going to direct this at you. What are you currently carrying in your purse or your handbag? Anything or nothing?
Deep heat spray.
Well, there you go. That's just as good.
She only carries that for her joints and her muscle
Well,
pains.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say that. I was being polite. I was
What's
being
the bloody
polite. But
told you?
there's no. You could use that, or even a. You can get a mini can of WD-40 because the range on that is quite phenomenal. So they are legal. So the thing is,
Right, this might be a really stupid suggestion, right? Would
Go on, mate.
deodorant not do the job? Like deodorant in your eyes is gonna sting, right?
Roll-on deodorant, is that?
No, spray deodorant.
Fucking hell, come on, mate. Let's try and. It's an emotive subject. It's been back and forth for the past couple of hours on this one, but it's something that I've advocated obviously against and stuff. But that's my own personal opinion. And yeah, those of you that are in a commutable commutable distance to a shooting range, obviously check it out. Check out the credentials of those that are teaching you the weapon safety on the rifles or what they're firing and what they're shooting. Go down there and experience it. That's all I'm going to say. And I think the first time you pull that trigger against a paper target, it's quite exhilarating. That the adrenaline does buzz. And yeah, and not that you can carry that particular fucking air rifle about or whatever that you happen to be using, but go down there, become proficient with it, get to use it, get to handle it, and then you might change, your mindset might change. The conversation we've had this afternoon has been wide and varied, and had we had raised this conversation 5 years ago, I think it'd be the other way around. There'll be less people advocating for the use of a firearm or to have the opportunity to use one or to carry one in today's society. I'd like to think that I've got zero faith in those that are in Parliament at present. I hope that's going to change in the coming years. And I think every single person here will agree with that. I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm just here to give you my own personal opinion and viewpoint from it. And it's been a really good discussion. It's been really sort of adult, dare I use that conversation with no sort of shouting across. So I'm gonna defer now to any other speaker. But the only thing I will suggest for anyone who's interested in that is find a club, check their credentials, as in the instructors, see what background they've got, and then check obviously everything. People that go there and go and try it out for the day. You might surprise yourself. You might fucking really hate it, or you might get the buzz for it. Not that you can walk around carrying a 12 gauge shotgun in your purse, because one, it's not going to fit. So I am trying to make a light-hearted joke of this, but I do hope and pray that that we don't come to society where we are walking around like fucking Wild West and we're all having shootouts in Weatherspoons, because that would be absolutely crackers. So I don't know who else wants to come up and have a conversation while Mark eats his sausage
Great
mash and
space.
chips.
I'll drop out, but all the best. Enjoy your meal.
Thank you very much.
I'll just go around to these hands. Nikki, do you want to come in before I go to Tommy?
Thanks, Brandon. No, well, firstly, I want to agree with everything Mr. J has just said. if that was Mr. J that was just speaking. I couldn't see who was speaking then.
Yes, it was lovely, and it's Jay.
It was.
We've just changed
Yeah.
the name. It's Jay. Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, thanks, Jay. No, I agree with absolutely everything you've said, and I think there is a huge difference between shooting a paper target and shooting a human life. And I think you've got to. There are going to be ramifications if you do shoot a human. But no, I wanted to come back to something that Brandon said as well, and I get that the Kirpan. If you've used a religious knife, it's just one case and all that. But it's like that's like, and I'm going to say this, and forgive me for every man because I don't believe it's all men, so I want to caveat that. But rapes are committed by 99% of rapes are committed by men. The other 1%, I think, are men dressed as women. But we know it's not all men, and we don't ostracize all men. We ostracize the men that commit those rapes. So we need to look at who's doing this. And there are insane individuals from every demographic that are doing bad things. And I really want to, and if I can get one thing across, we need to stop the mental health issues from being touted by the press as, oh, do you know what? This poor guy, he's got mental health issues. He committed these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 murders because he'd got mental health issues. No, he was a psychopath. And we need to start reporting on psychopathy rather than mental health issues, because mental health issues is that loved one of mine that may be suffering anxiety and depression. Even though he or she is not even entertaining the fact that she wants to end the life of somebody, she's just concentrating on the fact of how she's going to make it through tomorrow. So we need to sort of look at it. It's not all men, it's not all women, it's not all Sikhs, it's not all Muslims, but we need to really start. And this is one thing that I'm behind everybody on, is anybody that is committing these acts of extremism or well, harm to any but other human being, we need to start enforcing the law and start getting our police and our judiciary on board with actually, do you know what? These people are bad people. We need to, I mean, I'm sort of, this is going to be, I know this is recorded and this will be clipped. I believe we should bring back asylums because there are some mental people out there and these people shouldn't be in society. And these people should be looked after and restrained within places where they are not a threat to society. So whereas I would say it's not all a particular demographic, I would say, do you know what? Those bad people, they need to be locked away and not actually at risk to the rest of society. But no, I'm even listening, and I love the fact that everybody's contributed to this space because it's really given me food for thought. I'm still on the fact of, do you know what? The UK is not ready for guns. We're not a society. My husband has just shouted that I am, but don't judge me on that. The society, I don't think as a whole is ready for guns. I don't think we've been taught well enough from primary school through secondary school through university. I think it would do us more harm than good, especially when you think of Anne Widdecombe's killer, who has clearly, I mean, to be bludgeoned 21 times with a blunt object, I think is shocking. And I'm not a reform supporter, but I am absolutely on board with the fact that this was wrong. This was not normal behavior. We need to be able to scoop up these not normal behavior people and put them somewhere where not only they are safe, but the rest of society is safe, because there are people that we need. We need to go into public office. We need to be actually working for us and saying things people disagree with, maybe, but they shouldn't be killed.
Deaths and everything like that. But okay, so I'll go with a taser. Women should be able to carry tasers.
Short and
Okay,
sweet
I'd
once
be
again,
open to
Alex.
that.
Congratulations.
Taser. Yep.
Yeah, because if I just come back on that very, very briefly, I'm sorry if I'm jumping the queue for anybody there, because one thing what really gets on my nerves is that we are not protecting the most vulnerable in our society. They tend to be women, and that's something which I'm always very, very disturbed about, because when a man is going to commit an act of violence against a woman, he's not worried about the police. He's not worried about serving time. So what are we going to do to prevent those cases? Because I know of somebody in America right now. She was with a partner. He's been arrested over 114 times. Okay, he stalked her. He's tried to murder her before. He's kept her kidnapped with a young child for 3 days. Now, he's vowed that when he comes out of prison, he's going to murder her and chop her body up and leave it on the highway. Now, what does she do in that situation? Does she just wait for it to happen? Because there's lots of other women in the same situation as that. So my point is that we can't wait for the police and the judiciary to step in. What I would suggest, I know Nikki's going to say, oh, no, we can't have that. I would suggest that, for example...
When did I say that?
I'm just preempting. I'm just saying most women who get killed, they are killed by ex-partners after they've left or on the point of leaving. They get stalked and killed. Why can't we have a situation where if a woman goes into a place of safety or she's in a home address, whatever, why can they not be armed with a smart firearm? Only they can fire it. If the guy turns up, boom, there's a gun pointing at his face. I don't understand how the idea of a stalker is even a thing. Because unless we can give women the wherewithal to protect themselves, relying on the police and the courts is after the event has happened. So I want to be a little bit more proactive. We can't rely on the police. We know what the police are like. They're full of misogynists and whatever. They're not going to save you. Court sentences don't matter because you're getting people getting released early right now as we speak in September. So I think we have to be a little bit more proactive. We've got to basically prevent these things from happening in the first place rather than dealing with them once that event has occurred. So that's my take on it. I don't know what anybody else to say about that. Thanks very much.
I think I agree with you. I really do, and that's why I go back to that women, especially, should have the right to protect themselves.
Yeah, we got loads of hands up. Tommy, you've been waiting ages. Do you want to come in, mate?
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we've got you. Yeah, you're doing all right.
Thanks for letting me up. I just wanted to say, I think that this whole argument about how we can't possibly risk legalizing guns or anything like that, a lot of the people that are against it are living in very safe, comfortable country cottages in the middle of nowhere, where they know that if shit hits the fan, they are not at risk and they can just bolt their door and wait for all the plebs in the cities to be killed and slaughtered by the Muslims who have now declared that this is now a caliphate and they're taking over places like Birmingham, Manchester, Bradford, Leicester, take your pick. And I think it's really, I don't mean to be rude, but I think it's really a bit arrogant to just expect, no, I don't want you to have a gun to protect yourself because children might get it and then kill someone. So you're just going to have to face that attacker that's coming at you and just, I'm sorry, but the kids come first. You know what I mean? It's really, I think it is a bit disgusting to just think that women should be faced with this. And I know that you say yes, but we should punish them even harder if they do these things. That's not going to happen. The Labour government are Fabians. They don't care. They hate us. They want us to die. They're replacing us. They do not care about us. And I think one of your other points, I think, Nikki, it was you that said it, even if an invader comes in and tries to get to you, legally, you have to keep your ammunition separate to your gun and you have to keep it all locked in a box. I don't mind saying, even if guns were made legal and you were allowed to have them, I would keep it loaded next to my bed constantly if I felt that things were heading that way and I was at risk or my family were at risk. I don't care about any risks or anything like that the situation is very, very dire in this country. And I think a lot of the people against guns are not seeing that. I think they are very comfortable and safe in their countryside cottages. And you can't just denounce everyone who wants a gun to protect themselves because you feel safe and you don't like the idea of it, because all kids might get it. Oh, no. Kids are stabbing each other already. Like, they're not going to be switching to guns the second guns are legalized. It would take a long time anyway. And this Labour government aren't going to do it anyway. So that's not going to happen. But it's more about adults protecting themselves, especially women, because in America, I think a lot of people have a big misconception about America. They think that you can just go into any old shop, buy a gun, and that you walk out of it immediately. No, you have to hand over your ID, and then they do a background check. If you fail that background check, if you have a felony, you do not get a gun at all. And then if you go on to get a gun, that is a crime. But most criminals do it anyway. And that's the other point I wanted to make. Criminals do not care about laws. They will get a gun whether it's illegal or not. They don't care. They will do it anyway. And they will use it against you. So I would much, much rather have a gun and not ever need to use it than to be in a situation where I don't have a gun and I need it. And I'll leave that there for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think Mark's here yet anyway, so we'll go around to hands. THY, are you still waiting to speak?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Well, we have to ask, why are we here? Why are we talking about legalizing and the carrying of firearms? Normal, everyday, sensible people are asking this question now. However, wouldn't or didn't feel the need to 20 or 30 years ago. The reality is that violent crime is rising, and everyday people are seeing this and feeling the effect of this. The violent criminals are the ones that have guns, have knives. We have been falling victim to it. We can see this all over X or YouTube or Facebook. Is there any wonder that people whom can see the violence wish to protect themselves? I find that the host, no disrespect, but I find that the host's example very disingenuous. To make a statement that a concerned citizen using a firearm is painted as a lunatic or as a madman for discharging a firearm, and yet painting the victim in his example as a person asking for directions. Well, you know what I mean? Let's put this in another example. Say an armed man was working at a dance hall, which was hosting a children's dance class. He witnesses a man armed with a machete running towards and entering the building in aggressive fashion. He monitors and realizes he has murderous intent and shoots dead the assailant before several people are brutally murdered and several stabbed with life-changing injuries. I believe veterans should be legalized to carry firearms. This will go well to protect society against violent attacks. Perhaps a permanent veterans patrol in high-risk public areas, as they have proven experience of respect of firearms, providing, of course, there's adequate screening and regular testing. I don't understand the thumb down, but never mind. But the reality is, this conversation is null and void. The government doesn't want you armed. The government do not want you to defend yourself against the knife crime or the gun crime. The guns and knives that criminals hold, the criminals the government import, the labeling and jailing of us as far right for voicing concerns about the importing of criminals, and the rise in knife crime and the rise in gun crime. somebody made a statement earlier, shooting a real target, and I'll put this loosely in brackets, human being, is as easy as a paper target when that target poses a threat to the innocence of life, bystanders, etc. That person has lost their right to be counted as a human being. I rest my case.
Yeah, I'm back. I didn't catch all of it, but I did hear from a distance something about me disrespecting victims, and was that correct, Haggis? Still there, Haggis?
Say again.
What did you say at the start of your? Unless I misheard it, did you say something about the host?
Yes, I find it disingenuous to make the statement that
What statement?
that when a concerned citizen used a firearm, you painted him as a lunatic or a madman for discharging a firearm, and painting the victim that person shot as an innocent person asking for directions. This seems to be the common trait with people that don't believe in people getting armed.
Yeah, I record,
you
mate.
paint the firearm discharger, so to speak, as the lunatic. But there's been many incidences in the. I'll finish my example. There's been many incidences in the US of A where there's been armed guards at churches and madmen have come in, you know, with opposite firearms or like knives or bombs, and they've been shot dead.
Right. Well, first of all, I record all my spaces, and it's for these kind of reasons as well as other legal reasons.
I heard
why.
you. I mean,
Yeah,
I heard
can
you
I
made the
finish?
example.
I've let you have you say, and now it's my turn. I record all my spaces for two reasons: one, legal reasons, and two, I record them for things like this, because not one time, not one word did I say that a person with a defending themselves is a lunatic. I never ever stated that whatsoever. And backing a
No,
victim
you didn't. You
victim
didn't.
up.
Fair enough. You didn't.
Exactly.
But it paints the picture, because you said that this other guy was asking for directions.
No, I was making it. You're taking what I'm saying out of context. I was having a discussion with another person, and I was using it as an example of what the other. You're taking it completely out of context of what I said and what I meant, and the whole thing. You've not even you've come up and then you've said that you were disgusted in what I've said about victimizing the victim and.
I didn't say I find it disgusting. I
Well,
said I
you said
find
you
it
find it
disingenuous.
disgusting, and then you turn around and said, "Well, no, you didn't quite say that." Of course, no. So you've
Go
changed your
back on
mind
the
on that
recording,
one.
and you'll find exactly what I said. I said I find the host examples very disingenuous, and I also stated
But then
with
you made something
respect.
up that I didn't actually say. You made an assumption.
I didn't. No, I didn't make up.
Well, you did,
What part of it
because
did
I
I
just
make
told
up?
you I never said
What
them words,
part
and
of
you said,
it
"Well,
did I
maybe you
make up?
didn't."
See?
Well, you said I said them words, and then you turned around and said, when I said to you I didn't say them words, you said, "Well, maybe you didn't know." So that's changed the narrative already.
Well, you painted the person that was discharging the firearm in a manner
No, I
that would
didn't.
suggest that he's a lunatic.
Suggest. So
Of
you're
course,
making us.
people won't
So
shoot
really,
somebody
what
that's
you're doing,
asking for
Haggis?
directions.
What you're doing, Haggis, is you're making assumptions of what I said, and you're then
Well,
using
your
that.
exact words was
I think
that
Haggis
person could be
is
asking for
commenting on the
directions.
implication behind what you said, not
The assumption behind what I said, but he
the
doesn't know what
We've
I
got
said.
a very lovely lady down there waiting patiently
Yeah,
to
I'm
speak with
gonna
us.
move on, but please don't put words into my mouth. I've never stated that whatsoever. I've never ever blamed a victim whatsoever, and I certainly don't. that characterization of me was completely and utterly out of order in my view, completely out of order. I've said many times that I understand why people want to defend themselves. I spoke about my own personal experience on this, but just because I disagree with everyone having a gun or people having a gun or trained people, whatever, gun law, changing the gun laws in this country doesn't give you the right to then criticise, to come up and say, "Oh, you're being disingenuous." I've been pretty consistent the whole way through the space in my opinions. Just because you may have a different opinion, that's fine. We've had two veterans already speaking. We've had Scott, we've had Jay, who both served, who both have fired arms at people, both
As have
agreeing.
I.
Well, fair enough. And you've got a different opinion to them, but they've both said, agreed with me. So don't come in with that kind of attitude of, "Oh, you're being
What attitude?
disingenuous."
I just stated that I find it disingenuous that you painted this person.
But I didn't paint that person in that way whatsoever.
Well, it came across as you painting that person.
Well, it may
as
have
a
come
lunatic.
across to you,
Of
but
course,
it's not the way I meant it at all. And everybody else knows that I didn't mean it in that way. You're
Can I
taking
just
you're taking a small little part of what I said and not using the whole conversation of what was said. That's
can
what
I
you've
just
done.
say, I think that you haven't. It's not that you've done anything intentionally wrong or anything like that, but I think the way that you and Nikki were speaking it feels a bit patronising. Like,
Excuse me, I don't think so whatsoever. Just because we have a different opinion, Tommy, doesn't mean we're being patronising. I don't think anyone's being In fact, you're starting to get patronising right now. I think that's
not my
something.
intention.
You know something, Tommy. This is why sometimes I get really frustrated with spaces. We've had a really good discussion on this. We've had different views, which have been really, really excellent views. I don't think it's necessary for anybody to come up and then start getting personal, because it's not personal. It's about the issues that are happening. Now, we might disagree on them issues and the way forward, but I don't think it's there's any need.
Nobody's personally attacked you.
Well, you just have done, Haggis. So let's leave that.
Disingenuous is not a personal attack.
Well, what you said was personal. So let's just leave it at that, and I'll move on to the next hand, and let's discuss the issues. You know, we might disagree, but that's fine. You know, I disagree with what Haggis has had on gun laws, and he disagrees with me. Fine, that's no problem. That's no problem. We can discuss it, but let's not. Let's just leave the personal stuff alone. Who's next, Britain?
It was Sandy, mate.
Sandy, do you want to come in?
Thank you, babe. Did you? Thank you, Brett. And Mark, have you had anything to eat yet?
Yeah, I've just had something. I've had
Oh,
dumplings,
good.
beef stew
Oh,
with dumplings.
oh, nice.
It's got some gravy on it, and guess what?
You didn't put ketchup on
I
it.
did. I
You
did.
didn't.
I did.
Sacrilege.
I did.
Sacrilege.
I did.
Well, yeah. Well, you when you were saying you were hungry, I had for my partner, I made fish, chips, mushy peas, onion rings. It was, and I had some, and it was delicious. Not normally what I'd eat, but what I was going to say is the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, right to bear arms, and that's to form a well-armed militia against a tyrannical government. And I think we're kind of losing sight of, because we're so far down the road of us people being able to defend ourselves, to the point where, and I do think over years and years with the propagandizing and the programming that we've been under at this country, is that we are so much on the back foot apologizing for even existing. And this is just my opinion, obviously, is that now it seems like we're looked at through a guilty lens, And the people who we don't know anything about are automatically being looked at through an innocent until guilty lens. And that is where this sort of disconnect is at the moment. And as somebody who has been, and this is why I say, I think as long as they've passed a mental sort of, because, you know, obviously being in the fog of war, I think, you know, affects different people different ways. If there was a sort of an ex-military armed militia, not militia, but, you know, people out there that could react quickly should there be unrest. Obviously the climate where we're at the moment, but I think maybe something for the future. If they obviously they have to be willing to do it. Wouldn't want to drag people that are suffering from PTSD or anything like that. Obviously, it has to be people who are, you know, they're up for it. You know what I mean? Because I think hopefully once we do redress the imbalance that we're in at the moment, we've reached a point, I think many of us can see it, where the government has got, it's metastasized into something where it's drunk on its own power. And we do notice with communist countries, every country, the first thing they do is take the guns away from the populace, because then it makes them easier. That's why you'll never get the guns off the Americans, because it's written into their constitution that they know that they're behind every door there could be a plethora. And this is different states run different rules, and you've got the castle doctrine and all that kind of stuff in some states and not so in others. But generally speaking, you'll be putting your life in your hands, as it seems to have changed more recently with them becoming a bit more litigious, to people that are defending themselves and have. I mean, I saw one where, just for a second, this little older lady, I mean, I say older, she's probably about 55, 65. And she lifted up her garage door, got into her car, was violently attacked, mercilessly attacked by three youths, sort of between like 25 years old, that sort of age. I mean, if you don't mind me swearing, it would kick the dupe out of, you know. And then she managed to get hold of her gun and she shot, I think she managed to get two of them, I'm not too sure. And their family are suing her, the woman that was attacked. Hopefully it will get thrown out of court. But we've kind of lost sense of reason of who is the bad guys and who is the good guys. And it shouldn't be necessarily thought that just because you are, you know, do you know what I mean? We've totally lost the balance at the moment. And as somebody who has had to move house because I felt that my family's safety was at risk, my family and my family's safety, I feel much better here. But I won't turn around like an ex-smoker. I won't turn around, I am an ex-smoker, and say, oh, that's disgusting. You know, as somebody that now lives a more safer life, like I think it was Tom was saying, I don't take away it from anybody who still lives cheek by jowl, and because I know how I felt looking over my shoulder, worried every second that my son was out of my sight, and he was coming home on his own at night time, because I knew he was running the gauntlet of the kids that weren't brought up as well as my son, or the newcomers that maybe their customs weren't quite so morally just as, you know, people that have been here for many generations. So guns.
Cheers, Sandy, and yeah, I respect your view, and you're correct. I think it's horrible. I would hate to bring up young kids in today's society in the UK. I would actually hate it. It must be terrifying. I completely get that. We certainly need to get a government that gets hold of law and order in this country. It's essential. We need to get back to, like I've said, we need to sort out judiciary. We need to sort out the sentencing, because if we don't, then this is what happens when we don't sort out, when we have lax laws like we have, and the sentencing is as poor as there's no deterrent. There's absolutely no deterrent in this country whatsoever, and we need to get back to that. We need a deterrent. We need a government that's going to say, if you carry a knife on this street, you're going to jail. There's no question about it. You're going to jail. We need, and if you use a knife, you're spending the rest of your life in jail. We need to get back to. We need more prisons. This release that they were thinking of doing, and now they postponed this early release policy. I said that to me was an absolute disgrace. But it's only been paused, and to me, that's political talk. For we're going to try and bring it under the carpet when everyone's calmed down on this issue. We'll bring it through the back door, and it will happen because the lazy, they'd rather do that than actually reform the prison service, which I do know a lot about because my dad was a governor. So the prison service, without 100%, needs reformed. He wrote to the Home Office back before the Strange Ways riots, which he was the officer in charge when that happened, and he wrote to he gave evidence at the at Westminster when the after the riots, when they did a review of it, it was he'd wrote to the Home Office over 6 months before that happened, telling them that it was going to happen, and that was back when. So the prison service, and then nothing's happened. The prison service needs completely top to tail review and reformed. We need more prisons. We need to. That's the way to go, rather than release all these prisoners early, which is to me is complete and utter nonsense. The victims must be how the victims feel, because that's the people I think of. And always is the victims. The victims of crime need to come first and need their voice heard before anybody. I think victims, and I've always thought this, victims in this country get left behind. They get ignored. They're the last people that get looked after, and the perpetrators get more help than the victims get, which it should never be in this country. I'm going to bring. Is it damned? Come up. Do you want to speak?
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Thanks for
evening.
letting me speak, Mark. I'm pro-gun, and I'll explain why. I used to be anti-gun, but now I'm pro-gun. And I look at the society around me as a woman to why I'm pro-gun now. You just highlighted one of the things of the Sentencing Act, and it hasn't just come about, it's actually been put in place. Whether they've paused it or not because people have just suddenly caught on to it, it's neither here nor there for me. It has actually been happening, and it was happening last year. So we've got people only serving 33% of their sentence or 50%. We're not even talking about the thousands of paedophiles that were arrested 1 month in January. We're not talking about the rapists that never make it to court. We're not talking about the immigrants that come into this country that have a culture that see women as less value than a goat. We're not talking about the men from Europe that are coming across to Liverpool, London, and places like Birmingham, the cities, and covertly recording young women when they're out on the lash at night, and that putting it up as a tourist attraction. One view on one site got 330,000 views. Now, if you're looking at that 330,000 views and 10% of those viewers are predators, what do you think you're opening up for the UK? Just by these men alone. And it's actually something the police have tried to stop in Liverpool itself. So please talk to your daughters, talk to their friends, talk to their parents, and pass the message along. Because it's no longer a thing where you can go out as a woman, a young woman especially, and go out for a drink and get drunk. You just can't do it anymore. You need to be wise to this. I'll speak as a disabled woman who walks around on crutches. Okay. I mainly, when I go about my business, I'm on my own.
Damned, are you there? I I think she's lost connection. I'll try and get her back. Invite to speak. Damned, are you there? No, she's left. I think probably connection problems. Damned, if you want to come straight back up and carry on speaking, you're quite welcome. Maybe if you leave the space and come back, I think it probably connection issues. These spaces are just shocking at the moment. They really are. I think, and especially if you're on an Android phone, it's non-existent anymore. Apparently, you can't even host spaces with an Android phone at the moment. So I'm told, which is I'll phone Elon later and get it sorted. Who was next, Britain? Can you remember?
Britain's gone down to listener. So sorry,
Oh, for
Britain,
God's
but
sake.
Alex was next. I
Was
did
it Alex
see.
next? Cheers, mate.
No, I am still here. Sorry, I was doing a post, mate. I am here, but yeah, it was Alex next.
You're supposed to be co-hosting or helping.
I've not even got the bloody co-host
Well,
invite.
you're still a co-host, whether you've got an invite or not.
I'll be billing you for this.
Right, no problem. The check's in the post. Go on, Alexandra, go on.
Right. I'm going to take you, Mark, right back to the beginning of the space. And I hope you don't think I'm being rude here, but this is an observation I've just made, and it was quite interesting to me. I'm not being rude, as I turned around and said to you. But you know, just a moment ago when you got really upset and uptight that what you said you didn't mean to say. Remember?
No, I
Hello?
said I didn't actually say it.
Or that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
it was kind of like a muddle of miscommunication and everything like that. So I just wanted to say, see how easy it is, and see how Rupert can be excused a little bit.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this one, Alexandra.
Thank you.
I see where you're going, but I'll just counter that by saying I am not a politician.
You were a
and I'm
councillor though
certainly
once,
not
weren't you?
certainly not going to be the
You
prime
were a
minister.
councillor once though, weren't
Sorry.
you? Weren't you a councillor at one point?
No. I've never been. I've been behind the scenes in politics, but I've never
Ah,
been. I've never been a
kind of the
politician.
same thing though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been involved in my own way, but no, I stay. That's why I stay out of the way. That's why I stay in the
Gotcha.
background,
Just admit
Alexandra.
it.
No, that's why I cannot admit it. I can't.
This has got a memory. Don't forget, this one's got a memory. I listen to
No, well,
everything.
yeah, well, This is why I'm never going to be a politician. I would not be. I would. I'm afraid by some of the comments in the Purple Pill, I don't think I'd be elected for dog walk, and never mind the Prime Minister. So I don't think I've got a cat in hell's chance. I think my gob's too big to be. To become a politician, if you know what I mean by that.
I do, but you get what I
I
mean.
wouldn't
You get
vote.
where I'm coming from, don't you?
Yes,
I
I
wouldn't
do.
vote for
Thank
you
you.
anyway because you have gravy and ketchup.
I close my case.
Yes, I might allow you to chalk that one up as a victory, Alexandra. Just one victory, but that's all I'm allowing you. Right then. Dan's back. Thank God for that. Get back to the conversation now, Val.
Oh right, well you're not good enough. No, all right.
No, oh no, he's taking the
No,
hump.
it's all right, mate. Don't worry
He's
about it,
taking
pal.
the hump of me. Now Britain's upset with me now as well.
Won't give me a co-host. Wants
That's
to be a co-host.
you're still a co-host, mate. You're always a co-host, never the host.
I
Damned.
wish I could mute you.
Damned, do you want to come back up? I do apologise for that, but I think it's trouble with spaces. You there as a speaker? Are you there, Damned? Hello. I was going to sing then.
I'm here. I'm here,
You're
Mark. I
here.
don't know where. I don't even know where I got up to. I'm really sorry. I'm
No, don't
just so
apologise.
annoyed.
It's spaces. It's spaces. They're shocking at the moment. So do carry on from.
Where did I get to?
You were
I'm
talking
just
about
He
going to
your.
doesn't know. He
say,
wasn't
You were
listening.
talking. You were talking about your experiences and why you need to feel you
I
need to
want to
be.
feel, I want to be able to defend myself. That's basically it. I'm out on my own most of the time. I want the ability to defend myself. I've not got a criminal record. I've never used violence before in my life. I only want to use it as a last resort when I'm really in a position that I'm not going to become a victim. I don't want to become that victim. I want to know if I'm going down, that other person's going down with me. Because I can't rely on a criminal justice system as it is. And they're not going to back down on this Sentencing Act because they can't. Prisons are running at maximum capacity. The male prison estate's got 86,000 places and it's running at nearly maximum capacity all the time. The women's prisons at 3,500 spaces, they're running at maximum prison capacity all the time. They don't have any other choice. They're not going to build any more prisons. They're just going to keep releasing these people early. You only have to read about men walking out within an hour raping somebody or murdering somebody. And these are people that haven't even served their original full sentence. So after having several incidents I don't live in a massive town, but I've had enough instances here. And when I've bumped into other women, when I've been out with my dog, they feel exactly the same. We don't feel safe anymore. And the only way I think, me personally, I can't speak for them, they're just saying they don't feel safe. My safety now is on something I already know how to use, and that's a gun. So if they want to put me through some tests or they insist that you have had so many hours on a shooting range a year or whatever they want to do, I will comply with it. I will apply for a license. I will be a law-abiding person carrying a gun. But I want the right to hold my gun now because nothing's going to change. I don't think it's going to get any better. I think it's going to get worse. And I'll land my plane there. Thanks for letting me back up.
No, you're all right. And because Mark's a terrible host, I'm going to take over again. Sandy, do you want to come in?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Yeah, damned. I understand where you're coming from, especially as somebody that's in a vulnerable physical position. Especially as that's one of the reasons why I moved out of London, because my mum uses walking sticks, and she used to have her bag over her shoulder, and anyway, she was a victim of crime as well. But what I was going to say in relation to totally agreeing with you on the prison situation is they've got all these billions they keep. I think it was 91 billion the Labour Party have promised Ukraine. There's so many other billions are promised here, billions for new housing. They say new housing. We've got a funny feeling who's going to get those new houses because we're oversubscribed, aren't we? But why weren't we building prisons years ago? Why haven't successive governments built prisons? And personally, as Alex mentioned earlier, and I want to refer back, if I may, Mark, to something you said when you said you were horrifically robbed when you were about 25, and you said if I had a gun, I might have shot him. So I thought that was kind of interesting too. And as a person that was a victim of crime myself, an ex-serviceman attacked me, and he got a 6-year sentence because it was quite horrific what he did. Policemen said themselves, the only times they've seen that much blood was at a death, somebody had died. So I really was given, the full works as such. But they were going to release him after 3 years, and it was only because I wrote a letter to the council and the judge or whatever, and said I was still in the same property and hadn't managed to move. And I think the severity of the attack, if he's given a 6-year sentence, surely he should do at least 4 of it. So he was kept in for another year. But I think, what is the point? We hear all these sentences, and they sound like they're fair. You know, somebody gets something horrific happen to them, and you go, oh, 6 years, well, surely that person will learn. And then, like what Damned was saying, some of them are only doing 35% of their sentence. That has got to be redressed. And what I do hear from what she's saying is that there is no motivation. We can't see any motivation from the system doing this. We see weaker and weaker. And what does that do? It emboldens the people that are more leaning towards the criminal lifestyle, the people that think they've got nothing to lose, the kids that are growing up with nothing. We've heard it on these spaces before. They're more likely to carry a knife because they want what your kids got. The guy that's a bit not wrapped up too tight, that can't get a girlfriend, I think they call them incels. They think, well, if I can't get a girl, or the people that have just arrived and their cultural practices are different when it comes to being refused advances. You know, there's no deterrent there because they see how weak our legal system is. And even if they do get remonstrated and put through the court system, you might say, oh, right, okay, well, he's got a year and he'll do what, 3-4 months of that? It's just not good enough. And it's sending out the wrong signal to the criminals, and it's sending out the fact that we aren't protected to the women and children of this country. Thank you.
Cheers, Sandy. And yeah, I'll openly say, if at that time, if I would have had a weapon, I would have probably. I don't know, because you don't know in them circumstances what happens, because if you had a weapon or not. But yeah, I will openly admit that I would probably have used it at that time, but it still doesn't change my mind. In fact, it reinforces my mind that I don't want guns on our streets. It's just my opinion, and I know everybody's different, and we've had a lot of different views in here, and I get it. I really do. I understand where you're coming from when you say that. I really do, but it still doesn't change my mind on guns. But what I will say is, where there's a will, there's always a way, and what we need, and I think it's quite obvious from this space, from the minute I opened this space right till now, what we need is a government for the people. And we've not had that. I don't think we've had that for quite a long time now. We really haven't. But it's about time we had that. And we need to get that. We really do. And whether that's Rupert or somebody else, I don't know at this stage. But we certainly do need it. And I would be the first person to stand up and say, fantastic, well done, if Rupert was to within the next 3 years build that party up to the party that we all hope and pray we get. If he does that, I will the first person, Alexandra, to come into your space and say, well done. You've been supporting them all the way. I will be the first person to do that. And if Rupert takes over this country and he begins to help sort this country out in every aspect that we need, I will be cheering from the rooftops. I really will. And you know something? I'll even say this. I can't stand the man. I don't like Nigel Farage whatsoever. I don't think he's the answer for this country. I don't think reform are the answer for this country. But you know something? If I am wrong, and he is, and he does, and he becomes the next prime minister, and he starts to do things that we're not expecting, fantastic. I will then, again, I will open the first space I can and apologise and say I was wrong about Nigel. I will do that. And you know something? I would gladly do that. I don't care who it is right now, as long as it's somebody that comes in and they do what they promised that we're going to do, and they back the British people, they back us, and they do what we want instead of what they want or outside forces want. That's what we need. And that's where I want this country to get to. I don't want us to get to the point where we need guns on our streets. I don't want us to get to that point. And I know a lot of you saying that we are at that point, and maybe we are, but I still have hope that we can solve this in 2029 and get the government we need to start sorting these issues out without us having to resort to arming ourselves. I just don't want us to get to that point. That is where my position is. That is where I sit sit on this right now. So I still think we can fix this country. I still have hope we can fix this country, because if we do get to the point where we've got guns on the street and we're all trying to do whatever we can without the government, without law and order, then there's no turning back from that. I don't think we can fix that. I don't think we can fix the country from that point. So I really, really hope we can, in 2029, we get, and what we need to do, even though we disagree on parties, even though we disagree on issues and policies and all sorts of things, and we're discussing them now. I hope and pray that in 2029 we put all that aside for the sake of the country, and we vote for one party, all of us, whatever that party is, to get them in that building, and then we can sort out the policies afterwards. That's what we need to do. We can squabble now. We're 3 years out from a general election. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to be doing anything. It's not going to get any better. But so this is the time to argue and squabble and discuss and debate our differences. But in 2029, we come together. We come together and we get a right-leaning party into government who are going to do what they promised to do. That's where I am. Tommy, I felt as if I sounded like Churchill then. Big rousing speech.
Thank you for letting me speak, Mark, and that was a good speech. And I do appreciate, by the way, that you've allowed me to speak, and I did not mean any offence.
I don't take any offence, mate. I don't take any offence at all with anybody. With anybody.
Thank you. But let me tell you where I think I am in my mind with how the situation is in this country, and then that might help better explain why I think the way I do. Now, I think that based on what we saw in the Southport, after the Southport massacre, when we saw those Muslims walking around with weapons and swords, all sorts of stuff they had, and then we heard the police officers saying, please take them back to the mosques. I think that if that was what they had then, when it wasn't fully kicking off, just think what they have now and what they're going to keep getting more of as time goes on. And what I think will happen if my fears are realized is there will come a point where if Rupert Lowe does get in and if Restore do get in, and they do announce they are going to start deportations, I truly believe that Muslim factions will rise up in this country and demand that they are now staying. And if we want to deport them, and I'm talking about the illegal ones, and if we want to deport them, we're going to have to fight them with guns and with force. And they will basically lay claim to areas like Birmingham, Leicester, Manchester, Bradford, Rotherham, all these places where they have a high number of concentration of people I think that they will rise up and declare sort of like a balkanization of the country. And then we will then have armed Muslims getting guns from these mosques and patrolling their areas and demanding that people submit to their new rules and that they now run the show in that area. And if they don't like that, they'll be killed, basically. And I think that's where we are going to be going. And I do think that is what may happen. And I really hope it doesn't, obviously, but I think that's what's going to happen unless something is done about it. And the reason I argue for arms is because that will be the only defense you have. If, say, you're a white English person with your family living in Birmingham and you don't get involved in anything, you just live your life peacefully as you do, and then Rupert Lowe becomes Prime Minister, announces deportations, and then all of a sudden you find out that your area is now being patrolled by Muslims who are now trying to intimidate and control the locals. And then you have no way of defending yourself. So you are on your own because the police will not be able to come and help you in that situation. The police are scared of these people. And they will basically probably, in no uncertain terms, tell you to just stay indoors and close the curtains and hope for the best. And this will be a really dire situation because you can imagine what they're going to be doing to the families who do not submit or the families who try to fight back in some way. They're not going to be kind to them because they do not see us as their equals. And I think that's where we are going to be going in probably the next 10 years. And it really, I don't say this lightly, and I take no pleasure in the fact that we need guns. I wish we had a world where we do not need guns, but that is not the world we live in. And it is increasingly becoming more and more evident that we are going to need to defend ourselves at some point. And to come back to what you was just saying about Nigel Farage, and I'm going to say why the reason why I back Rupert and not Farage is, well, restore and not reform, is because Nigel has already said once, well, more than once, he has said he will never endeavor to tackle Islamism. He said it can't be done. And so what has changed between when he said that and now, considering he has invited more Muslims into the party and the top dog in reform is Zia Youssef, a Muslim from Sri Lanka? I don't think he's changed at all. I think he still thinks that, but he is lying and pretending that he wants to tackle it because he needs your vote. And he knows that if he talks about not wanting to tackle Islamism, or the other thing that he said, he doesn't want to get into deportations. He said that as well. And we all have heard that. I think he is pretty much lying because he just wants to win. That's all he wants. He just wants to win. And if winning means lying to you, then he is going to lie to you. And that's what, like, why would anyone think that he has changed his mind? Has he had some sort of premonition? Has he come out and said, look, I said that and I was wrong. This is a problem. No, because he is terrified of losing the Muslim vote. And he's terrified of being seen as racist or not being invited to the dinner parties in the political circles that he gets invited to. He's not a man of good character either. Like, you see the way he conducts himself with mistresses and all sorts. He seems very sleazy. And to bring it to Rupert and restore, Rupert, as many have said, is not a seasoned politician. He led Southampton FC, I believe it was, and then left there, came back as chairman to save the club, and did so, and then left again. And he joined Reform because he felt that there was a problem in this country, a really big problem, and he put his money where his mouth is and thought, right, I'm going to do something. I'm going to join a political party and just start getting involved. And he dared to speak about the Pakistani rape gangs. And that was enough for him to be instantly kicked out of Reform, have a criminal charge put against, allegation put against him that he threatens the use of his life, which there is no proof of, no evidence of. And he was, in no uncertain terms, basically smeared and cast out in a political assassination, which seems to be because of what he said about the Pakistani rape gangs. So if we take into account that as well, we can see that Reform are not it. They're not going to do it because they don't want to talk about it. And then after, obviously, Rupert got kicked out of Reform, he founded Restore, and he has stuck to his guns. Have you ever once heard Rupert say something and then backtrack? I haven't. He's always said the same things every time. He never changes his message. And the only thing I think you could really criticize him for is a slip of the tongue on a podcast and comments he's made about FNATs, which he's just, that's his opinion. He's allowed to have an opinion, and it doesn't mean that he's going to be changing his policy, because his policies have all stayed the same. He's not gone back on a single word he has said since he started in the political game. So, like, you can use common sense to just see, like, okay, who have we got? We've got Nigel Farage, who is constantly shifting around on what he believes and what he doesn't believe, constantly caught up in just the sleaziness of politics, which is very, very, that needs to be gone. We need to get rid of the sleaze and conduct ourselves with respect. And then you have Rupert Lowe, who's basically just come out of his retirement, joined politics, and then gone on to say something, get kicked out of a party for it, but then stuck to his guns and said, no, this is right. I believe this is the right thing to do and say. This is what we need to do. And to try and cover it up is wrong. And he then founded Restore on that. He's got together with other people who feel the same way. I mean, it's not just Rupert. I mean, Reform is a bit of a one-man band, but Restore, you've got Rupert Lowe, you've got Charlie Downs, you've got Connor Tomlin. Oh no, sorry, not Connor Tomlinson. You've got Harrison Pitt. You've just had Josh Fern added. You've got Orla Minahane. You've got all these people that have all pledged to do the same thing. And I find myself, the reason I find it a bit difficult to articulate my point is because I'm kind of at a loss of what other people are seeing that is making them doubt that I'm not seeing, if that makes
No,
sense.
I know what you're saying, Tommy. And your answer to your question, no, I've never seen Rupert backtrack on any issue. He's been, and that's something I do like about him. He's very consistent on what he said, and he's been saying it for a long time now. So that's not my issue with him. And it's look, I like Rupert. I quite like Restore. I'm still not fully on board. I'm watching and I'm going to wait. And I think it's fine. We've got 3 years. I can wait to see how the party develops. But I still hold the right to, at times, criticise things that I see that I don't like. It's that simple. I think that's just.
And
I
I
think that's
agree.
normal. I think that's
I
normal.
agree, and I don't think that you shouldn't criticize him for that. But at the same time, I do feel like the Dunblane misspoke, or I don't think it was even Rupert who said it. I think it was Joe Rogan who said it,
It's
and
Rupert that
then
mentioned it
Rupert
first.
said, and
Yeah.
well, either way, I think it's a bit like
See,
how
I think sometimes as well, it all depends on where you are as well. Like for instance, I'm in Scotland, and I know for a fact that bringing up Dunblane. When I heard it, when I was listening to the podcast, when I was listening to it, I thought straight away, oh, that's dicey.
I
Within
did too.
Scotland, that's
But
the
I
first
also
thing I
thought,
thought. And
I also thought, I hope people realize he didn't mean that, and that they look past it and think, no, obviously that's a bit of a fuck up, but I hope that people can look past it and think, but regardless of that, Rupert's the man, and we need to get behind him. And I think that I don't want to sound insensitive, but I'm just going to say how I feel. I think that the issue of Rupert's misspeaking is being blown way out of proportion compared to the position we are in as a country. And I think that a lot of the people who would enjoy or profit from seeing Rupert fail, and I'm not saying you were doing this, by the way, I'd just like to make that
yeah,
clear.
I know what you mean.
I think a lot of the people who would profit from seeing Rupert fail and Restore fail are really focusing on this one tiny issue to try and make that happen. And I think that's very disingenuous, and that would put I think that is like risking the future of the country. Obviously, because I'm a Restore member, I think that it's them or violence in the future. And I'm not saying us violent, but I think that's
mate,
what will happen.
the thing is, when you want to be this is my criticism of him. And by the way, it's not only me that's criticizing Restore for this. I know a hell of a lot of people who back Restore but are still criticizing this point that I was trying to make about them. It's to do with the messaging. It's to do with the professionalism and the way they're doing their messaging.
On that, I agree with you.
That's my criticism of Restore, and I've said that, and I think other people in that come into spaces that I either speak in or co-host or whatever will testify. I've been saying it for about two months or so. I've been saying, and I caveat it by saying, yeah, it's a new party. But I think we're past that little bit now.
But
he could quite easily have sorted out his messaging by now. He could have had a professional, someone come into the party to do his messaging, to director of communications. I think he needs someone professional to take that role up. If he wants to be the Prime Minister, and that's the goal, at the end of the day, we're 3 years out, but his goal is to be the Prime Minister in 3 years. To be that Prime Minister, he needs it. 3 years, everyone thinks 3 years. Well, he's got 3 years, he's got 3 years. It's not, it's a drop in the ocean. It's very, very quick to form a new party in 3 years. Will take a bit of a miracle, to be
Reform
honest
did
with
it.
you.
Reform did it, but I think
Yeah,
they were
but that
founded in
was that was very
2021.
Reform have done it, but they're not. They're nowhere near. If we had an election tomorrow and Reform won, they are nowhere near ready to be government.
If we had an election tomorrow, we'd have a hung parliament,
No,
I believe.
but that's not my point, mate. They're not
Yeah,
ready. Reform are not ready to be government just yet. They're not.
no.
They're not. They're miles off
And they're
it, in
on the
my view.
downtrend. They're losing support. They
Yeah,
just lost 2 council elections in Kent that no one's. I'm not saying you, by the way. I'm just saying in general.
yeah.
No
I
one's
know,
mentioned it.
because they're not ready. So that just shows you they rose very quickly, and I think they rose too quickly for a
But
new party. But
on that, I think that that the focus on the Dunblane misspeaking is the sort of thing that will damage Restore if it's given enough airtime.
But we know the mainstream. See, this is why I criticised it, because he had a massive opportunity to push Restore positively in that interview. And what he did, for me, for a politician, should know better. That he knew that the mainstream media were going to jump all over that, and they did. And I criticise them for doing that. They yes, they took what he said out of context and used it, but that was going to happen when you mention something like that in the way he did. That that is my criticism. He gave him a stick to hit him with, and they have done. And that is where the messaging and the director of communications comes in, and people around him, to make sure he doesn't make them kind of mistakes.
I just would like to say I do agree that Restore do need to install a really solid communication and public relations thing, and I think that will come in time. I know you say 3 years is very quickly, but I think that is one of the things we will see.
Yeah, but I think he could have done it within the first. He could have done it within the first within the last 2 months. Let's say.
I disagree respectfully, because I think that what's happening right now in Restore is they're building a lot of all the foundational groundwork. I mean, I pay a lot of attention to it as a member, and I see that is exactly what they're doing. They're building,
Yeah,
they're
we
cooking, they're
know
working.
that, Tommy. You know that because you're involved. People involved in or take part in politics know that, but the general public don't.
But
They
it's
don't
not.
see what's going on behind the scenes. They see what's happened, what he says. They'll have watched that interview, made up their own mind on that interview, and that's the issue, Tommy. If he had a proper team around him, communications team, and if I was advising him from day one, and I know I'm not. I have no idea. He doesn't even. He has no idea who I am. But if I was advising him from day one, I would be saying to him, let's find the best communications director we can get, and let's get him involved right now. We need to start with the communications, the online communications, the social media communications, and the outside of social media. That's what matters.
Can I just say, I think that the reason I view it differently to you, I think, is because I see that the media and the legacy media, as it's called, like BBC, ITV, Sky, all of them, I don't really have any more respect for them anymore.
I
And I
never
don't
watch
think
them,
the
mate.
public do.
I never watch
Exactly
them.
that. So I think, and that's that is the mentality that Restore are operating on. Let them make a big song and dance about the Dunblane miscommunication or whatever, because no one really cares what they have to say.
I know, but Tommy,
everyone with a brain can see what the pressing issues are.
we that's the thing. We're living a little bit of a bubble on social media. There's more to social media than there's. If he can't get onto the mainstream media with his interviews and with his telling people what he's going to do, he can't win the general election. He's not going to win the general election without the media or so.
But the media are already ignoring him because
Well, yeah,
they
but he's
don't
got to get.
they don't like
Yeah,
him.
but if he gets a proper professional team around him, he can use
They
that,
would
and he
still
can.
ignore him, I believe. I really
Well,
do think they would still
I
ignore
don't
him.
think you can. You can't ignore someone that's growing a party that's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. They can't ignore him for forever. But he needs to be. He needs to get involved. Look at Nigel. He's taken over. He basically owns GB News because he knows
And their
outside of
viewership's
GB
dropping.
News, he wasn't getting kind of the airtime that he needed. The good press. So it goes through GB News. He knows. And I think Rupert's not a stupid man. He knows he's got to get that sorted, and he's got to get airtime because there's more people out there than just on social media that's in the general
Yeah.
public.
And I
And they
think
do watch the news. A lot of people still watch the news, Tommy, even though we don't because we see through them.
they do, but I think that number is shrinking. And I think also when you say that the public don't know about Restore yet because it's not on the legacy media, that's kind of in our favor because we don't want to shoot our shot too early. We want Restore to be forefront and center when everyone is getting ready to vote and when everyone is getting ready to be like, okay, we now need to start thinking about who we're going to vote. The election's going to come up. And then they see the first thing they see is a brand new party, Restore Britain, front and center. And then they have a 3 or 4 years of like material to go back and look through when the manifesto is completed, all the policies are written up, and they can look back at all of this stuff that Restore are now working on right now as we speak and go, wow, where have these guys been? I love them. That's what I
I'm
think
not
is
sure.
coming.
I'm not sure that's the strategy to win a general election, in my view, mate. But I do get what you're saying, but I don't think that can win a general election. I'm going to go to Hans, mate. But it's been really
Thank you for
interesting.
letting me speak.
Yeah, it's been
Thank
really
you.
interesting, Scott. And then I'll bring Alexandra in. So, Scott, what have you got to say?
Yeah, I won't be voting for Restore in the Greater Manchester mayoral elections. I'm going to vote for Reform instead. I think Restore people, they've got the best intentions, but at the same time, they need to recognise where they're at, where they're coming from. I think there's a lot of hypocrisy because they'll pick out certain points and criticisms on other parties and then happy for certain people in there. And it goes across the full team. I think he mentioned it as well. I don't think Reform's just one guy. I think publicly they are one guy from Nigel Farage because he's the main character of Reform and obviously Brexit and everything else for the last 20 years. And obviously we're going into a new world from that. So the reason he's leading the polls, but he's going from, say, a party of like 8 MPs at the moment. I've got a lot of issues with Reform, don't get me wrong, but like the sycophant nature that you hear online with Restore Britain, and this is why you won't win votes. This is, and I tell you now, I've told you previously, you will not win people over when you're constantly thinking that you've got the best option. Now, you might have the best option, right? But
it's better than saying we can't
no, let
win
me finish.
against Islam.
Let me finish. We just heard you for the last 25 minutes. Right. Listen, I understand, yeah, the nature of where you're coming from, the urgency of what you're coming from. But you're doing the same tactics at which you're constantly shouting at the mainstream media for the other things. And then you say, and like that example then you give, oh, right, when it comes to 2 weeks before a general election, a month before a general election, you've got all these plans in place that you've been working on for many years. Do you think people have the time of day within their daily lives to go and look through all that material?
Yes.
No, they do not, mate. Get into reality. They work 10 hours through the day. They don't have enough time. They go on social media, maybe not like you, yeah? They will go on it for a couple of hours and they're not going to be able to go through all that material that party's put forward. So you've got to get into reality. Now, if you want to win, if you want to do it, go forward, then you've got to have a structure in place. And to say it's a new party, oh, it's the mainstream, oh, it's the establishment, when ultimately, when you go forward, you're going to get more questions like Reform did about the party makeup. Is it a democratic party? Oh, no, because it's run by one person in terms of limited company. All these questions are going to become. In terms of Dunblane thing, what I saw wasn't the mainstream. The mainstream got off through social media influencers that had already raised it, people that were Restore. I didn't even comment on myself, but ultimately a lot of people, some on these spaces, made comment on it because they recognised that they've got to go and defend that as a Restore supporter, and it's wrong because ultimately you all come out, well, he's misspoke, but then you'll hold somebody else accountable on another party saying, oh, he meant that, but you don't give them the same grace, and that's the sycophant nature of where you're coming from. So you've got to be consistent across the board. Now, I get that you support a particular party. I've supported Restore, right? But I'm not going to give them any time of day. I'm going to treat them as I'm not going to treat them with the favour that I did, because they've not give the favour back to normal people. They're a small group of people that think they know best for everybody else, and they're wrong on many levels. What's that, mate?
Did you apply to Restore once?
I applied to be a councillor to Restore, and I got an email back 2 months later saying, "Do you want to become a councillor? Fill out this form." Yeah, after I'd already cancelled. I cancelled my membership over a month ago, and I've still not got a cancellation email to say, oh, yeah, well, your cancellation's gone forward. So, yeah, they are a bit of a fucking shit shambles, aren't they? Because it's not hard to read an email, is it, mate? You send me an email now, I'll read it and I'll reply to you. Do you know what I mean?
Not a political party with hundreds and hundreds of people.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Does it matter? Does it matter that you can't reply to an email and then?
Is that? Are you offended that they didn't reply to you?
I'm not. Am I offended? What? Because I've cancelled my thing? What? If I cancel something, whether it's with B&Q's membership, I expect an email back, pal. Wouldn't you?
Demanding of a political party.
Oh, is it demanding it? What? So if I cancel my membership, I want an email back to say my cancellation's been processed, mate. We're no longer going to take your direct debit.
No,
we're no longer going to do this.
What about the email about the councillor position?
Well, like I just said, I cancelled, and then I got an email through to say become a councillor after I'd already applied 2 months ago. So do you not understand where I'm coming from? There's a time lag there, isn't there? So ultimately, if I've cancelled and then they're saying become a councillor, they're not reading their emails, are they?
Because they're very busy.
They're very busy. Yeah, they're too busy going on to Joe Rogan saying the wrong things, aren't they? They should be emailed and then building up a pie, like you're saying. There's loads of things going in the background.
Said on Joe Rogan about the whole where he broke the news.
Mate, I watched the whole Joe Rogan thing. I'm not getting into an argument with you. I'm putting my points across like we have to listen to your fucking rant for 25 minutes.
You
Ultimately,
just sound very angry about what I've just said.
Because you're a sycophant, and I'd wish for the best of you, for the best of people to actually come. Mate, I've listened to enough people, that come from a perspective where they're always right. Their perspective about Rupert Lowe is the Messiah. He's going to sort everything out. Put it this way: he's 68 now, I think. By the time of the next generation, he'll be 72, and by the time of the next generation, which you're probably for 2034, he'll be 76. These people won't have the energy, so you're going to go and then go to Charlie Downs and all these people. They're not filtering through to the general public. Hence the reason. Let me finish, son. Right. The reason the Greater Manchester Mayor election, they're voting in this fucking weirdo that's Andy Burnham's 2IC, is because they are more inclined to vote for someone like that is inclusive to other people's views, than somebody that comes in with an authoritarian nature. They prefer that than that. But I don't care what about the DEI shit and everything that goes with it. Do you know what I'm saying? But that's the reality of what comes in. So those people are more inclined to be listened to, because if they have a particular label on them, which people on the right don't like having labels on, then what's going to happen is they're going to feel like they're more listened to. They feel like they're part of a society. Whereas if people are new coming in saying, no, we don't like these people, you fuck off, do you think that's going to get through? It'll get through to a small percentage, but that's why it'll remain a fringe party. Like I said, even my own experience with it, they don't listen. They do not listen. They know what's best. They've already had the plan in place. So as soon as you have people that speak up, you then get attacked 100 different times because people have got the momentum to say, "Let me finish, mate. Fuck me." God, 6 times already. Right, I understand that you're in a particular party and you want to campaign for it. Well done, I was the same. But you've got to recognise issues ahead. Because ultimately, if you don't recognise them, you're going to have a revolving door, and a revolving door like other parties have had. You're not going to build the momentum to actually get to the bigger stage where people are going to go, like you said, what's this party about? Oh, look at the good work they've done. They won't give it time of day.
Right. Well, since you call me a sycophant, from
Well, you
my
are a sycophant, from
perspective,
what I've heard.
you seem like a scorned lover who never got what he wanted. So now
Well,
you're
not
a bit
really,
bitter.
because I've only asked for a cancellation, haven't I, really?
No, you
And
asked for
I
a
have to be
cancel
listened to.
position.
Is
I
that,
never
is
heard
that a
back.
scorn lover? Is that a scorn lover for someone that doesn't ask to be listened
Scorned
to?
lover, yeah.
Yeah,
Saying,
all right.
I've emailed you about my council position. You've not
I didn't
answered
email.
me.
Again, you're mishearing me. So you
did
can't
say
even hear
email.
properly. So listen to what I say properly. Listen to the words. Open fucking both ears, pal. I applied to be a counsellor.
Well, I've only got one headphone in, so that's a bit
Well,
hard.
put both fucking headphones in. Right. I applied to be a counsellor, right? 2 months after, I then got an email saying, become a counsellor. Fill in this form. Before that, I had cancelled my membership. So
Yes.
how am I a scorned lover? Because all I was
Because you
pointing out is
cancelled your
because
membership
their
in
administration
between
is dog shit.
sending
That's
in
what
the
I'm trying to say to you.
application
I'm
and
saying to you.
receiving a reply back. So while
What,
you was
because I've
waiting
asked for a
for that reply
cancellation?
back,
What, in a year's time?
While you was asking for that reply back,
In a
you
year's
didn't
time?
hear back, and
6
then you
months?
cancelled it, and then
No, it
got
weren't
bitter
because of
about
that.
it.
I've cancelled anyway, mate. So I'm asking for a reply, whether it's I expect, because they're a busy party, to give them a week to a month. Yeah. But again, that, even still, a week to a month's a piss take. If you're going to be if you're going to say, oh yeah, we can run the country, and you can't even reply to your members' emails after a fucking week, then it says something about the organisation of your party, doesn't it?
So the reason we should trust Nigel Farage, even
Oh,
though he
what
lied...
about? I don't know. We're talking restore.
No,
It's not
no.
about why we should trust Nigel Farage. We're talking about the administration. Go to that point what I just made, because you've got both headphones in now, haven't you?
No, I still got the one in.
All right. So let's go back to that point then.
Say your point again.
See what I mean? No, listening. You're a fucking weirdo. Sycophant, mate.
Because you're really bitter and angry for no reason.
For no reason. I'm bitter and angry. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm just giving you the points. You're interrupting me consistently, yeah? And then you're trying to talk something else and do whataboutisms. You're not directing to the points. You're proving that you are a sycophant. You don't like the word sycophant, yeah? Then you're coming back with scorn lover. Fucking top man. Do you know what I mean? This is the level of debate you've got to go. And again, ultimately, this is why you won't win votes, because you don't listen.
Well, it sounds like your party is on the decline now.
It's not, but I said I'm not for reform. I'm voting for reform because this is a better candidate for the area out of the Labour woman or Marlon West, who's a one trick pony. So I don't care. So in my own personal opinion, that's what I'm going to vote for. Whether you're going to counter it and say this is reform. No, I'm going to go for that because Restore can't even fucking answer an email, mate.
Well, so we've got that you are not going to vote for Restore because they did not answer your email, and you think that we should be more inclusive.
I'm sorry, Tommy, but that's not what he said.
He did.
It's
He
not.
said
It's not.
We
what
need
he
to be
said.
more inclusive to basically trick people into voting for us. And
I didn't say that. I said that's why that's why people are voting in Manchester for that 2IC of Andy Burnham. Next question.
I don't
Hear
care
properly.
if it's
Listen to what people say instead of trying to put words in their mouth and try and change the narrative so it fits your narrative. Doesn't work, and this is why you'll lose votes.
Because I've just said a load of stuff, and you've come in basically really angry at first, saying, well, Restore never answered my email, so they can't even answer an email, so what kind of party they are. And I think that's a bit of a shit point, really, to be honest, mate.
Well,
that's a shit point. So you want these people to run the government, yeah, and you're saying these are the future. We've got to trust in these, but they can't do it on a basic level with the membership. So yeah, they can run councils, run £1 billion budgets, but they can't answer emails. Your point's great, isn't it, mate? Thank you very much.
It feels like you're more offended that they just didn't answer you.
No,
and
it's
that's
not.
what
It's not at all, Tommy. It's not what he's. It's not what he got. It's because I know Scott. I know Scott quite well.
Oh, okay.
I do know Scott quite well. I'll go in quite a few of his spaces that he hosts. So
well, he sounds like he took that email very personally. That did not arrive.
No. He expects.
Can I just jump in here, mate?
No, not yet. No, not yet. Put your hand up, mate. We've got people waiting. Can you mute your mic, please, Restore? Thank you. We will move on from that, but it's not exactly that's not what Scott was saying at all. But it does go back to, and I do well, I don't apologise for what I've got to say, but it goes back again. It goes back to the professionalism of the party as we stand right now, not tomorrow, not next week, not in a year's time, as it stands now. You've got to speak to your members. You've got to answer your emails to your members, especially someone like Scott who wants to get involved, who wanted to get involved with Restore at some stage, especially during the Manchester, which is Scott's area, which he's very passionate about, the mayoral election, and one thing I did find very strange, just going off topic, and then I'll bring the hands in. What's he called, Marlon? I did find it quite strange that he followed me, and then I followed him. I criticised Restore in one post, and it was just a small thing, and then suddenly he unfollowed me. That's not how I expect a politician to act. I expect a politician to take criticism, listen to criticism, take what they want from it, and then use it or don't use it, or debate with you. I don't.
Can I just quickly
we
say,
get too
Mike?
many politicians that block people on social media and all that just for having an opinion. Anyway, no, Tommy, I've got to put. You can come back in a minute. I've got to go to hands, mate. There's people waiting, and it really isn't fair. And I get shouted at when and criticised if I don't go to the hands. So Alexander, and then Damned.
Hello. No, I was just a bit shocked, Scott, to be quite honest. You did sound really aggressive there.
All right, we'll go this way. All right, carry on.
Well, you just did. I've never known you to
That's
sound
your
so aggressive,
perspective.
quite frankly.
Well, that's your perspective, and I'm happy to hear it. Carry on.
No, you just sounded aggressive. That's what I'm saying to you, and I was just a bit surprised because I was.
And Restore supporters sound like sycophants. And Restore supporters sound like sycophants.
What, so, me as well?
Well, if you're going to come in straight away, from my points from that, not addressing the points, address about the professionalism, address the administration, these are the points I was raising, But then, absolutely, then ultimately, you're a sycophant.
I'm a sycophant. Okay, so there's me that, as everybody knows, saw Rupert Lowe when he was with Reform, was telling everybody, look at him, keep an eye on him. That's me being a sycophant. I wasn't even with Reform. And then they made a movement, and I made a community to go with that because I still believed in Rupert Lowe. And then they made a party, and I made a community as a party. Yeah, damn right I support him. What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying anything's wrong with that.
What I'm saying, Scott, is at least
I can give you pointers. I can give you countless examples of sycophant behaviour towards Restore supporters. If you want me to, what I'll do then, put it this way, I've held out long enough with all the fucking shit. I'll just do a long ass article out of it. Put all the posts in there, articulate like I do in my articles, and then you can all read it for yourself. Because ultimately, it's easy to say one thing on a space and then actually deliver it with something else. So I'll put it all together so you can all read for yourselves. Because ultimately, it just comes back on the person that actually raises the point, the sycophantic nature. Because as soon as you do, you all attack because you feel like you're attacked.
I'm not attacking. I'm just a bit worried about you.
Well, I'm worried about you. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm worried about you. Do you know what I'm saying? I can easily change all this. When you come and try and do it, then I've got to try and get defensive to my own persons.
I've never known you to be so angry. It's just
Well, I've been passionate or not. Again, you're using the word angry, using the word aggressive. I use the word passion. So it's two different perspectives. So again,
a bit like when Rupert said the wrong words about, I get it.
Again, misspoke. Yeah, you can use these things, but again, people see it differently. And again, this is why I say you'll lose votes because you don't see it through other people's lenses. You just see it from your own. And this is the issue. You'll remain a fringe party.
I don't think so. But we'll see.
I do.
We'll see.
We will see.
Because I can
Because you've
tell
got
you
people like
now.
me that will actively campaign and seen all the little strategic things that you try to do, that will actively just go to other parties and say, look at what they're doing here. They do the same thing over and over again. What they'll do. And all right, I'll give you another example. One example. No, it's not reform. It's restore on what I'm seeing right now. So I'll give you an example, right? Restore sycophants on this app, for example, will then back Marlon West and say, oh, he wasn't allowed to go to the hustings. Oh, Marlon West wasn't allowed to do this. He wasn't. He's being targeted by the establishment, all this kind of stuff, and get you a million tweets from a million different people for restore, right? The reason is it because he generalised to all Pakistanis. He generalised to all Pakistanis, not to the particular groomers. He generalised all Pakistanis. You don't see you all calling that out because you don't like Pakistanis. Yeah, I might have a particular position on Pakistanis, but he generalised. Yeah, but you don't do it that. You double down, you triple down, and you go, no, this grant, and this is the issue you've got.
The days of being nice are behind us, mate.
But obviously you can see the percentage of Pakistani Muslims in the rape gang inquiry.
Yeah.
Massively high percentage. So why wouldn't you bring that home and put that out?
And I've championed I donated to the rape gang inquiry, but you're generalising all Pakistanis. You're not generalising the ones in the rape.
Clearly, there's a danger.
Show quite a large percentage, and it keeps on showing every day, Scott. For God's sake, look at the news every single day.
This speaks to the difference between reform and restore.
Tommy, I can't have three people speaking at once.
Sorry.
A two-way debate is fine, but when it comes to more than two people, nobody can hear what's saying. So I'll let Alexandra and Scott have their say.
It's just generalisations again. Again, didn't take the point on board. Went straight to the one particular aspect of it, which was the grooming gangs, and then generalised from that grooming gang report. That report can be questioned, but you won't question it because it's Rupert Lowe. I can easily break it down within that rape gang. I read it the first day. I read it in full, right? So I do my due diligence within what I'm saying. So ultimately, it can be questioned on many levels. But ultimately, what you're saying is, even if you was to do it and say you have got a mass deportation policy, which I've discussed on previous spaces, you can't actually action it because Pakistan or Somalia won't take these criminals back because some of them are second generation, third generation, and they're classed as British. They were grown up here, yeah? So you haven't got the policy, you won't have you can try and come out the ECHR, all this kind of stuff. It'll just create future wars. It will not happen. It will. You've got to get in reality. I'm not saying just how you come up with alternatives and you come up with plans, real plans, reality plans, where you actually come up with solutions with those governments.
Sit around the table and discuss it, and all be
nice. I would just create guns and go to civil war, mate, because you're the first to that, aren't you? Do you know what I mean?
Well, if it's either prepare or be unprepared, basically, isn't it?
You're talking to someone that's been prepared all his life, but you're just, again, you're coming from a perspective where you are seeing the world through a hateful place because of these particular issues,
and then you're seeing it as a dangerous place.
But you are seeing
We are
because
living in a hateful place, and the hate isn't us.
But you can put
done against us.
I hear a lot where you generalize. You just backed up someone that generalized the whole fucking population of millions of people. So there's pretty much hate on both sides, isn't there?
Would you bring a pet snake into your house and just stroke it and not think, this
people
might
have pet
turn
snakes,
on me?
don't they?
I think I'm past it, Scott, of having all of
That's
this.
it. You're past it. You're past it, and you're asking all the nation that are not past it because you've got a particular point of view at a particular essence.
By the time that all of these people, and God forbid that anything happens to any of your family, I don't wish that upon anybody.
Don't try that.
What I'm saying is that people in this country, by the time they finish flooding this country with these rapists and stabby people, that they will be begging for restore.
No, again, you're going down the Paul Golding line. So in 10 years' time, by the time society gets really, really, really we'll be ready. It's not going to work. Again, most people don't see it like that. You're seeing it from a 5%, 1% fringe party.
I talk to people outside in my town. You see, I come from a town that is absolutely full up with hotels, full up with these men, full up with these crimes every single
And
day.
I'm against
full up
that.
with
But again,
girls
are they
in
all
danger.
again, you generalise into all those people to a particular nation. So again, I'm happy to end all the HMOs, end all the hotels. I've done a lot of research into the people that actually, the FM companies, all the ones that are actually tracking it and making billions of pounds from it. I want it all ended.
Yeah.
We agree on all these issues.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is the reality of what you're saying. Yeah, the way you're doing it and the sycophantic nature that's behind it, you don't criticise or you don't bring in the holes of where they're saying. You just double down on it and then turn it about whataboutisms and other parties. Hence the reason you won't gain votes. Because the people in the middle will see that themselves. They are not thick. They are not
Well,
thick.
the ones that follow reform seem to be a slightly kind of like sycophant themselves, don't they, if you put it that way?
But again, you're putting me in a position where I'm a revolt. I'm doing it because it's the only alternative, and she's probably the best option out of the ones I've seen. So again, I did it at a local level. There was no Restore candidate. From my perspective, yeah, Restore at the moment are the Great Yarmouth Party, and they will continue to be the Great Yarmouth Party because, like in a mayoral message where you've got in Rupert Lowe coming up to Manchester in the last couple of days, is getting greeted by 15 people, and if you look at the 15 people, they're all of a certain age. They're not my age. Yeah, why is that? Why is that?
You tell me.
That's what I'm asking you. So your Restore community. Why are those people not my age? Why are you not getting the youngsters? Why are you not getting the middle-aged people? Yeah, is it because they're aware to how it's been and how you might get the youngsters never seen the difference before, and they might have had a particular instance where it's like, well, we need the extreme version to say if we're going into an extreme world, we need an extreme party to say this is how we deal with it. But again, again, it's countering the points of like what I was saying before as well. So if you want to live in democracy, right, is the party itself a democracy itself? Was we given a vote to who we should vote for? Are we given the candidate list? Are we given the opportunity to say, is this party, do members have a say? All these are questions are towards Restore. Now, if you can't answer them, or it's just like, no, Rupert Lowe's the best thing since sliced bread, yeah, you're going to have issues. Because these questions are coming as you grow.
Did you listen to me earlier?
What about what?
About Rupert Lowe and Restore. I turned around and said if they do the same at any point, and Basil can tell you this because I said it on the space even then, if they turn around and U-turn on anything in their policies, that's it for me. I will not be doing spaces about them anymore. And that's the way I feel. So I'm not
Rupert Lowe came
sycophantic,
out and said we cannot battle.
Tommy, one second. I'm sorry. That's a great. I really love that discussion between you two. It really is interesting. But I do need. I'm going to go to Hans. But thanks for that. I actually quite enjoyed it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, thanks, Scott, as well.
I love these debates. Even if we disagree, it's important that we thrash it out, and we are all.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're all very passionate about our positions, and I don't mind that. I think that's a good thing, and I think these discussions are a good thing. Damned.
Hi. I only
You're
actually put my hand up to actually take some of the fire out of the current discussion.
It was good,
Uh,
Matt. It was good, though. It was
I
good.
know. I was like, ooh. Anyway, I've been in a lot of Scott's spaces. He does a news at 10. And the one thing I've picked up from Scott is this. He cares about what other people care about. And that is on the ground, people care about what's happening locally and what you're going to do locally. And the one thing that I do feel he picked out about Restore, and I don't feel he's wrong. When I look at Restore, I look at the big picture of what they want the country to look like, and what they want to do to try and clean up some of the issues. And that's good. And I don't have a problem with that. But when I listen to Scott, and he does have a valid point here, we don't see the issues as in what is happening locally in, say, for example, Manchester, right, or Birmingham. You know, you've got the standard example in Birmingham, the bins aren't getting emptied, and those kind of issues actually matter to people. And we can, it's great to have a national policy on what you're going to do to resolve the billions of pounds we are investing in putting people in hotels and feeding them, all this kind of thing. And what are we going to do about all these 560,000 businesses that have gone bankrupt in the last year, and God knows what else, right? And you can talk about immigration from that point of view. What is the point of having all these illegal immigrants coming into the country when there isn't enough jobs for the people that are already here? Okay. Now, when you're going on, when you're actually selecting the candidate for each area, and it's really important that the person in each area is really on the nose with what the broad spectrum of what people are talking about. Now, Scott's used Marlon as an example. I cannot criticise Marlon for being passionate about what happened to his daughter. I can't criticise him for that. But the criticism comes when he's not on the ball about really what's going on the ground. And that's where Scott was trying to say, but it's you know, it's a one issue thing really for Marlon, because he's passionate about it and he's got every right to be so because of what's happened to his daughter, and he's understood what's happened to other women and girls. That is absolutely something I take on board after my rant earlier about all the different issues revolving around women and children, or women and girls especially, that, you know, there's so many levels that the violence is coming from, etc. But people need to know that you know what's happening on the ground in the area, that you're on the ball, that you're listening, that you're constantly listening. And one of my biggest criticisms, and this goes back to nearly 2 years ago for me, was this. The only time politicians give a shit about any of us is when they're trying to get our votes. We do not see them constantly being connected with the people on the ground in their own areas of what's going on and what they're doing to try and resolve these issues. And that's what needs to come more from places like Restore and Reform. And it's just not happening, guys. And that's one of the things that I think that needs to be improved on. You could even sway people that are centre left if you took the opportunity to get one person in that area for your party who knows exactly what the heartbeat is of each town and of each city. That would make the huge difference to every party. And this is what I've picked up from Scott, and he's not wrong. He really isn't. It's a national policy is great. And he's also not wrong about something else. The average person, and I'm talking about poor working class like me, was working 10 plus hours a day. I then had to make time for my children. How much time do you think I had to invest in politics? I'll use my dad as an example. He used to get up and go to work for 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. He'd walk in again at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. He'd work 6 days a week. And as soon as he had his tea, he crashed out on the sofa. Because all he heard and all he read was the local paper and listened to the BBC at 6 o'clock-ish, right? That is what your poor working class average person is hearing. They don't know that the BBC's got their own issues, etc. They're just tuning in to what snippet they can get of the news today, as well as fitting in family life. So my question's this: if you want to make a difference and you want to change as a party, you're going to have to listen to people like me and Scott. And the reason why I say that is, if you want to win, you're going to do it the right way. And to do it the right way, you've got to know what's happening in each area. And you've got to select somebody who's so passionate about the area that they want to reform it, they want to restore it, whichever option is available. Do it. No more skullduggery, no more arguing between yourselves. Get organised, because I assure you the leftists, and they will use buzzwords, and they will get people, they will manipulate people's emotions and feelings. Now, take away from this what you can do to improve, because right now, this arguing between, do you know something? I've never felt so depressed as I was months ago, when it was this constant reform and restore arguing against each other, and I just kept slapping my head against the wall. I've seen that between the left, between the centre left and the left of the left. I've seen them all do this. This is so yesterday's news, and you haven't got, to me, you haven't got the time to put it right again. This is your last chance to actually really do something. And you can actually do something to make the right work. But you've got to know what's going on in each area. And to know that, you have to pick people in each area that are passionate about it. Now, for somebody who's worked in customer service, I'm telling you now, Scott isn't also wrong about the response time from Restore. We can argue that they're a new party, and we could argue the fact that maybe they haven't got, all the people in the background they need to answer inquiries, etc. But a month's a bloody long time just to confirm that you've cancelled someone's membership. I was with Ben and Beef's party. I left them over 6 months ago. I still haven't had a cancellation confirmation. And I just don't care. I just know that they can't take money out of my bank account again, and that's that. I'm not eager to jump on board reform or restore. I absolutely love Rupert Lowe. Please don't get me wrong, I really do. And I've constantly paid attention to him. And he does seem to come from a place of sincerity, and I won't ever take that away from him. But in the same token, you really have to listen when people are saying, look, it doesn't look like he's running the party. It doesn't look like he's running the pay. It doesn't look like Rupert. I don't know if it is or if it's not. I'm just looking at what's being said. So from a national point of view, for the whole of the UK, etc., fine, but we're not digging into the local areas. You want to win, you'll dig into the local areas. I'll land my plane there.
Cheers, Damned. Yeah, some good points. I'm gonna run the space for probably about half an hour, and I'm done. Then I've really loved it. See, I know people get very passionate about their point of view, and we do seem, we get into an argument about it. But I didn't see anything wrong with the back and forth between Scott and Alexander. I think they were both respectful, but they were both very passionate about their points. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, in my view. As long as it doesn't cross the line, which it didn't, as long as it doesn't cross the line and we start insulting each other and that, and then everything gets a bit and gets personal, that crosses a line for me. But as long as you're respectful and it's all right to get angry about subjects. I should know. I get angry enough when I'm in spaces, and I think that's fine. We've got to hash our issues out now, because if we don't do it now, it'll be too late by 2029. That's when we need to come together. Right now, we can argue about the policies and the points and the criticism of parties. But I think if you had Rupert Lowe in this space right now as a speaker, and I asked him about being criticised, he would not take it the way you think he would take it, the way some people do take it on his behalf, shall I say. He's a politician. He's bound to he gets criticised a lot. It's how people handle that criticism. And it's the thing that I saw in spaces during the general election, which I did not like, is when you're entrenched in one point of view and following and supporting one party or one person, when you criticise that party, they come after you in a space like you'd never know. I was attacked quite a few times in spaces for having a position of Nigel Farage is not the answer. And I know people that have been in the spaces that are still going into the spaces that have changed that were attacking me, and sometimes personally, not physically, but personally attacking me on Twitter and in DMs and all sorts because of my view on Nigel Farage. Them same people are now come to the same conclusion that I came to back in the general election, that Nigel Farage is not the answer. So we kind of need to, with every single politician, we need to not back them 100%. We shouldn't back any politician 100%. And we should criticise, we should demand better from them, and we should criticise constructive criticism, not personal insults or anything like that, but constructive criticism is a good thing for a politician. It should be a good thing for a politician. And they should listen to our criticism and take it on board. And that's all that we're doing. We all want the same thing, but I think it's fine to hold our politicians accountable. Every single one of them. Don't matter what party they are from, in my opinion. Where's Hillary?
Just before you go to Hans, I just wanted to address a point. I don't appreciate being called aggressive, because ultimately, I'll give you an example. These same people cheered me on in the same tone I used, when I was in America, and I went on a space, and you was like, "What are you doing on a space?" And I was talking about Henry Novak. I used exactly the same passion in that, and I got championed. But as soon as I turned it on Restore, you see now these labels get attached to you. They don't like being labelled, Oh, they've gone past that point now. But I don't give a fuck, ultimately. You can't cherry pick with someone like me to say, "Oh, you're aggressive on this tone and all this kind of stuff." I don't care. I do not care. Like in the famous words of Rupert Lowe, I don't care, because ultimately, in one instance, you're championing me for this in that same tone, but then as soon as it gets turned on the policies and the actual administration and the objectives from that side, suddenly, you're pointing the finger towards me. This is where you're going wrong. So ultimately, you want people like me to continue to champion stuff like what you want, like what I'm saying. You need to stop with the he slagged off my party. He slagged off my party. Get a grip, honestly. Like I said, from a local level, like Dan said, you've got to champion what's going on in your area. It starts locally, whether you're an independent, whether you're joining a political party, whether you start your own political party. Again, this, and ultimately it goes down to this. If you're a party that's just got 140,000, 150,000 members at £20 a pop, that's £3 million, right? I'm sure loads of businesses out there that make £1 million a year. I've got quite a few employees that can deal with administrative stuff and email me back within 2-3 days. It's no excuse. These excuses, will not get you anywhere. Sort your lives out. Start questioning things for your own good, because one day it might happen to you where you've had a disagreement, and then suddenly, even if you still are a member, as I am still on the books because I've had no cancellation through, you might have a local person that no longer send your emails for the local membership to say, "Oh, we're having this meeting this month. Come along." Do you know what I mean? Don't get them anymore, because they see you as a threat to what you might say in those particular meetings, and it's not going along their narrative. They don't want open debate. They want closed debate to what they want, to what they want to say. Not for feedback. There's no feedback. The feedback's for people on online spaces like this to go, "Oh, they're the best thing since sliced bread, vote for them." Why? Tell me why. Because that's what people will ask, that people are not voting for them. Why should I vote for them? And you go to these issues, and those people might, I've not really known much about that. Whereas about the local buses, and do you know what I'm saying? The local trains, the local infrastructure, potholes, everything else, you're not dealing with that. You're not speaking about it. So yeah, that's just my. I'll shut up now. So
Cheers,
go to
Scott.
Anthony.
No, I didn't see it as aggressive. I think it was just passionate, and I don't think Alexander had an issue with it. I think it was a good discussion that was going on. I think we all get that way sometimes. I certainly do. I don't mean any harm by it. I just think it's the passion comes out sometimes in spaces. I think it's healthy in a way, as long as it doesn't get insulting, and I don't think it has done. So I'm gonna Hillary. You had your hand up. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, how's all doing? I'm
Good
in
evening.
Hi, how are you? Just know my heart's going out is all. I'm from Dublin, but I live in the north, and I follow quite a few of you and listen to Scott's space and most of your spaces, and I just see a reflection of what has happened and is happening in Ireland. Is that national politics is very divided and split. I would just say one thing about what I feel about Rupert Lowe and looking at him. I would say, A, you're very lucky just to even have a fucking voice at the moment to stand and actually articulate your feelings and your voice, even if you don't agree with all his points. But also, two, it's a question of whether you think democracy will work at all going forward. I mean, Ireland is so swamped. I'm not sure that we even have time for that. I don't think we do. And we certainly don't have a voice like Rupert Lowe. But I do see, so all we've had is bickering on a national level, whether you're an ethno nationalist, whether you're a national nationalist, whether you want 32 counties. But, I just don't think that you can expect all of that at once. I think the shit is coming down the road at about 100 miles an hour, whether you like it or not. And I think even, what does Rupert Lowe do? I suppose I'm just putting it out there. He has to talk on migration because that's his platform in a way. Excuse me. And I just don't think he has the time. You're not going to get somebody like that with so few members to have a local level ability. We have one party that's the opposite. It's called the National Party, which I'm a member of, which comes from the roots up. So they are only on the ground at council level. We don't have somebody standing in our parliament in our Dáil shouting for us. So it's a different kind of a difficulty. But I think one thing, I think Scott's right. I found myself questioning myself on things because it's not just a party anymore. It's your life, really, isn't it? You're putting your life and your future and your kids into the hands of somebody you hope is going to change your country and stop it being flushed down the fucking toilet. So I get that you have to have, and because we get no feedback from politicians, we're ignored and everything's rubbed in our face. I mean, we're holding the EU fucking presidency at the moment. And what do? We sing the fucking Ukrainian national anthem. We give another 125 million over to Ukraine. We've 17,000 homeless. We've IPAS centres. Oh, that's your HMOs in every town, in every fucking village. This week so far, I'm sorry to have a rant, but nobody can open an Irish space. But let me just tell you, I suppose in a very quick way, this week we have had massive fighting in a small seaside village outside Dublin, okay? Massive fighting, 3 stabbings and a car ran over some people. Then in Virginia, a little village town in the middle of Ireland in County Cavan, we had 5 black migrants attacking a pensioner and more stabbings there also in hospital. And then up the road from them, then we had another hit and run where he hit a pedestrian. The locals tried to get him out of the car and he drove off. We're getting stabbings every day. But this is very new for us. This is very new. This is very, very quickly within the last 5 years. Absolute infiltration is not the fucking word. And it's not that we had a colonial past, and I'm not judging that. I'm just saying we haven't had that. So we didn't have a Windrush or, there was no reason, I suppose, for people to want to come to Ireland. It's just the benefit system. And all I would say is you're lucky to have Rupert Lowe. I'm trying to be concise here. You're lucky to have Rupert Lowe as a voice, but Scott has some very good points. But I think the bigger question is, do we have time for democracy to work? For me, Andy Burnham is just another Fabian puppet head and I don't like them. I don't like any of them, to be honest. And I think that's what's wrong with most people is probably even you do need somebody like Restore. And in fairness, if he's just going to stand on that and that is his policy, well, then let him stand on that and not pretend to be something more or something less. But I think people are so skeptical and so sick and tired of politicians. It's very hard for anybody to stand and get get a lot of people following them. So look, thank you for hosting. Thanks for the mic, and I'll just listen to what's going on.
Thanks for your points, Sally. And you're correct, Bern. I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not looking forward to his time in office. That's for sure. I think it's bunker time, bunker down time for the next 3 years with this man as Prime Minister. If you think the last one was bad, then I think I personally think this guy's at a different level of badness, in my opinion. And this is what I was concerned about, getting rid of the last one, as what was to follow. And it's for me, it's a bit of a nightmare. What's following, in my view. I don't like the man. I've looked into the man. He's as dodgy as they come. He really is. Some of the things he's done, which I will post about, is will shock you. But now he's under the microscope. You watch. He's nicey at the moment, and the media are kind of playing along at the moment. But trust me, the media will be digging into him and his personal life, like they do with every prime minister. And I think, well, personally, the media are going to enjoy what they find. I don't think he will enjoy what they find, but I think the media will. Just wait and see what happens. That's coming along on that man. So that's for another time. I'm gonna have to shut space in 10 minutes or so because I'm. It's not. It's been a long one. It's been longer than I anticipated doing, and I'm getting in trouble for doing it this long from from family members. So I'll have to. I'll just say I've just said I'll open the space for an hour, just an hour. Okay, no problem. About 8 hours later, I'm still hosting the space, but I've loved it. That's why I've kept it going for so long. I would normally have shut it down a while ago, but I've actually really enjoyed the back and forth. I enjoy these kind of spaces. I think they're good for us, these back and forths. So, Bob.
Hello, Mark. Long time no
Hello,
speak.
mate. How's it going?
It's going well. Amused to listen to people talking about Manchester and who to vote for. Oh, please don't. Horrifying story. Just a quickie. It's been very good space. Enjoyed listening to the back and forth. To go back to the discussion around guns. So I'm ex-military. I was a senior officer in the Royal Navy. Guns don't kill people. People utilizing guns kill people. So in the US, on average, between 3,600 and 4,800 gun deaths a month. That's the statistic. It's quite shocking. Now, when you look at that statistic, 50% of that between 3,500 and 4,500 is people committing suicide with guns. 11% are people shooting themselves accidentally. 11% shooting themselves accidentally. Bad discharge, issues with discharges. The rest are all homicide. So whilst I understand that there are lots of issues going on in this country, the very, very last thing this country needs is actually many people who join the military pick up their weapon and leave. Not because they were going to be bad military people, but because having had the experience of firing a gun, they resign their position within 2 weeks. So please, everybody, you don't want guns in this country. You really don't. Knife crime is bad. Yes. You don't want guns. They're incredibly dangerous. And there is no positive side of them. You know, if you want to, if you're interested in sharpshooting, you can in this country go to a gun club. And if you're really interested in it and you want to, you know, learn how to shoot a weapon and improve your target capacity and all the rest of it, then that's great. We in this country do not have a massive going out into the outback and shooting animals. Quite frankly, shooting animals, unless you're in need of eating them, it seems to me to be a pretty pointless thing anyway. So please, guns, bad with a capital B, and just not good. And the information which is bounced around the internet and social media that Switzerland is it's just, there are only a very few countries in the Western world that have specific laws around carry and ownership of weapons, and most of them recognize how dangerous it is. Most of the countries, Switzerland has a history of going out, they have a shooting history of sport shooting. So there are lots of people who have weapons with regards to sport shooting. In the military, everybody who is conscripted has a weapon, but for clarity, they do not have any ammunition. They have a piece of beautiful metal with a very capable technology, but there's no ammunition. They're not allowed to carry it. So it's basically something that they could possibly play cricket with or hit you over the head with, but actually it's not going to be any good shooting anybody. The Czech Republic have a carry capacity, but it's very, very, very strictly looked after. And I would point out that the idea of bringing guns into this country based on our current inability to manage anything as a country, with the idea that, oh, well, we can bring guns into the country and we can monitor people and all the rest of it. This country has difficulty monitoring itself. It's just a shit show. So please, no guns. And with regards to restore, reform, and all of that absolute stuff, nice listening to, but please, I love the passion. I love the passion.
Who's mute? Yeah, cheers, Bob. I think I agree with you 100% about the guns. Absolutely agree with you, and it does interest me. It is an interest. Caroline, can you mute your mic, please? It does interest me, Bob, that apart from Haggis, and thank you for your service, Haggis. I thank everybody for the service. Oh, this is getting on my nerves. Remove. Can't be doing with it. Yeah. Yeah. Apart from Haggis, who had a view on guns similar to a lot of people in the space. It's quite interesting to me that I think it's now 3-4 people that have served the country, just especially during wartime or served the country, have the same opinion that we don't need guns in this country. It's quite interesting to me that you, Scott, Jay, I can't remember who else, have all said basically that we shouldn't have it's a bad idea to bring guns into the country, and I find that quite interesting. I don't know if anyone
That's
else does, but that's that idea.
Mark, that is because we have held one and fired one.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
And have had the experience and the
Yeah.
emotion, both good and bad, from with regards to it. Scott will absolutely.
That's where I'm coming from as well, Bob. That's what I think as well. But it's everyone has a different opinion, but it's just interesting. That's all. Well, it's interesting to me. I don't know if it's interesting to anyone
It's
else.
also interesting, Mark, that most people who want a gun would probably miss what they were trying to bloody hit, because
And hits, yeah, that's my worry, Bob. If they miss what they're trying to hit and they hit somebody that they shouldn't be hitting, that's my big concern and worry. It won't only destroy that person's life, but it will destroy the person who shot, who was only trying to defend themselves. It will destroy that person if they
the
shoot
Manchester
on the
police
wrong one.
officer, Mark, the Manchester police officer was a highly trained weapons expert, and he will live for the rest of his life knowing that trying to kill a terrorist, he actually ended up killing somebody through a door.
Yeah, that's it, and that's from a highly trained officer. So that it does concern me, that this issue, and it is a great topic to discuss, and it is quite emotive. But I've really enjoyed this space. It's been really good. The good and the bad. I've enjoyed it. And I hope, because I am going to finish it now, I hope everyone else has enjoyed it as well, as much as what I have. I know some people haven't. I know disappointed in a couple of people that I do follow, actually, who come in spaces regularly. I don't think sometimes, and I'm not trying to be patronising when I say this at all, if you haven't hosted a space, it is not easy to do when you've not got a co-host and you're doing a space where you've got all the speakers being taken up, a lot of hands up. Sometimes you can't even see the hands. You want people are trying to get into the speakers, but there's no gaps. You're doing quite a lot of things at once. You've got no co-host. I don't think people, and you're talking about an issue that's very emotive, that everybody's getting, wants to get their points of view. I don't think you realise how difficult sometimes that is to host. And I know sometimes people wait for ages to speak, and I do apologise for that. But sometimes you just cannot help it. When two people are getting into a good argument or a good debate, you've got to let it play out. You can't just cut them off and say, right, that's it, because people may be enjoying that little debate. And I know sometimes people wait too long, and I do apologise for that. But it's not easy. You try doing it. You try hosting a space, and I'll guarantee you'll get people criticising you, and you'll get people leaving comments in the Purple Pill about having to wait. And sometimes it is exaggerated. A guy that I'm talking about said he waited 35 minutes. He waited 10 minutes at best. It was not 35 minutes. I'd only just brought him up as a speaker, and he was about 6 on the list to speak. There was 5 other people who'd been waiting far longer. So I was meant to bring him up and allow him to speak in front of them 5, just because he had something to say. I'm sorry, but that's not how spaces work. If you have waited a while, I do apologise. We're doing the best. That's all we can do. We're not professionals at this. We don't suddenly know how to host a whole space. We had over 100 people in at one time. And I didn't have a co-host, so I tried to get around, and I think everybody who wanted to speak, who waited to speak, actually got to have a say. And I didn't cut anybody. I didn't say to anybody, right, that's it, got to stop now. got to move on. Allowed everyone to have a good rant and a good say and a good back and forth with each other. So, you know, it's and I'll suggest something to people. If you've got an issue with a host hosting a space and you have a little issue about they're not seeing your hand, or you waited for ages, or you think a couple of people are waffling or whatever, contact me directly. My DMs are open. Just leave me a message. There's no need to make it personal. There's no need to put it in the purple pill, or you know, for everyone to have an opinion on it. Just contact me. Have a little respect for the host, someone that I was following and still am, but have a little respect for the host, whoever that host is, and just give them a message and say, "Hey, mate, I've waited fucking ages," and I would respect that more. You know, or you're waffling. I would respect someone leaving me a private message rather than that. I just find that a bit, personally, I find it cowardly. But anyway, I've really enjoyed. I hope everyone has. I hope everyone's enjoyed it that's come in. We seem to have kept a decent enough size audience, so I'm presuming people did enjoy it. And I'll do more. I don't host as much as I used to, but I do host. I do enjoy hosting now and again. But I'm going to give.
Are you going to do a night? Are you going to do a night specific for Scottish politics? I think they're needed again.
Yeah, I think I will do. Yeah, I think I will do. Yeah. But we seem to not get many people coming in when I do them, Scott, for some reason.
It is what
Maybe
it
me
is.
and you.
But
Maybe me and you should do one.
yeah, absolutely. Like we're going to do the YouTube and stuff. But I think, if we do, if you do like you used to, like with Ziggy's World and everything, we get specific people, and we can obviously do our due diligence in the background, try and email, try and message, DM, and all that kind of stuff, and just go through the list.
Great.
Just go through the list like we tried to a couple of months ago. So I'll be happy to more than assist and help
I'll announce
like anyone.
Scotty, I'm going to announce something.
But just do it on if you've got a specific day, day each week, then people can look forward to it and go, right, Mark's days are like a Wednesday, a Thursday, Friday.
I used to do it every Thursday, mate. I used to
there you
do
go.
Scottish politics every single Thursday. It was we got some really good numbers and guests on it. It was I really enjoyed it. But
Sundays are a good day, I think, for spaces because I think people like to have a chat on a Sunday, not necessarily politics and stuff, because we've got to mix it up as well sometimes. I know our focus is on politics, but you know what we're like as hosts as well. We try to bring the fun.
Yeah.
So even like even mixing up, try to do like half where you are, because people end up going back to it in terms of the conversation. But if you've got specific issues, bit like I guarantee if we did a space about the history of obviously number 10 North Heron House, suddenly everything's ready and prepared for this number 10, but it's like, have they known for a while or this kind of, that'd be an interest. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
But yeah, if you've got obviously, because you've got your contacts in terms of Scottish politics and you've been doing it for years, so just thinking, and I used to do them like with yourself and stuff because I had an interest in it, and it's the same with Northern Irish and Welsh, and I do want to focus more on them as well. But from your perspective, I think you're a great host, mate. I think again,
try
like,
my best. I'm not.
but again,
not
all you can do
everybody's
is try your
cup of
best,
tea,
and
but-
you try to appreciate, and like you said, the respect that levels that people come because they want to be heard too. We recognise that, but you've got to recognise the situation of having 10 speaker slots, or if you're just a host, like 9 speaker slots on an app that's glitching consistently.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
And you do prepare as well because you're writing all the names down, you do everything else, and then they might leave, they might drop, they might come back up, and then you're like, do you know what I mean? It's just. You're trying your very best, and no matter, you'll always get people complaining, no matter what it is. So again, you don't want to get pushed off the app because of the complainers either. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's that fine balance.
And I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm fine with that. I'm quite happy with that. I don't mind whatsoever. You know, if it doesn't make any difference to me. But I do enjoy hosting now and again. I do. What I'm going to say, and I'm going to announce something, Scott. me and Scott are going to be doing. I'm going to be doing my Ziggy's World YouTube. I'm going to start it again. I put it down for quite a while, so I'm itching to get back into doing some videos and interviews and things like that. And one idea we do have, and we're discussing at the moment, and I hope Scott doesn't mind me announcing this, but we're going to do a weekly podcast where we're going to be discussing on YouTube the state of the country and different things that's been going on each week. We'll do a different maybe we'll do housing, or we'll do what's gone on in the country, or what's up to date politics kind of thing. We'll be discussing that, so we're going to do that weekly. And but my idea is, but we're not there yet, but we're going to discuss it. But my idea is we'll do a recording first, where me and Scott will discuss certain policies and certain issues, and then we may start a live one, Scott, where people can join in, watch us live. They can leave comments. We can even get guests on, and we'll do it as a live one, like we used to do with, like I used to do the well, I didn't do it, I was on it, the Majority Show. It was the Scottish politics, and it was every Wednesday night. And between Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, because it was on all three, there was about 35 to 40,000 people used to tune in every week and listen to it. So I think we can do that. That finished. So I think we can do one similar, not the same, but similar, Scott, where we do a live one. We will pick some subjects during the week. We'll do study on subjects. Scott will discuss one, and I'll do mine, and then we'll discuss it, and we'll bring people in and doing that. So if you can watch out for that, we'll set it up. We've got to get the finer details done first before we do it, but I think that's going to be. I like doing that. I think that will be good. So we'll do that on YouTube. It'll be on Twitter as well. I
Just
think
think when we have the day, when the day comes when you're having a split screen in different, obviously your house and my house, and then suddenly we're together in the same house, and you're like, no way.
It's like that, Scott. Yeah, it'll be. We'll have to dress up each week.
I've got my top hat ready.
So you'll have to have a shave and.
I have.
Yeah, have a shave, and we'll and we can get our guests on every so often. We'll get a guest, maybe a political guest, maybe a guest like Jay. Jay maybe come on and speak about his experiences, and we'll get Sandy maybe to come on, or different people that we know in
100%.
faces.
That's what it's about.
We can get to join us, and it will be. I think it'll be quite interesting. So if you can watch out for that. And my YouTube channel is open. You can become a subscribe. It's free. There's no charge whatsoever. So if you want to subscribe to it, it's on my timeline. And then watch out for it. And we'll do a weekly political show.
A super chat question for £1,700. How about that?
Yeah.
If you want to ask a question, you've got to pay £1,700 in a super chat. That's the type of rhetoric we're going to throw.
Yeah, I think it'll be dead. We'll be finished within a week, mate.
We're rich within a week. Rich.
We'll have made about 10p, I think.
No, I'm not joking. Everything's, you know what we are when we work. It's not about the monetization or anything like this.
No,
it's about the discussion.
I'm not monetized on. I used to get paid on Twitter when it was just I used to get about not much, mate. I used to get when they did advertising revenue, and it's just advertising revenue. I would get between £40 and £100 a month.
It's not bad, is it? That little extra.
Well, that's not. Yeah, it paid for my blue tick and my YouTube channel that I was getting going at the time. But they changed it, mate. They changed the
Is this since
criteria.
Nikita bit? So did Elon bring in the monetization? So with the ad revenue, or was that already a thing before
No,
Elon?
well, as far as I know, Elon brought that in, and I thought it was great, but apparently it was paying out too much money because my account is not. I've not got a big account. I've only got about 29,000 followers. So and I was making about £100. So you could imagine what someone with 200, 300,000 followers would be making out of the advert revenue. So they changed it because they were spending it was paying out too much. So they then changed it so only the big accounts really were getting paid. I stopped getting paid because I didn't reach I get round about, at my very best, I get round about 3 million interactions for about a 3 month period. You need 5 million.
How much do you post a day? How many posts do you put out a day?
About 3, maybe 4.
That's not bad, is it?
Not even that, mate. Sometimes I only do 1 or 2. I used to do a lot more. I used to do 5, 6, 7 a day, maybe 10 a day. I used to do, but I've with personal circumstances and that,
Yeah.
I've gone down to about 1 or 2 a day.
That's what I'm like now. I don't have to post anymore.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes I do. That's why I used to like the Uncensored Patriots, to be fair, because we'd have discussions, you'd have guest speakers on throughout the day, and because I'm at work, I could literally, like on my break and stuff, I could put like comments in the comment section, and just like there were things they'd be discussing, I'd be straight to like to the research or what they're discussing, so you give people like a background, and that's the only kind of comments I did. I put the odd I do like a lot of reposts, don't get me wrong, but like the odd thing for myself, and like I rarely do it, to be honest, because it's like I'd rather do the research. It doesn't get us somewhere sometimes. It just kind of pushes a particular thing in an extreme, not an extreme's the wrong word, but in a certain way, it drives like worse behaviour, so people copy it, and then you just get it becomes a diluted app. You're already seeing that because it's say the Sun or the Daily Mail puts out a particular thing today that's quite controversial. You could see 100 accounts that you're following, copy and paste that same thing. They might word it up in a little bit different, but the same thing is literally, it's the same messaging. So, like the Daily Mail and the Mirror or whatnot, or whatever, the Express, their views might go down because people are not seeing it through that. But usually they'll go, and then if you go to the comments saying, "Where have you seen this?" they'll then put that link into those things. So, yeah, like we could all do that if we wanted to, but what's the point? Because ultimately, it's the information's the information.
Yeah.
Again, it's the narrative of whichever bias you're coming from as well, because people have got to realise there's a bias whenever information is being placed.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Anyway, I'm going to have a nice little drink now and
You
relax.
deserve it.
And it's been, what is it? How long has it been, Scott?
Well, you
You were
started at
saying,
1:30, didn't you? I couldn't come on
yeah,
so late because I've been cleaning. So
half 1 we started in the afternoon. It's now 11 minutes past 10. I've not done a space this long for a long time, so it's I'm knackered now. I'm absolutely. I'll probably come off this, and you'll see me in another space.
if you want a
But
nice, easy watch, go on Amazon Prime and Masters of the Universe is on there.
oh, mate,
So,
I tried watching it last night, and I couldn't. It's fucking shit. Do you like it?
well, I just like Skeletor and I like He-Man, so I was like,
Oh
oh, this is
man,
bringing back the years, this.
yeah,
But
I thought that, and I started watching it, and it turned into a fucking lefty
it did,
chapter.
we're very lefty.
It
I
was
noticed that.
extremely lefty. It
It
was
was
like,
very left.
and it didn't even fucking hide it. It was so lefty, and I thought, oh, for fuck's sake. But it did help me sleep because I fell asleep about halfway through it, and I managed to get it turned off, and but no, it's it was dire. If anybody in the space, do not take Scott seriously. Do not watch
Do
it.
not take me seriously.
do not watch it.
Oh,
If Scott's recommending it,
yeah.
don't listen to it.
Looking Toy Story 5 last week. Now it's.
I don't mind that. I quite
Oh, it
enjoy
was quite.
that.
That was a classic. That mate, it was proper up. It was up there. That 10 out of 10 from me. That.
I didn't have any kids to watch it with, so I just watched it on my own. So
That's what Damo said. He said, I don't know how I feel going into a cinema watching it on my own.
I don't mind.
Just fucking go and watch it. It's Toy Story. Who cares?
Yeah, it's fucking. I love that series. I love all the Toy Stories. I think the fan on fucking on Amazon Prime. Stay away.
At the start of it, I expected Skeletor to come out, yeah, and he was like a proper baddie. And then as he went on, it was like, oh, you're no baddie, really. It was like, he was dead, very camp.
He's a shit actor as well.
Oh, it was so camp. I was just like, this is not Skeletor. You've got to be consistent throughout it.
Mate, when I saw some of this cast, I thought this might be good because there was what's that guy called? Who's he's
I don't know the names. Idris Elba.
Yeah, that's it. I quite like him, but
yeah, I do. Yeah, I won't put him as James Bond though. Do you know when people were saying, "Yeah, he should be James Bond"? He was like, "No, he could be." I prefer him as a baddie in James Bond, probably, but not as the.
And in this Skeletor thing, I think he thought he signed up for the money because he didn't really give her his all when he was acting. It was like, oh fuck it. He looked
I watched a bad film with him the other day though. He was in this film I put on. It was called House of Dynamite, and I was well into it for the first half of the film. I was like, this film's mint. So it was about like imagine being behind. I can't remember what they're called, so the different departments within the US where, you've got the military, you've got like the NSA, everything else like that. So as soon as they get alerted, you're in different departments. So obviously they'll have like a video call, and you've got each department, head of the department, all talking to each other. So a nuclear warhead was released from a submarine, but they didn't know where it was because they literally couldn't track it normally, but it went out of signal or whatever. So then they had to count to where, right, if where's it going to land? And it was going for mainstream USA, and then they realised it was Chicago, so like 10 million people. But then they had like the defence missiles, which they can go and fire, but then it's like a bullet hitting a bullet. So they're going through each different stage of each person. But then halfway through the film, they changed it up and then changed all the rhetoric. So it was the same pattern of of the film you just watched, but then it's in different perspectives from like the president. Idris Elba's the president.
Oh, I think I know which film you mean.
And then it ends as you get into the point where it's like, what's happening? Does the bomb end? I was just like,
a new film, is it?
I think it was 2025. I'm not sure, but
was it?
Yeah, it could be earlier. But honestly, I was well disappointed.
I know which film you mean, and it annoys the hell out of me when they do that. It's like, I don't want to see it from another perspective. I'm enjoying this one.
Yeah, carry on with it. Tell the storyline.
Yeah, I think films at the moment are shit.
Yeah, they haven't got the same creativity.
I haven't seen a decent new film for ages. They've all gone so lefty and woke. It's
all around, aren't they?
It's annoying when they go so woke, and they don't care that they go and hug a tree halfway through the film and that, and you're thinking, what the fuck are they doing? It's nah. I don't. Nah, not for me at the moment.
No, yeah, I'll leave it with that one then. I'll try and come up with another film recommendation tomorrow or the next day.
Right. Yeah, we'll do a film review on now.
We should
on the channel. At the end, we can do a film review of
any series you've watched.
Film, yeah, and I'll just sit there going, "Don't listen to Scotty fucking."
Have you been watching Emmerdale? Now that's drama.
Yeah.
I don't watch Emmerdale, by the way.
Hopefully our podcast will go out at the same time, and people will be watching us instead of Emmerdale.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
We'll get the old actors that get sacked on as guest speakers saying, during your time as an Emmerdale cast, how did you see the decline compared to podcasting? Do you think podcasting had more of a relevance in today's world than Emmerdale storylines where everybody's getting blown up on a country lane?
Mate, they'll be out of a job and they'll be in the comments calling us rotten. You fucking twats, you Scotty and Mark, you fucking you've cost us our job.
Hey, but we might be on I'm a Celebrity this time next year, me and you.
Well, we might be. We might be. Yeah. I'm a Celebrity. What's that again? What's that?
It's Sant and Dec, isn't it, where they go to the jungle in Australia?
That one. No fucking chance of you'd get me on that show, mate. Not even for £1 million. I'm not eating ants and fucking shit.
Well, that's how much they give you if you're really popular. So if you're like a Harry Redknapp, you'll probably get about £1 million to. If you're Nigel Farage, you're getting when you're short of a few funds and you want to change public perception. It's shows like that you need to go on because.
Well, I'm claustrophobic and I don't like spiders, so I'll end up in a little box.
Full of spiders.
Full of spiders. You can bet your life on it. So
that'd be fucking class watching you with a tarantula walking over your face and you literally...
in a small confined
trying
area.
to get stars.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got to make it happen.
Do you know what it'll be,
face your fears, Max.
Yeah,
Mark.
Do you know what they'll do? At the end of it, they'll say, "We do apologise for the language from Mark. It was not. We did not intend to offend anybody because every word would be a swear word. I'm telling you now."
I think you'd be. I think you'd. That's why people went in though. Like when they used to view it, they used to look for. Now they try and cut it all out because they're like. But people used to actually. Tune in for the drama because you'd see they get loads of food nowadays and they make.
Yeah.
But if you know what it's like with you before, if you're not eating for so long, suddenly you change a little bit, don't you? So imagine you're not eating for 3 days.
Yeah,
they start getting a bit tetchy with each other. So
yeah, honestly, because I know what I'm like. If I was in the camp like that and I was doing things I was uncomfortable with and I was tired and I was fucking not had a shower or anything like that,
yeah,
I would walk past someone who'd go higher and I'd go fuck off and walk on. Honestly, I would not be the nicest person to know. I'd go in all nicey, going, hiya, how are you? At the start, by the end of it, I'll be going, fuck off. The lot of you. Yeah, no, you'd see a
Mark,
big
we've got to go and get these dingo
dollars.
dollars. We've got a dingo dollars challenge and you're in your bed like, I've had no fucking sleep, mate. I'm tired, I'm hungry. Yeah, but we've got to go and get these dingo dollars for a slice of 1 cupcake each so we can have that little bit of
Oh no, I don't think. I think people would be. I think people in the jungle would be voting me out very quickly.
I'd like to do it though. To be fair, I think, like you said, snakes, spiders, these things, because you don't necessarily encounter them, and you have. It's like if you come across them. If you were just walking through like a British field and suddenly you see an adder or a snake or something, you'd like. Depends how. If you like snakes and stuff, but I'd certainly jump out my skin. Like I didn't expect that, and I'd probably run home, like sweating. And when I got home, I'd my adrenaline going for. But if your mind kind of gets used to being in that situation, to say I've got to go through it, I think there's a next. I think you're breaking through that fear barrier. So you got to go to that. It's that frequency thing again. You got to find the inner courage.
To all due respect, Scotty, you're an ex-buddy serviceman. You'll go head on into something like that with that kind of mentality. I'm a fucking 57-year-old fucking never served and been pampered for probably most of my life. So if you put me in that kind of environment, I'm not. You'd probably thrive. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably. You'd probably get some.
I'm on the right to the producers and saying, is this a famous podcast they call Mark Zedfeld?
Famous.
It's happening. Infamy. They've all got spiders infamy.
Right. Have you not heard of him? In Ziggy's World. How come you've never heard of that? Fucking hell, how dare you?
As soon as you say the word influencer, mate, they'll be hooked. You'll be getting a check in the post. You'll be like, Mark, this is the...
You could just say something. Hey, he was... His one line was used in a Channel 4 documentary. Did you not hear his line on? on dispatches on Channel 4.
I don't get why. Do you know even what you said though? Because you just said, I think the politicians need to actually sort this country out. I was just like, do you know what I mean? It was weird. I've just found it, like I said, about narratives and stuff from all sides. I think people try to push a narrative sometimes. It's like, why would you try and use that? And I get why they did, because they wanted to kind of give credence to the voices on the spaces. And if you look at the full clip, they're just trying to make out as if they're not just being selective in clips. That's why they're using parts like that.
You know
That was my thought of it.
Do you know what I can't get my head round is how did they? Because obviously none of them from Channel 4 that did that program have heard of me or heard of might have heard of David Atherton. They might know who he is, but they've never heard of me, and they've never heard of Truth.
Was it a live? Was it took live, or was it done as a recording session?
I think it was the space I hosted
because of the title
I
of it.
recognised it, and it was about are we at civil war in the UK, and it was the one I got questioned by the police on. That's the space. That's the space that was clipped. But I was wonder how the hell they even did why they did that, because
there's spies everywhere, mate. There's people that
I was on Dan Wootton's show, so they might have seen it on that. I don't know, but
did he play the clip of it?
Must have sent him, and someone must have sent him and said maybe you can use this. But then they've gone through and clipped what Truth said. There was, I think there was over that space. There was over 1,000 people listening at once in that space live.
Yeah,
because it was just after the Southport things, and it was quite a emotive subject. And a lot of people that I've never even seen in my spaces before or since came into the space. So you can tell, it was that kind of a thing, because of the title as well, made it emotive.
Well, that's what that guy said. That's what the guy said on the clip, on that little 3-minute clip at the start of it, wherever it was. He said that they didn't know much about who it was, but yet they was going on online and then forming a narrative of what it could be. And then they played the different clips of like a couple of women as well. You heard Truth, and yours was more further on in actually episode, to be honest.
Half an hour into it.
Yeah, it was further on into it, but they was basically doing like taking the clips out of context. Without, do you know what I'm saying? And then doing exactly what they were saying that the other group was doing to say you're trying to form a narrative. And it's like, well, you can't have either or, but because, again, it's this mainstream thing because people look at Channel 4 as if it's truthful. It's like, because they're an establishment, regulated by Ofcom and all that kind of stuff. It's like you're still getting people with propaganda at all levels, do you know what I mean?
But what I didn't like, personally, I thought it would have been nice and respectful if they'd have actually asked me, Truth, and David if we'd contribute that to it and maybe give our kind of perspective on it. But what they did, what I didn't like, is after they played what I'd said, they went to and they said instigating trouble, and they showed you a clip of some of the violence after Southport, and kind of putting it a narrative of that happened because of people like me who was talking in spaces who don't know what they're talking about, and they're instigating violence. And then they went to one of the victims' family and said, what do you think of people instigating trouble on social media? And I thought that was a bit over the top and a little bit naughty.
Forming narrative for people, because you're going to get you might get 3 million people watching Channel 4 at that particular time. Probably even more so because it's major national news. So people will be like, well, what's actually happened? And then if you're like I said, forming a narrative through clipping and then like trying to sway like minds because you're going to being selective with and we've seen it with the BBC, how they've done it with the President of the United States, but it happens at all states. These, again, like we said before, they've got the time, the day, within the day, whilst we're all working, doing our own thing, to actually mess around with these technologies.
I've actually, because I didn't know at the time, because it was last July, and my dad was seriously ill, and he died in the August. But I was off social media altogether, so I didn't really get understand what that was about. I only understood recently, only a couple of days ago, when I got sent. I got a message from someone who follows me, said, "I've just watched this documentary on YouTube. It was on Channel 4, but now they've put it on YouTube, and I recognise your voice, Mark, because I've heard you enough times in spaces. You're on it." And he went to the exact time that was on, so I could go and listen and not listen to all of it. So I did. I've actually emailed him, and I didn't expect that to happen without my consent. And according to what I've been told, you need to ask my consent because it was my space. I was the host, and you've not contacted me. I would have been a bit more respectful if you would contact me. And then I've said to them, and by the way, you claimed that we were instigating the violence that happened. And then I was actually interviewed as by the police and cleared of any instigation from that space. There was none. They went through the whole space, the police, and listened to it all, and they came back with there was no instigation of violence whatsoever. So I would like your response to I think I sent it about.
Give it a couple of weeks and then get a phone number and follow it up just to
I'm
see
going
if.
to contact Anderson. I'm going to contact
Yeah,
them
absolutely.
as well.
Ofcom as well, mate.
Yeah, and say I didn't give my permission to do that, and what they intimated was something I was actually cleared of.
Yeah,
I would have definitely have contacted them straight away.
It's wrong. It's wrong. It is wrong. It's again, like you said, it's how it forms people's public opinion. That could have been had a detrimental effect on you as a person as well. If people suddenly from one side, say if you had people with extreme views, but this is the person, and suddenly you know how it works. You get your picture, they get your family's picture, you got all this kind of stuff, and they're like, well, this is the person. Do you know what I'm saying? People are next level when they're in a particular notion to say, oh, this is a bad person, because they've heard a particular clip of, like I said, of what's supposed to be a trusted, established body like Channel 4, for example. So the people that the producers need, that's what Channel 4 will do. They'll pass it on to the program, like Endemol or whatever. I'm not saying it's Endemol, by the way, but they're obviously one that produces sometimes. So if whichever production company it is, they need to answer your questions to go, well, why did you do it? How did you do it? And then go from there. It's like, well, what compensation are you affording me? Because you've ultimately had a defamatory effect on my life. And now I'm months later, I'm having to explain my position over and over again because it keeps getting repeated. And it will keep getting repeated because ultimately you've just found out, watched that YouTube video again 10 years down the line, and they've got no context to it.
Yeah, it's been put on YouTube, and there's over 400,000 people watched it.
That's right.
Already on YouTube, not just, and it was on the TV. So God knows how many people watched it on the TV. So yeah, you're right. But do you know something, Scott? You're getting in trouble. I've just been told. Is that Scott that's keeping you bloody on that?
I know. Sorry, mate.
No,
I just thought we're doing a nice. What's it been? 9 hours now, so I thought I'd keep you on a nice whole number instead of.
I'm joking.
No, I'll let you go. I'll let you go, mate.
Fine. I've really, honestly, I've really enjoyed it. That's why it's gone on for so long. I've enjoyed the. I enjoyed your rant, Scott.
Your adrenaline's going out. Don't get me wrong. It's because I'm tired of the tedious, and each person's like. I accept that people have different, and I was very much the same viewpoint, and I still am on certain subjects. That's what I'm. But for the betterment of what I'm trying. I'm not saying it out of, and this is where it comes personal, and like to me, and I'm having to defend myself as a person because you'll get little labels that try to put it on you as a person, saying you're such and such a thing, you're such a thing. No, I made decisions within my own self because it was no longer viable for me actually to go to these meetings. Even I mean, I can't go to the meetings because he's put me off the mailing list. So what's the point of being part of a party that can't have a strong standing at a local level because you've chosen this particular individual? And I had a bit of feedback in the meeting of which people gave me the largest cheer of the night. They weren't cheering him, they were cheering me from what I was saying, because I was talking about things like Palantir, digital ID, sovereign data, going to like America, for example. Now, I'm a big ally of America. I love America to do you know what I mean? But at the same time, we're Britain, we're Great Britain. And it's us that we should be looking after ourselves. We shouldn't always be relying like on the Americans' infrastructure and everything else. I want to build it up for our kids in the future. So when I'm trying to articulate this in a particular meeting, and it's what's funny as well, it's the people that interjected me on the meeting as well, even though they're actually involved with being in part of the branch level. They're actually so they seen it from that perspective, whereas you got the rest of the audience that are not, they're just paid members, all agreeing with me. But the people that are interjecting are the people at branch level. Which was even more funny. So again, like I said, I'll just put it all in an article. I've kind of stopped. I weren't going to do it, but I am going to do it now because I'm sick to death of like the sycophantic nature of people to say you can't criticise them. Well, I'm going to criticise and make sure that you're flawed.
I don't get that mentality, me. And I've never got that mentality because I've never been a member of a political party. I've helped certain people behind the scenes at times who I like personal, but from different parties in Scotland. But I've never been a member of a political party. I lend my vote to the person who I believe is the best person to be the MP for my area. That's the way I see it. And you know something? I remember it very clear, and I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but I went into a space during the general election, and I just sat there, and it was all reform, reform, reform. They're the answer. Why they're going to sort the country out, and this, that, the other, and it's the only party to vote for. Reform, and I came up to speak, and I said, but what policy do you like? Who's your local MP? Do you know who your local? Have you spoken to the local MP of who wants to be your local MP? Do you know the name of that person? I don't. And then I said it, and I said I don't trust Nigel Farage. I don't like Nigel Farage, and I would never vote Reform. And a certain person come up. I'm not going to say who it is, but a certain person come up and said, Mark, you vote Conservative. And I went, yeah, you're the problem. You're why the country's in the state. You're why that we're having all these issues with immigration. You're the problem of this. You're the problem with that. It's your fault. It's you. And I just sat there and I went, wow, just because I criticised Nigel Farage. And we had a bit of a back and forth, and you know what I'm like, Scotty. I lost my temper a little bit because it did get very personal attacks on me. So I hit back. I never back down from an argument. I'll always stand my ground. So we had a back and forth for quite a while, and then we left it. And the guy who it was hardly spoke to me after, unfollowed me and hardly spoke to me for quite a while. And then we followed each other, and now that same person, I'm not going to say who it is, but that same person is talking the same way I was talking during the general election about Nigel Farage. He doesn't trust
Is the
him.
initials BTG?
No.
All right, okay, sorry.
No. I'm not going to tell you. Don't guess. Don't be guessing. That's naughty. No, don't be doing that. Don't be dropping me in it, Scott. And
I don't have to drop you in it. We've all been in enough spaces, and we've all seen it over a period of time. 1 week to advance, 1 week to restore. Next, I'll come along and form a party, and I'll be the best thing since sliced bread until I disagree with them.
But it's that, and it's that kind of thing, though. If you criticise any part of Rupert Lowe, they get very personal very quickly, and like very defensive very quickly. And I think every single politician should be criticised and hold accountable. That's why we're in the problem we're in, because we're not holding the politicians accountable. I don't get it. I don't get. They're not celebrities. They're not someone that you could
They are in their
admire.
own mind. They are in their own mind, though, mate.
Yeah.
As soon as you get more than 100,000 followers on this app, yeah, you suddenly think you're a fucking celebrity, and it's quite pathetic, really, because ultimately, you're putting, like, I've got 5,000 followers. I'm not bothered, to be fair. Thank you to all the 5,000 followers. But at the same time, like, some of the spaces I've held, literally, you're talking 100, 200 people attending every night. And it's like, you can have someone with 100,000, you could have someone with 300,000, 1 million people, and they're only getting 300 people into their spaces. So again, what is it? Is it because, do you know what I'm saying? Why is that? Is it because there's a balance there, or is it because there's a sycophantic nature on their behalf? Now, you will get those people that literally go in and go, yeah, you're right on this, let's agree, let's go to the... But when you're coming across like we're doing in terms of trying to provide a balance of what is, that seeps through to a lot of people across a lot of different subject matters, like I said. You'll have subject matter experts. But again, we live in a society there's a class system as well, which is not talked about enough, to be honest, because we're still living in that society where ultimately, over a period of time, within the class system, people's viewpoints of what your wealth is and how you speak and everything else that goes with it, you'd be like, well, this person's not my particular brand of person because but if I do this accent suddenly and I put silence in the spaces, suddenly I am well received, Mark, and it's like I said the other day, so it was quite a funny. You had people that have argued the toss. They really hate each other. They can't stand each other's opinions on certain matters. But as soon as they came on and started speaking posh, suddenly the space went really light and really, really effective, because people that used to be arguing were now laughing together, and that in of itself brought a frequency on the space. And now they're laughing together, and now they've got more adherence to each other's political views, because they're like, you're still a cunt. Don't get me wrong, I shouldn't use the C word, it's beneath me. But however, they do give the option to actually say, you know what, I might unblock this fellow because they've got certain humour about them. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that, mate. It's I think it's quite funny. Some of these people with huge accounts, it does go to the head. They start to think that they are more important than anybody else.
But they obviously did something right, though. They have a shit posted to build up an account, yeah, or they literally went full on like anti-immigration or full on anti-Muslim or something like that. So there was all those people that disagreed with him. So they're like, yeah, I'm liking these posts, especially at a time, yeah, during the last 2 years. It's like if I put 10 tweets out a day, yeah, after the Southport riots or whatever, after that Rudy Cabana did those horrific killings on those kids, yeah. If I put certain tweets out on that, I could probably gained about fucking 200, 300 followers a day. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe 1,000 and stuff.
Yeah.
But do you think I'm going to do that? I can't be arsed. I don't want to, because...
I know. I'm the same, mate. I'm the same. I'll just post what I feel and I want to post, not for any other reason. And I want to get some information, especially about Scottish politics, because that's where my head is at the moment. But that's what I do. But I do think... especially where you think somebody with a picture of a rat who's I don't like naming him, but you know what I mean. He's got a picture of a rat. He's got over 300,000 followers now.
See, I liked a lot of the things he's putting out in terms of the thing is, because it was like there was certain information that you get, but again, there is a lot of stuff that's copy and pasted. And again, I've said it the other night because I tweeted it the other night. I don't really quote tweet people, but he put out something about this Labour MP, that's the new immigration minister after Mike Tapp resigned. They hadn't deleted it. Robert Jenrick deleted it after he realised that he fucked up, because then she played the full clip. But they don't delete them because it keeps getting the views, which keeps getting the monetization. And it shows you a rhetoric, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not going to give my full opinion of
I know.
that person anyway, because I think I have done in spaces before.
Like I said, it just takes every tweet. I'm looking at it with if you've got a 20% hit rate now instead of.
I know I know the attacks on me by him personally, and it was all shadowly done through WhatsApp and
Yeah, but there's other
through.
people. That's what I'm saying. If you want to play that
So
game, then I'll happily play that game because I'm fucking. Ultimately,
yeah, I
you're
just
going against people that ultimately, if you want to play that game, I've already been in DMs to say like, why haven't you? Yeah. When you keep putting out the tweet of 12,183 people that was arrested for social media posts during Keir Starmer's government, it wasn't Keir Starmer's government, yeah, but you tweeted it about 4 different times under 4 different like images, yeah, and Elon Musk has got behind it a few times where you're getting millions of views. So it's probably some of the most prominent tweets. But ultimately, this was done during a Conservative government. Robert Jenrick, Suella Braverman as these ministers. Yeah, but what under that term, you've never called them out for that particular issue, and I was like, why? Well, I've never thought to. You see,
yeah,
you're fucking mad. This is what you're dealing with, and it's like fuck me. And again, I've just stopped engaging now because I can't be arsed with the. But again, people, that's the way people see it. They're like, oh, I've got 200,000, so they must be fucking good. It's like I said, if that's what it takes to get people's minds and hearts, yeah, then maybe I will shit post 15, 20 times a day because that's what people seem to want. But again, it just dilutes them. I can copy and paste, yeah, the Telegraph, the fucking Sun, and then change it up a bit to make this word really controversial, so then the public get, oh, is it really? No, it's not.
Yeah, I agree, mate. But I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry, UK Ireland. I know you're requesting and Isabel requesting to speak, but I'm kind
Kept
of
you an
going.
extra hour. See,
Yeah,
it was all a
have as
ploy.
well. You have as well.
It was all a ploy.
That's very, very naughty of you, Scott. Very naughty. But I'm gonna have to go, mates. I'm sorry, UK Ireland. I can't bring you up to speak. I would love to, but I'm kind of done now. It's been nearly 10 hours of doing one, and without a fucking co-host either. I've done 10 hours, and I've not even had a co-host so I can go on a bloody toilet break, for God's sake. But I've loved it. I've actually loved it. That's why I've done it. So you won't see me in the space for about a month. That's me done for a month, and then I'll come back and do another 10-hour one on another subject, probably. Get everyone riled up and and at each other's throats. But anyway, I've loved it. I really enjoy it. So thanks everybody. Cheers, UK. I do apologise for not bringing you up. I really do. And Isabel, it's just I'm done. So thank you very much for joining me on this 10-hour journey. It's been really good fun. I've really enjoyed it. A lot of debate, a lot of passion, and putting their points of view forward. I've learnt a lot, which is always good. And to the next one. So good night.